Welcome, dear friends, to tonight's bedtime story, where the gentle whispers of spring guide us into the realm of dreams. This season of renewal is the perfect time to unwind and immerse ourselves in peaceful tales. We hope you've basked in the beauty of this lovely spring day. Now, as the day gently closes, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds beyond. Cozy up, let the soothing narration carry you away, and may this serene moment be the start of a wonderful day ahead. Story 1. In the velvet hush of twilight, when fireflies blinked their first golden greetings, the village of Willowmere nestled into its valley like a contented cat curling by embers. Chimney smoke curled in silver spirals above thatched roofs, carrying whispers of cedarwood and simmering apple butter. It was here, between the rustling pages of autumn's first chapter, that the peculiar happenings began. Young Tansy noticed it first while sweeping the apothecary's steps, a shiver of wrongness in the air, like a mist note in a lullaby. The herb garden's marigolds had turned clockwise overnight, their faces following an unseen dancer. Milk pitchers left on windowsills soured before dawn, though the air carried no taint of heat. Most curious of all were the shadows that pooled too deeply beneath the old stone bridge, swirling like ink dropped in water. "It's the season of thin veils," murmured Granny Nettle that evening, her gnarled hands sorting dried lavender into muslin sacks. The apothecary's back room hummed with the scent of wisdom, cinnamon sticks in clay jars, star anise dangling from rafters, and always the earthy breath of the iron kettle singing on the hearth. When autumn's door creaks open, some curious things slip through. Best we listen before acting, child. Tansy's companion, a russet-furred fox named Bracken, thumped his tail in agreement. His amber eyes caught the firelight as he nudged her elbow toward the window. Beyond the diamond panes, the village square lay unusually still. No owl hoots pierced the woolen dark. No breeze dared ruffle the weather-vane's sleep. The mystery deepened at midnight when Tansy awoke to frost flowers blooming across her bedroom window in August. Delicate ice ferns unfurled crystalline fronds where no moisture had been, their patterns too precise, too purposeful. Bracken's low growl vibrated against her knees as something luminous flickered at the edge of the woods. Not firefly nor will-o'-the-wisp, but a quivering silver light that pulsed like a shy heartbeat. 3 mornings later, the entire village gathered at the mill pond, where water wheels stood motionless despite the rushing stream. The miller's son, wide-eyed beneath his flour-dusted cap, pointed to the pond's surface. Fish hung suspended mid-leap, droplets frozen around them like glass beads. A heron stood statue-still on one leg, reflection caught in a perfect mirror below. Time itself had stuttered here, breath held too long. "We need the Moonhare," declared Elder Rowan at the town meeting, his voice trembling like aspen leaves. Villagers shifted uneasily, wool cloaks rustling. Children hid faces in mothers' skirts at the mention of the mythical creature, said to nibble problems away like clover. Only Granny Nettle clicked her tongue, stirring her ever-present mug of time tea. "Moonhares don't fix what's not broken," she said, fixing Tansy with a look that meant pay attention. "But they do enjoy riddles. Bring me a thimble of starlight, child, and we'll brew something to sharpen eyes." Under Granny's guidance, Tansy and Bracken began collecting clues softer than dandelion fluff. They noted how the strange frost avoided homes where laughter rang after sunset. They discovered the frozen mill pond's edges held paw prints, not rabbit nor fox, but dainty as a sparrow's tread. Most telling was the silver thread caught on a blackberry bramble, shimmering with magic that tasted of cold streams and elderflower when held to the tongue. The breakthrough came during the Harvest Moon Festival. As villagers danced with crowns of wheat and chrysanthemum, Tansy spotted irregular shadows leaping across the bonfire's glow. Not human silhouettes, but slender shapes with ears like crescent moons. Bracken's nose twitched madly as they followed the shadows to the oldest oak in the grove, where roots cradled a hollow glittering with hoarfrost. There they found her, a creature no taller than a butter churn, her fur the blue-white of winter's first snow. Icicle whiskers trembled as she spun frozen lace from breath, her eyes twin moons floating in a twilight sky. Around her lay evidence of desperate creation, ice sculptures of blooming roses, frost-etched portraits of sleeping villagers, a tiny frozen tea set complete with sugar cubes made of hail. She's lonely, Tansy realized aloud, warmth kindling in her chest. The winter spirit, for that's what Granny Nettle later named her, had wandered through autumn's thinning veil by accident. Stranded without her northern winds, she tried to make friends through frozen gifts, not understanding her magic caused harm. The solution came not through spells, but sunflower seeds. While Granny Nettle brewed a tea of ginger-glow mushrooms, known to strengthen portal magic, Tansy offered the shivering spirit a mittensful of summer memories, the scent of sun-warmed pine resin, the taste of wild strawberries, the sound of creek song over smooth stones. Bracken contributed a particularly fine squirrel-tail feather, which made the spirit's ice bells chime with laughter. At dawn, when the village woke to find every rooftop edged in glittering frost patterns, each a perfect snowflake, no two alike, the winter spirit was already fading like mist in sunlight. Her final gift lay at the oak's roots, a ice locket containing swirling autumn leaves, a bridge between seasons. She'll find her way home, Granny Nettle said, tying the locket around Tansy's neck with a spider silk cord, and left a bit of wonder behind to remember her by. As Willowmere settled back into its apple-scented rhythms, mysteries resolved into tender truths. The frozen fish swam merrily once more, released with an apology of melted rainbow bubbles. Milk stayed sweet if left with a hazelnut beside it, a tip from the spirit's frosty etiquette. And on still nights, those listening carefully might hear ice chimes laughing in the north wind, a friend remembering friends. Tansy took to leaving honey cakes on her windowsill, just in case. Bracken approved, though he much preferred stealing bites when he thought she wasn't looking. Together they kept watch as autumn deepened, knowing magic often wears disguises, and that the quietest hearts sometimes have the most to say. When the first true snow fell, it dusted the village in lace softer than thistledown. And there, by the old stone bridge, keen eyes might spot two sets of footprints, one small and booted, one pawed and clever, walking beside a third that glittered faintly, melting only when the sun rose high enough to see. Story 2. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Mossglow Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like a contented cat around cottages with roofs of living time, chimneys puffing vanilla-scented smoke into air that always carried the faint chime of unseen bells. For generations, the townsfolk lived in harmony with whispering willows that swept their own porches and star-nosed moles who delivered the mail. But one amber-eyed autumn, the gentle rhythm of the hollow began to stutter. It started with Mayor Bramblethorn's prized pendulum clock. Every evening at precisely 7 bells, its brass hands would tremble like startled fawns before spinning wildly to midnight. Then came the case of Widow Mallow's floating teacups, her entire china set drifting about the kitchen like bashful jellyfish whenever she brewed chamomile. But the final straw arrived when every last jar of firefly honey vanished from the general store, leaving sticky golden handprints glowing on the cellar door. "It's the Wispworry," clucked old Grindle the cart horse, his voice raspy from decades of delivering gossip with the milk bottles. "Happens every 100 years when the veil between seen and unseen wears thin." But 12-year-old Tamsin, whose freckles held constellations unknown to ordinary sky charts, noticed patterns others missed. While villagers murmured about poltergeists and cursed weather vanes, she knelt by the glowing handprints, observing how each shimmering finger mark branched into delicate filaments. Like dandelion fluff, she whispered to her companion, a slightly singed paper dragon named Pippet, who perched on her shoulder, folding and unfolding his wings in thoughtful accordion pleats. Their investigation began at the twilight market, where mushroom vendors paused in weighing bundles of cloud wool to describe the anomalies. A hedgehog knitter reported yarn unraveling into perfect spirals mid-stitch. The lamplighter confessed his wicks now burned in rainbow hues. Tamsin's pencil flew across her notebook, sketching connections between incidents as Pippet sniffed suspiciously at a tray of moon marshmallows. The clock stopped when Tamsin asked the mayor, peering at his stilt-witching timepiece. During the first owl's hoot each evening, he sighed, mopping his brow with a handkerchief that kept folding itself into origami cranes. Pippet cocked his head, smoke curling from his nostrils in question marks. Tamsin's eyes widened. But owls don't hoot here until the last sunlight leaves Mr. Bracken's sunflower field. She whirled, sunflower seeds spilling from her pocket as she raced westward. They found the sunflower field under an unusual duvet of early dusk, though the sundial in the town square still showed mid-afternoon. Between the towering blooms staggered Mr. Bracken, his usual sun hat askew. "They're napping," he wailed, gesturing at drooping flowers. "My sunsteepers haven't opened their petals in days." Tamsin knelt, gently lifting a velvet-soft petal. Beneath it clung clusters of tiny orbs like dewdrop marbles, each containing a swirling speck of starlight. Pippet sneezed a spark, illuminating the shocking truth every dewdrop was actually a miniature clock, their tiny hands spinning backwards. The trail led them to the edge of glimmerdark woods, where trees hummed lullabies in a language of root and resin. Tamsin hesitated, recalling the baker's warning about paths that changed when your back was turned. But Pippet fluttered ahead, his parchment wings glowing with courage, or perhaps the 3 firegum berries he'd sneaked at breakfast. As they ventured deeper, the air thickened with the scent of forgotten birthdays and the velvety silence that lives between heartbeats. In a clearing where ferns curled into listening trumpets, they found the source, or rather, it found them. A creature no taller than a teapot hovered before an enormous nest woven from stolen clock gears, floating teacup handles, and yes, golden honey jars. Its body shimmered like water reflecting a fireworks show, constantly shifting between bird, butterfly, and something made entirely of anxious whispers. Where it fluttered, the air warped here, speeding up time, there reversing it. A chrono sparrow breathed Tamsin, remembering Grindel's tales of time weavers who mended fraying moments. But this one was clearly distressed, its chaotic flight path scattering temporal ripples. Pippet coughed a sympathetic puff of smoke shaped like a question mark. It took 3 days of patient coaxing, and a trail of aniseed stars stolen from the bakery, to earn the creature's trust. They learned its name was Tic-Tac, guardian of the hourglass thicket. "The thicket sands are stuck," it chimed in a voice like a music box running low. "Can't weave time right when the flow's jammed with..." It shuddered, producing an ice cube from thin air that melted into the word worry. The solution required equal parts astronomy and apple pie. While Tic-Tac explained how clogged timeways required alignment of celestial symbols, Pippet recruited the moles to dig up the village's emergency stash of nostalgia crystals, harvested from particularly happy memories. Tamsin mapped the problem using Mr. Bracken's sunflowers as natural sextants, their seeds revealing hidden constellations when arranged in honey. On the night of the stellar syzygy, the entire village gathered. Bakers kneaded dough mixed with stardust, children floated lanterns shaped like second hands, and even Grindel wore a hat strung with chimes. As the moon balanced perfectly on the weathervane's tip, Tic-Tac led the chrono sparrow flock in a dance through the nostalgia crystal lattice Tamsin had hung between the clock tower and the wishing well. With a sound like 1,000 sighs turning into laughter, the hourglass thicket sands began flowing again, though several villagers later swore they saw the grains form smiling faces as they fell. In the honeyed days that followed, Mossglow Hollow discovered unexpected blessings from the temporal turmoil. Widow Mallow's floating teacups became a popular attraction at her new aerial tea service. The firefly honey thief turned out to be an enthusiastic, if sticky, assistant at the general store. And Mr. Bracken's sunflowers now bloomed with petals telling the time in 7 different time zones. As for Tamsin and Pippet, they took to sitting on the clock tower roof, sharing jam tarts with Tic-Tac and watching the sun set right on schedule, but with colors that lingered just a little longer than strictly necessary. Story 3. The old trunk in the attic always smelled of cedar and forgotten summers, its brass latches green with age. On this particular twilight, as amber light streamed through the circular window and turned dust motes into dancing fairies, 12-year-old Clara discovered the quilt. It lay folded beneath a stack of yellowed maps, its patches shimmering faintly like pond water catching moonlight. One square depicted embroidered stars that glowed when her shadow passed over them. Another showed a tiny forest where cloth leaves rustled in an unfelt breeze. But it was the center patch that stole her breath, a perfect circle of midnight blue velvet, cool to the touch and deeper than any mere fabric had a right to be. "Hello," whispered Clara, because the air suddenly tasted of lavender and anticipation. The velvet shimmered. From its depths emerged a silvery thread, winding through the air like a curious serpent before settling in her palm. It pulled gently, insistent as a child's hand tugging hers toward adventure. Thus began Clara's first nocturnal journey. The quilt wrapped itself around her shoulders as she stepped through the attic window into a world where moonlight had pooled liquid thick across the hills. The thread led her down a path bordered by shadow ferns that curled away from her footsteps, revealing pebbles glowing like captive stars. Soon the familiar woods behind her house transformed, trees stretched taller, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed softly, while fireflies arranged themselves into arrow clusters pointing onward. "Lost little wanderer," chirped a voice like twigs snapping underfoot. Perched on a lichen-covered branch was a tawny owl with spectacles balanced precariously on his beak. His feathers ruffled importantly as he added, "I'm Professor Thistle, cartographer of Twilight Roads. You're holding a memory thread, you know, quite rare." Clara blinked. "It came from my grandmother's quilt." "Ah, the starlight quilt," Thistle nodded, adjusting his spectacles. "Weaves connections between heart memories and hidden places, but mine the gaps where threads fray, shadows grow restless." As if summoned, a cold gust carried the sound of whispers unraveling at the edges. The owl's eyes widened. The threadless hollow approaches, stay close. They hurried along as the path began dissolving behind them, Clara's slippers sinking into ground that felt increasingly like cold porridge. Just as the last pebble light flickered out, a new voice cut through the gloom. "Psst, over here, Moonchild." Beneath a mushroom cap the size of a dinner plate crouched a hedgehog, her spines studded with bioluminescent berries. "Name's Bramble," she said, thrusting a tiny lantern into Clara's hand. "This'll keep the shadow moths from nibbling your thread. Now hop on." The mushroom detached itself with a pop, becoming a floating raft that carried them across the sucking mire. Bramble navigated with brisk efficiency, using her quills to pole them past grasping tendrils of fog. "Used to deliver dream packets to sleepers," she explained, batting away a particularly persistent shadow. "Till the hollow started swelling, needs mending, that quilt does." Clara clutched the silvery thread tighter. "How?" But the answer came not from her companions, but from the quilt itself. As they emerged from the hollow into a meadow of luminescent dandelions, the patches began shifting. Scenes bloomed beneath her fingertips, a woman her grandmother, singing to a sapling that grew into a tree within 3 stitches, a bridge made of harmonizing fireflies, a door carved into an ancient oak, its keyhole shaped like a teardrop. "The quilt remembers what the world forgets," murmured Thistle. "But only a true stitcher can repair it." Bramble snorted. "Which means facing the memory keeper. Tricky fellow, that one." The oak door loomed before them, its surface thrumming with low, resonant energy. Clara's thread vibrated in recognition, slipping from her hand to weave itself into the keyhole. With a groan of ancient wood, the door swung open. Inside, floating atop a pool of liquid shadow, was a creature of contradictions. A badger with fur like melted wax, one moment appearing ancient and withered, the next as plump and round as a harvest moon. His voice echoed from multiple directions at once. "Seek you the weaver's needle, many have tried, most unravel." Clara stepped forward, the quilt's edges brushing the pool's surface. Ripples spread, revealing reflections not of the present, but of moments, her grandmother laughing as she sewed by candlelight, Bramble racing through dreamscapes with parcels tied in spider silk, Thistle patiently mapping constellations onto birch bark. "I don't want to unravel anything," Clara said softly. "I want to understand." The memory keeper's form stabilized into that of an old badger, his eyes twin pools of quicksilver. "The quilt frays because those who loved it stopped believing. Stitches come undone when stories go untold." He gestured to the pool, where Clara now saw her own reflection, kneeling by the attic trunk, hastily closing the quilt away after a faint shimmer scared her. Bramble piped up, "She's different, carried the thread proper, didn't she? Even made friends with moldy academics and hedgehog postmen." Thistle hooted in protest, but Clara knelt by the pool. "How do I rekindle the belief?" The memory keeper's paw broke the water's surface, producing a needle forged from frozen starlight. "Stitch your truth into the gaps, but choose wisely. What's woven cannot be unwound." Back through the hollow they raced, the needle blazing a path through darkness. Clara worked as they traveled, patching a tear with the sound of her father's lullabies, mending a frayed edge with the scent of her mother's rosemary bread. Bramble contributed a berry that hummed with dream melodies, while Thistle traced constellations to strengthen weakened seams. Dawn approached as they burst from the woods, the quilt now thrumming with warmth against Clara's chest. In the attic, she spread it gently, gasping as new scenes emerged, their midnight journey woven in silver thread, Bramble's mushroom raft floating in a corner patch, Thistle's spectacles gleaming near the border. The real magic, however, happened that evening. When Clara's parents came to tuck her in, they paused, eyes misty. "This quilt," her mother began. "Grandma's," her father finished, voice thick. I'd forgotten how she'd say it stored stories in the seams. As Clara snuggled beneath its weight, now perfectly warm and light as dandelion fluff, the last patch shimmered, a badger smiling in his pool, one paw raised in farewell. Years later, when Clara added her first patch, a tiny owl and hedgehog drinking tea with a girl under starlight, the quilt hummed approvingly. And if sometimes, on particularly clear nights, children in the village reported seeing a floating mushroom trailing berry light across the sky, well, that's simply how good stories grow. Richer with time, lighter with sharing, brighter with love. Story 4. In the amber-hued village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a week when the teacups began singing. Not the cheerful morning tunes, missus. Butterpost's porcelain set usually chirped, but mournful dirges that made the cream curdle. On Tuesday, every clothesline in the square froze its flapping laundry mid-flutter, shirts and dresses petrified like shy ghosts. By Thursday, the village fountain started flowing upward, droplets ascending toward the clouds like inverted rain. 12-year-old Finch, whose pockets were always full of acorn caps and questions, noticed the patterns first. "It's the wind's doing," she told her companion. A silver-furred fox named Tinderhood arrived one autumn morning with a map painted in dandelion fluff tied to his tail. Together they sat beneath the great hollow oak near the mill pond, where Finch scribbled observations in her notebook. The laundry froze when the east breeze changed to west, the fountain reversed during that odd still hour before dawn, and the teacups. She tapped her pencil against the sketch of spiraling steam. They only sing when someone's about to remember something forgotten. Tinder cocked his head, moonlight catching the constellation of white spots along his back. A soft chime sounded from the bell around his neck, a gift from the village's oldest resident, a hatmaker who spoke in riddles and kept her eyes sewn shut. "Seek the keeper of breath," she told them that morning, her needle flashing as she mended a trilby hat with teeth. "What troubles the lungs of the world will trouble its heart soon after." Their investigation led them to the edge of the Whispering Glen, where ferns unfolded like green scrolls and the air hummed with the sound of distant conversations. Here, between twin birches whose bark shimmered like fish scales, they found the source of the disturbances. A young wind spirit no taller than Finch's knee, its body a swirl of autumn leaves and crumpled stationery. It trembled as it tried to lift a pebble, the stone wobbling inches before clattering down. Each failed attempt made the surrounding air ripple with frustration, explaining the village's odd happenings. "It's practicing," Finch realized, watching the spirit struggle to weave through a circle of toadstools without disturbing their spores. Tinder's ears twitched in agreement. The creature wasn't causing mischief, but fumbling through clumsy lessons, a fledgling breeze learning to carry scents and spin weather vanes. Every mistake sent unintended ripples through Bramble Hollow's delicate magical ecosystem. The solution came not from Finch's notebooks nor Tinder's enchanted bell, but from an unexpected ally, the glen's ancient snapping turtle, Mosscoat, whose algae-dappled shell bore carvings older than the village. Rising from the mill pond with the creaky dignity of a sunken cathedral, he spoke in vowels that tasted of wet stone and lily roots. "Teach it rhythm," he rumbled. "Wind without cadence is chaos. Find what makes its heart keep time." For 3 days and nights, Finch and Tinder worked gently with the spirit. They brought it a music box that played the village lullaby, showed it how dandelion clocks measured hours, and let it listen to the steady heartbeat of the blacksmith's anvil. Slowly the disturbances eased, the fountain's flow softened into a dancer's arch, frozen laundry broke into coordinated waves, and the teacup's songs settled into waltzes that improved the scone recipes. The true breakthrough came when the wind spirit discovered Mosscoat's favorite game, blowing across the turtle's broad back to make the pond algae ripple in patterns. As the spirit grew confident, Bramble Hollow's magic stabilized into new wonders. Rain that smelled of lemon cake, shadows that tidied rooms at twilight, and a dawn chorus sung by every weather vane in perfect harmony. On the morning the disturbances ceased entirely, the villagers found 2 gifts outside their doors, a perfect maple leaf pinned to each threshold with a pine needle, and the lingering sensation of a grateful breeze brushing their cheeks like a shy kiss. Old Mrs. Butterpost's teacups took up a new hobby of gently steaming milk for hot cocoa, while the clotheslines developed a habit of folding laundry into origami shapes when no one was looking. That evening, as Finch tucked her notebook beneath a pillow, for she'd learned certain pages absorbed dream wisdom, Tinder curled at the foot of her bed like a quicksilver comma. Outside, the wind spirit, now a confident zephyr with a crown of milkweed silk, danced through the streets, turning street lamps into temporary constellations and carrying the scent of distant apple orchards to every windowsill. In the quiet that follows solved mysteries, Finch whispered to the moonlit room, "Everyone's learning, aren't they? Spirits and humans and foxes alike." Tinder's answering purr vibrated with agreement, his bell chiming softly as the first snow of winter began falling, each flake shaped like the tiny palm of a breeze, catching starlight as they twirled down to bless the dreaming village. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in autumn light and streams hummed lullabies over polished stones, there existed a hollowed oak known as the Clock of Roots. Its gnarled trunk bore markings that changed with the season's amber lichen blooming in autumn, frost feathers crystallizing in winter, tender moss buds peeking through in spring. Here dwelled Tindra, a silver-furred fox with eyes like molten copper, whose daily patrols along the thimbleberry thickets kept the delicate balance between blossom and thorn, dew and drought. One crisp evening, when the air smelled of wood smoke and ripening persimmons, Tindra noticed the forest's heartbeat had faltered. Crickets fiddled their songs a half-tone too low, and the usually chatty brook flowed in wary silence. Beneath a moon swollen like a pearl, she found the source, the moon-willow, ancient tree whose branches held the first frost of winter in its silver leaves, wept sap as thick and cold as liquid starlight. Its roots, normally glowing with soft bioluminescence, pulsed weakly, causing unseasonal icicles to form on autumn-blackened ferns. "The frost ebb comes too soon," murmured Orlin, a great horned owl whose feathers held patterns of long-forgotten constellations. He perched on a cinnamon-colored branch, talons gently clasping a bundle of dried fireweed, stalks the forest's memory keepers. "When I was a owlet, the elder trees taught that imbalance begins as a whisper before it roars. We must consult the moss keepers." The journey to the moss keeper's glen took them through valleys where twilight lingered in violet pools, past granite stones wearing beards of emerald moss. Tindra's paws sank into carpets of decaying leaves, releasing whispers of summers past, while Orlin's wings stirred the scent of petrichor from feather moss clinging to birch bark. They were joined by Pipit, a hedgehog whose quills held dewdrops like scattered diamonds, and Phelan, a sparrow whose left wing shimmered with iridescence from brushing against a rainbow's edge long ago. In the glen center sat the moss keepers, 3 ancient tortoises, whose shells grew miniature ecosystems of club moss and wood sorrel. Their voices creaked like bending pines. The moonwillow's chill seeps earthward because the fireblooms sleep too deeply. Summer's warmth lingers in their roots, refusing to yield to autumn's call. Pipit twitched her nose, sending dewdrops tinkling like tiny bells. "But fireblooms only wake to hedgehog songs. My grandmother taught me the high notes that stir their corms." She hesitated, quills drooping. "Yet the bloom field lies beyond the thistle maze, and the maze changes when it senses fear." Phelan fluttered to Tindra's shoulder, prismatic wing casting light fractals on the fox's fur. "I'll carry echoes of the dawn chorus to bolster your courage. Even shadows grow gentle when filled with birdsong." The thistle maze at midnight was a labyrinth of shadows and silver, milkweed pods glimmering like hanged lanterns. Tindra led with her nose to the ground, tracking the faintest honeyed scent of dormant fireblooms beneath the thistle's metallic odor. Pipit clung to her back, singing a quavering lullaby in verse notes rising where they should fall, curling where they should straighten. The thistle walls groaned, shifting like disapproving elders, until Phelan released captured melodies, wren trills and oriole whistles woven through with wind chime harmonies from her enchanted wing. When the maze tightened its brambles into a suffocating corridor, Orlin swooped low, scattering fireweed stalks that bloomed into ephemeral flames. "Stories of light," he hooted, as the ghostly fire illuminated a forgotten path of rabbit stones. At the maze's heart blazed a field frozen in time fireblooms, with petals of captured sunlight slumbering in tight crimson spirals. Pipit leapt down, drew a breath smelling of chamomile and courage, and sang. Her song vibrated with the pitch of bumblebee wings, the rhythm of sap rising. One by one, fireblooms unfurled, releasing stored summer warmth in visible golden waves that rolled across the field to meet the moonwillow's creeping frost. Tindra watched the two forces dance summer gold and winter silver twisting into a helix that dissolved into spring-green mist. The moonwillow's roots brightened, its weeping sap now flowing upward to crystallize into protective ice blossoms on its highest twigs. Balance isn't stillness, she realized aloud, but respectful exchange. As the forest's rhythms steadied crickets readjusting their symphonies, maples releasing their first copper, leaves the creatures returned to the clock of roots. Orland tucked a freshly inscribed fireweed stalk into the oak's hollow. Seasons argue, yet hold hands beneath the soil. Pipit slept curled in a nest of firebloom petals, her snores puffing tiny smoke rings that dissolved into fireflies. Phelan preened her magical wing, humming a new melody that would later become next year's dandelion fluff. Tindra kept watch as the first true frost of winter gilded the woods, her breath visible gratitude in the moonlight. Somewhere the mosskeepers dreamed deeply, their shell-bound moss gardens growing a new legend, one about a fox who listened to shivers in the earth, friends who translated fear into music, and a forest that remembered how to hold contradictions gently. Years later, when a young badger would fret over unmelting snowdrops, Tindra would lead them to the moonwillow, now harmoniously half-blossomed with ice flowers and firebloom vines. "The land speaks in needs, not mistakes," she'd say, as they watched a thawing stream carry winter into spring's waiting arms. And high above, a certain sparrow would trill an embellishment to the tale, her prismatic wing riding light across their faces, a living epilogue written in warmth and wonder. Story 6. Once upon a twilight softened by the sigh of departing sunbeams, there lived a curious child named Juniper, whose pockets were always full of wildflower seeds and questions. One evening, as they scattered marigold petals into the brook behind their cottage, they noticed something peculiar. The water had begun flowing upward, carrying golden leaves toward the crown of the nearby whisperwood. With a heart lighter than dandelion fluff, Juniper followed this inverted stream into the trees, where the air hummed with the scent of sugared pine and possibilities. The forest deepened into a cathedral of amber light, where willows dipped their branches into pools of liquid starlight. Here the rules of elsewhere seemed gently unraveled. Caterpillars wore tiny cloaks woven from rainbows, stones chuckled when skipped across water, and the path beneath Juniper's feet shifted like a contented cat, guiding them toward an arched bridge made of interlocking maple keys. Across it lay the Glimmerhold, a valley where twilight never faded, and the hills rolled like the back of a sleeping dragon, blanketed in bioluminescent moss. Juniper's first friend came in the form of a hedgehog named Mallow, whose quills glowed like bottled moonlight. Mallow had been tasked with counting dewdrops on a spiderweb tapestry, but the dew kept transforming into tiny pearls and rolling away. "They're meant to spell tomorrow's weather," Mallow sighed, squinting at a runaway pearl dissolving into mist. Juniper knelt, cupping their hands beneath the web. "Perhaps they're not for counting," they mused, blowing gently. The pearls leaped into the air, forming a constellation that shimmered briefly before spelling gentle rains at dawn. Mallow clapped their tiny paws, offering Juniper a whistle carved from a sunflower stem. "For the bramble maze," they said ominously, vanishing into a thicket. The maze revealed itself an hour later, a towering wall of blackberry vines throbbing with ripe fruit. Each turn brought strange wonders, a fountain where fish composed music by leaping through lily-pad chimes, a grove of trees that grew knitted scarves instead of leaves, and a particularly polite thundercloud offering to water a patch of thirsty violets. Yet the thorns grew denser, and the path began to breathe, narrowing whenever Juniper hesitated. Remembering the whistle, they blew 3 notes. The vines unfurled like yawning cats, revealing a circular clearing where a creature unlike any other waited, a starlight stag, his antlers holding entire galaxies in their branches, his hooves barely touching the earth. "You've journeyed kindly," the stag murmured, his voice like wind through ripe wheat. "But the Glimmerhold tests not just cleverness but courage. Will you climb?" He nodded to a staircase woven from dandelion clocks spiraling up into the indigo sky. Juniper's hands trembled, yet they stepped forward, each fluffy seed head buoying them higher. The wind tugged playfully, trying to steal a giggle, or perhaps a gasp, as the earth dwindled to a quilt of emerald and gold far below. At the final step they found not a peak but a door, a simple thing of birchwood and hinges made offern fronds. Beyond lay the heartspring, a spring bubbling with liquid starlight, tended by creatures of water and light who danced ripples into being. Yet the spring was dimming, its glow choked by thick, creeping vines of shadow. The glimmerhold forgets its own stories, sighed an otter with a coat like melted silver. Without them the light fades. Juniper knelt, sifting through the spring's memories, a century of laughter, a millennium of friendships, the quiet bravery of small creatures facing long nights. One by one they plucked seeds from their pockets, planting each memory in the damp soil. Wildflowers erupted in explosions of color, their petals drinking the shadows until the spring blazed anew. When Juniper returned home via a slide made of apple blossoms, they found their cottage unchanged, save for a new vine curling over the doorframe, heavy with starlit berries. They understood then that courage wasn't a roaring fire, but the quiet act of stepping into the unknown with pockets full of seeds and a heart ready to listen. Years later, when neighbors asked why fireflies nested in Juniper's hair or why their garden bloomed in impossible colors, they'd simply smile and offer a sun-warmed berry. The world's wider than our footsteps, they'd say, but kinder, too, if you remember to whistle. And if children sometimes followed inverted streams into the whisperwood, well, that was a story the glimmerhold hummed to itself on dewy mornings, grateful for curious hearts who knew how to replant the light. Story 7. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical, an owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes. The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Story 8. The old workshop at the end of Maple Lane smelled of cedar shavings and forgotten memories. 12-year-old Clara traced her fingers along the dust-covered workbench where her grandfather had once carved wonders from fallen branches, her breath making little clouds in the chill autumn air. It was here, beneath a tarp draped like a ghost's shroud, that she found the music box shaped like a sleeping fox, its copper hinges green with age, its wooden surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift when she blinked. When Clara wound the tiny key protruding from its side, the fox's eyes flickered open, glowing like captured moonlight. A melody unfolded, not the tinkling chimes she expected, but a low, resonant hum that made the jars of nails on the shelves tremble in harmony. The workshop walls dissolved like sugar in tea, replaced by a twilight forest where trees wore coats of silver moss and fireflies spelled out words in the gathering dark. "You've awoken the Wanderwood," said a voice like rustling parchment. A badger in a waistcoat emerged from behind a toadstool, adjusting his round spectacles. Most unwise, given the circumstances. He gestured to the music box, now floating an inch above Clara's palm, its fox figurine standing alert. "That isn't a toy, it's a map, one that hasn't chosen a keeper in 3 generations." The forest shivered. Flowers closed their petals. Clara noticed the trees leaned away from a distant hill, where the moonlight seemed to curdle into something thick and dark. "What's wrong with this place?" she asked. "The heartwood song is fading," the badger said, his whiskers drooping. "When the last note dies, the Wanderwood will become as ordinary as any grove of oaks. No more whispering leaves, no more roads that lead to tomorrow." He studied Clara. "Your grandfather tried to mend it once. He carried that music box for years, but the forest wouldn't speak to him. Too much sadness in his heart, perhaps." Clara's throat tightened. She remembered Grandpa Silas in his final weeks, staring at the music box with wet eyes, murmuring about unfinished symphonies. She gripped the little fox, its warmth seeping into her fingers. How do we save it? The journey unfolded like the pages of an illuminated manuscript. A moonlit river guided them aboard lily pads, piloted by otters who sang sea shanties. They climbed slopes where stones rearranged themselves into staircases for Clara's human feet, and crossed meadows where the grass parted to reveal mosaics of forgotten stories, each tile a fragment of someone's lost hope or joy. Along the way, companions gathered. A wind spirit named Zephyr, who took the form of a scrap of blue silk and communicated through the scent of rain-soaked earth. A sentient lantern called Wick, his glass flickering with irritation whenever the badger, who insisted on being addressed as Professor Thistle, debated navigation tactics. And always the music box's melody wove through the air, its notes sometimes bright as dewdrops, sometimes trembling like a tear on an eyelash. The trouble began when they reached the singing caves. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, its walls pulsing with bioluminescent fungi. The heartwood's roots lie deep within, said Thistle, eyeing the dark. But the caves rearranged themselves, without the music box's guidance. A discordant shriek cut him off. The fox figurine's glow dimmed as shadowy tendrils seeped from the cave mouth, snuffing out Wick's light and sending Zephyr darting behind Clara's ear. From the darkness emerged a creature of clattering bones and withered vines, a forest spirit bent and snarling. Turn back, it rasped, thorns sprouting from its shoulders. The heartwood's pain is not for mortal hands. Clara's heart hammered. She stepped forward, music box held aloft. The melody stuttered, then swelled as she hummed along, a tune Grandpa Silas had taught her during long afternoons in the workshop. The spirit recoiled, but Clara pressed on, singing louder. Not a song of power, but the lullaby her grandfather had written the summer her grandmother died, full of aching love and quiet endurance. The thorned spirit froze. Its skeletal fingers brushed the music box, and suddenly Clara saw, not a monster, but a guardian curled around a splintered tree trunk, its bark oozing black sap. The vision vanished as the spirit wailed, "It hurts, the rot digs deep and no one listens." That night, while others slept, Clara sat by the campfire studying the music box. The answer came not in a flash, but as a slow dawning, like recognizing a friend's face in a crowd. She woke Thistle. "We've been trying to reach the heartwood," she whispered, "but what if it needs us to hear it first?" Dawn found them at the cave's entrance. Instead of entering, Clara placed the music box on a flat rock. "Play the forest's pain," she told it. The fox cocked its head, then began a new melody, jarring and mournful, filled with gaps where the notes crumbled like rotten wood. Clara added her voice, not to overpower the song, to answer it. Zephyr wove her breath into harmonies, Wick pulsed in rhythm, Thistle tapped out a counterpoint with his claws. The cave trembled. Stone became wood became light, and there stood the heartwood, not a tree, but a great loom woven from roots and starlight, its threads frayed and knotted. The thorn spirit crouched at its base, now small and shivering. "Forgive me," it wept. "I tried to protect it." Clara knelt, music box humming between them. "You don't need to protect it alone." Gently, she placed her palm against the loom. Images flooded her mind, Grandpa Silas as a young man, weeping into the music box after his wife's death, the forest absorbing his grief until its own songs grew heavy, decades of silence festering into rot. "Oh," Clara breathed. "You've been holding everyone's sorrow. That's why the melodies faded. You couldn't carry both the joy and the pain." The solution was a chorus. Clara taught the guardians to weave sorrow into the music, rather than let it fester. Zephyr carried threads of lost love to be spun into protective tapestries, Wick illuminated darkened corners with memories of laughter. Thistle catalogued every mended note in a ledger of birch bark. And Clara, her hands steady as her grandfather's once were, restrung the loom with melodies made stronger by their scars. When the last knot smoothed, the wanderwood exhaled. Dawn poured through the canopy like liquid gold, birds stitching the sky with iridescent thread. The thorned spirit, now a youthful dryad with hair of willow fronds, pressed an acorn into Clara's hand. "For when you need reminding," she said, smiling. The return journey felt shorter. Maple Lane's workshop welcomed Clara, with sunbeams dancing through freshly cleaned windows. The music box sat proudly on the restored workbench, its fox curled peacefully, though sometimes, when moonbeams struck it just so, Clara swore she saw its tail wag. Professor Thistle visited often, complaining about the otter's terrible singing. Zephyr took up residence in Clara's scarf, and Wick became the workshop's nightlight, his glow softer now, content. The acorn grew into a sapling near the forest's edge, its leaves humming when the wind stirred them, a living bridge between two worlds. Years later, when a frightened boy with a broken pocket watch stumbled into her shop, Clara smiled. She served peppermint tea, listened to his story of frozen timepieces and missed birthdays, and placed the music box between them. The fox yawned awake, its melody weaving through the boy's trembling words. Somewhere beyond the window, the wanderwood's leaves rustled in approval, ready to turn another page. Story 9. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gretharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Story 10. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled like question marks against the twilight sky. It was here that a flaxen-haired girl named Mira discovered her palms could warm frostbitten flowers back to life one brittle winter morning. She'd been whispering secrets to a frozen bluebell when tendrils of steam began rising from its icy casing, petals unfurling like tiny hands reaching for sunlight. "Best keep that close to your heart, little ember," advised her grandmother that evening, stirring a pot of lavender-infused honey milk by the hearth. The firelight caught the silver strands in her hair as she nodded to the window where the first star blinked awake. Not all magic loves the light of day. Mira's secret became a living thing beneath her woolen scarves, glowing brighter each time she revived fallen fledglings or mended cracked maple branches with her touch. But it was the arrival of the ghost-winged moths that truly changed everything, pale creatures fluttering through her bedroom window one balmy summer night, their bodies translucent as candle smoke, leaving trails of bioluminescent dust on her quilt. Their guides breathed a voice like rustling parchment. Mira sat bolt upright, clutching her patchwork blanket. Perched on her cedarwood dresser was a red fox with fur the color of autumn's first blush, one ear tipped in snow-white fur. His eyes held the patient stillness of stone circles older than the village itself. "The frost-spire moths haven't crossed the veil in 80 winters," the fox continued, tail sweeping through a moonbeam. "They're calling you to the glimmering hollow." Thus began their pilgrimage through the weeping willows behind Mira's home, where the trees parted like courtiers before a queen. Mothlight dappled their path as they descended into a cavern pulsing with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Stalactites dripped liquid opal onto Mira's cheeks, each cool splash filling her mind with fractured visions. A silver sapling with leaves like shattered mirrors, a well where water flowed upward into the stars, a bridge made of spider silk spanning a ravine of singing shadows. "This is the knotwood," the fox murmured as they emerged into a forest where trees grew in spirals, their bark etched with glowing runes. "Where every root is tangled with another world's sky." But the hollow's magic was fraying. They found the Celestine River running backward, fish swimming through air above its dried bed. Clockwork badgers clicked in confusion, winding keys protruding from their brass flanks. Worst of all was the wispwillow tree at the forest's heart, its crystalline branches dimmed to smoky quartz, leaves crumbling like burnt paper. "The heartstone's gone dark," said the fox, nosing a hollow in the tree's roots where a gem should have pulsed. "Without it, the knotwood will unravel into the human world by tomorrow's moonrise." Mira pressed her palm to the empty socket. A vision seared her mind, a raven-haired boy with a crown of holly, burying the glowing stone beneath a cairn to protect it from thundering hooves and flaming arrows. "The war of shattered crowns," she gasped, withdrawing her hand. Someone hid it during the Fey Wars. Their quest led them to the court of mirrored tears, a palace of liquid silver guarded by herons with human eyes. The boy king's ghost awaited them in a hall of frozen chandeliers, his translucent fingers tracing battle maps in the frost. "The heartstone sleeps where shadow and song marry," he intoned, voice echoing with centuries of loneliness. "Seek the weaver of thresholds." 3 trials awaited them beneath the weeping willows. First, the trial of echoes, where Mira had to distinguish her true voice from a chorus of mocking reflections in a canyon of singing stones. The fox nipped her sleeve as she nearly answered a duplicate, crying, "I'm worthless," whispering instead, "I'm enough," until the cliffs blushed rose gold. Next, the trial of roots, requiring them to navigate a maze of carnivorous sweetgum trees by listening to their mycelial lullabies. Mira pressed her ear to pulsating fungi, translating their warnings of "left where the lichen glows blue," and "beware the sinkhole that dreams of swallowing stars." Finally, the trial of whispers in a valley, where wind carried the unspoken fears of everyone they'd ever loved. Mira heard her grandmother's secret terror of outliving her family, the fox's dread of being forgotten, her own quiet worry that her magic made her a stranger in both worlds. They lit a bonfire of juniper branches, watching anxieties turn to ash on the updraft. The weaver emerged at dawn from a waterfall of suspended raindrops, her cloak stitched from the golden hour itself. "The heartstone lies where shadow and song marry," she hummed, carding fingers through sunbeams that chimed like glass chimes. "In the throat of the mountain that dreams." Mira understood first. The singing caverns, where stalagmites ring like bells when struck. They raced against the disintegrating stars as the knotwood unraveled, trees dissolving into equations, streams evaporating into musical notation. The caverns roared with a planetary hymn as they entered, walls vibrating with primeval melodies. There, in a natural stone lyre, pulsed the heartstone, its light choked by creeping void vines. It's been poisoned by loneliness, the fox realized. Magic dies when stories aren't shared. Mira pressed both hands to the stone. Instead of forcing her warmth, she poured memories into the gem. Grandmother's honey milk, the first snowflake melting on her tongue, her father teaching her constellations through their cottage rafters. The fox added his own, the taste of winter's first apple, the joy of finding a name, kestrel, whispered by a passing wind, the quiet pride in guiding lost souls home. The heartstone blazed like a newborn star. As they returned it to the wispwillow, the forest bloomed in reverse, saplings surging upward, streams knitting back into liquid ribbons, constellations sewing themselves into the firmament. The boy king's ghost smiled as he faded, holly crown blossoming with white roses. The hollow needed mortal hands as much as magic, Kestrel mused as they stood at the vale's edge. Moths danced around them in spirals, spelling ancient thanks. "You've mended the bridge between worlds." Mira glanced back at the knotwood, now thrumming with vitality. "Will I ever return?" The fox bumped his head gently against her knee. "Whenever you hear frost singing on window panes, or find a story hidden in firelight, we'll be there." Years later, village children would gather at Mira's feet, as she spun tales of ghost-winged moths and forests growing through reality's cracks. Her own daughter's laughter rang like silver bells when Kestrel appeared one twilight, now with a mate and 3 kits whose eyes held entire galaxies. "It's your turn," Mira whispered, pressing a kiss to the child's brow as the fox family led her into the weeping willows. Behind them, the grandmother's cottage glowed warm as a hearthstone, its chimney smoke curling into spirals that mirrored the knotwood's sacred trees. And high above, the stars themselves seemed to shift closer, listening for the next chapter. Story 11. The Whisperwood Music Box. In a valley cupped like a jewel between ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there lay a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread. The cottages there had roofs of mossy thatch and walls of honey-colored stone, and in the smallest of these lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of chestnut bark and eyes like twilight. Her hands were always stained with ink from sketching the world around her, the frosted cobwebs in the hedgerows, the blush of apricot sunsets, the fireflies that winked in the meadows at dusk. But Leela's favorite thing to draw was music. Not the notes themselves, but the way they felt, the ripple of a lullaby, the sparkle of a fiddle's laugh, the velvet sigh of a cello's low song. One crisp autumn afternoon, while scuffing through the forest in search of scarlet maple leaves to press, Leela stumbled upon a curious sight. Half buried in a cradle of tree roots was a small wooden box, its surface carved with spirals that seemed to shift when she blinked. It hummed faintly, as if a distant choir sang inside it. When she brushed away the dirt, the lid sprang open, and from within rose a tiny porcelain ballerina, her gown painted with starlight. As she spun, a melody unfurled, a tune like wind chimes made of moonlight, so hauntingly beautiful that Layla's breath caught. But then, something stranger happened. The trees around her shivered. Their bark softened into velvet, their branches dipped like dancers bowing, and between their trunks a path appeared where none had been before. It was paved with pebbles that glowed faintly blue, winding deeper into the forest. The music box's song grew louder, pulling at Layla like a gentle hand. She tucked the box under her arm and followed. The path led her to a grove where the air smelled of cinnamon and damp earth. Here the trees wore cloaks of bioluminescent lichen, and mushrooms pulsed like amber lanterns. In the center stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that shimmered like liquid silver. As Leela stepped closer, the music box's melody twined with a new sound, a soft, raspy voice singing in a language she didn't know. "Ah," said the voice, "you found the key, I see." Leela whirled. Perched on a toadstool was a creature no taller than her elbow, with velvety brown fur, a tail like a paintbrush, and ears that tapered into delicate points. His eyes were two pools of molten gold, and he held an acorn cap filled with dewdrop tea. "I'm Fig," he said, bowing, "keeper of the Whisperwood, and you've just awakened the gateway melody." He nodded at the music box. "That hasn't hummed in 100 years. "The gateway to what?" Leela asked, her heart pattering like rain on petals. Fig sipped his tea. "To the world between the notes, the place where music lives before it's born. Come, you'll want to see this." He hopped down and scurried toward the stone circle. When Leela hesitated, the music box's song swelled encouragingly. She stepped into the circle, and the world blurred. When her vision cleared, Leela stood in a twilight meadow. The sky was a tapestry of indigo and plum, strewn with constellations that drifted like dandelion fluff. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through the grass, and the air thrummed with 1,000 overlapping melodies, flutes trilling like birds, drums beating like hearts, strings sighing like the wind. All around her floated translucent shapes, wispy, glowing creatures that swooped and twirled. Some resembled birds with feathered harps for wings, others looked like otters made of cello strings, rolling in the starlight rivers. "The symphony fields," Fig said, appearing beside her. "This is where every song, every rhythm, every hum ever imagined begins. Those wisps are musics, the spirits of unborn melodies. They're drawn to the music box's song. It's one of the few human-made things powerful enough to bridge our worlds." "But why did it call to me?" Leela whispered. Fig's ears twitched. "Because you listen differently. Most humans hear only the surface of music. He tapped her sketchbook, which she hadn't realized she'd brought. "You see its soul." As he spoke, a shadow passed over the field. The music scattered like startled sparrows. The melodies around them faltered, their notes fraying at the edges. From the western horizon crept a creeping, ashen mist that dulled the starlight rivers and turned the grass brittle. Fig's tea sloshed in his acorn cap. "Oh dear, it's worse than I feared." "What is that?" Leela clutched the music box tighter. "The silence," Fig said grimly. "It's been spreading for months. It drains the music's magic, leaving them hollow. If it covers the symphony fields, no new music will ever reach your world. Lullabies, symphonies, even the songs birds sing at dawn, gone." Leela's throat tightened. "Can we stop it?" We must. Fig plucked a whisker, which transformed into a flute the size of a twig. But we'll need help. The silence is too strong for one music or even 100. We must find the heartwood harp, an ancient instrument that can harmonize the entire fields, but no one's seen it in centuries. It's hidden in the Glimmer Grotto, guarded by the starlit sentinel. Then let's go, Leela said, surprising herself. Fig smiled. I hoped you'd say that. Their journey took them through wonders Layla could never have dreamed. They crossed a bridge of crystallized birdsong, each step releasing a chirp or warble. They sheltered in a cave where the walls rippled with ancestral drum beats and drank from a spring that tasted like the first chord of a love song. Along the way they gathered allies. Alder, a lumbering, moss-covered stone giant whose laughter sounded like a landslide of church bells. He carried them on his shoulders through a valley of singing sands. Pip, a mischievous music who resembled a fox made of banjo twangs. He scouted ahead, his form flickering as he sampled half-formed melodies. Thistle, a tiny, thorny sprite with a voice like a reed flute, who wove protective lullabies around them as they slept. But the silence pursued them. It swallowed landscapes whole, leaving behind a soundless, scentless, colorless void. Once Pip ventured too close to its edge. When he returned, his twangs were muted, his light dimmed. Leela nursed him with a lullaby from the music box, which slowly restored his glow. The music box's song is pure creation, Fig explained. It reminds the musics what they're meant to be. After 3 days, or what felt like days, time moved differently here. They reached the Glimmer Grotto. Its entrance was a waterfall of liquid opal, cascading without a sound. Behind it lay a tunnel lined with geodes that pulsed in time to Layla's heartbeat. At the tunnel's end stood the starlit sentinel, a being of shifting constellations, with a stag's antlers and eyes like collapsing stars. Who seeks the heartwood harp? It boomed, its voice vibrating in Layla's bones. Fig stepped forward. Travelers fighting the silence, we beg your aid. The sentinel lowered its head until its nose nearly touched Layla. The harp answers only to one who understands music's true nature. What is music, little human? Leela thought of her mother's humming as she kneaded bread dough, of the village fiddler playing at weddings and wakes, of her own sketches trying to trap fleeting beauty on paper. It's a bridge, she said slowly. Between hearts, between worlds, it's how we share things too big for words. The sentinel studied her. Then it reared back and struck the ground with a hoof. The cavern trembled, and from the earth rose the heartwood harp. Its frame was woven from living roots, its strings from beams of sunlight. Play, the sentinel commanded. Leela's hands shook as she plucked a string. The note hung in the air, glowing like a firefly. She played another, then another, letting her fingers wander as if she were sketching. The notes wove into a song she didn't recognize, or maybe she did. It was the village lullabies, the creek's babble, the crackle of hearths, all spun into a single melody. The sentinel bowed. The harp is yours. Returning to the symphony fields, they found the silence had claimed half the meadow. Musics huddled in the untouched areas, their light guttering. Leela mounted the heartwood harp on Alder's back, its strings glowing as she played. Fig conducted with his flute, Thistle wove countermelodies with her thorny voice, and Pip danced through the ranks of musics, rallying them. One by one, the musics joined in. Alder's bell laughter became a bass line, Thistle's lullabies turned to violins, Pip's twangs transformed into a jaunty tambourine. The music box placed at the harp's base pulsed like a metronome. The song swelled, a tsunami of sound and light. It crashed against the silence, and where they met, colors exploded, cobalt, saffron, emerald. The ashen mist recoiled, unraveling at the edges. Leela played until her fingers bled, until the silence shriveled to a shadow, then a wisp, then nothing. the symphony fields blazed brighter than ever. Music spiraled joyously, their healed melodies weaving new songs that would soon drift into the human world. A shepherd's whistle in the Alps, a child's first piano lesson, a sailor's shanty on the midnight sea. "You'll stay, won't you?" Pip begged as they stood at the stone circle gateway. "We could use a guardian of bridges." Leela smiled but shook her head. "My bridge is there." She nodded to the human world beyond. "But I'll be back often." Fig handed her the music box. "Keep this close, it's yours now." As Leela stepped through the gateway, dawn was breaking over her village. She slipped into her cottage, where her mother still slept. The music box, when she opened it, played a softer tune now, a mix of the symphony field's magic and her own heartbeat. Years later, villagers would speak of the reclusive artist who lived in the mossy cottage, whose drawings seemed to hum with hidden music. They'd tell of children who'd followed a blue-glowing path into the woods and returned with stories of a music fox and a stone giant, of lullabies that healed scuffed knees and bruised hearts. And if sometimes on the edge of sleep they heard a ballerina's song drifting through an open window, they'd smile and say, "That's Leela's music. Makes you dream brighter, doesn't it?" But Leela herself, now gray-haired and stooped, would sit by her fire, sketching a golden-eyed creature sipping tea. And when the music box's song mingled with the cricket's chorus, she'd whisper, "Play on, Fig, play on." The end. Story 12. The stars above the desert moon of Krillian burned cold and blue, casting long shadows across the dunes, where two figures huddled beneath the skeletal remains of an ancient starship. Zyxer, a six-limbed crystalline being from the methane glaciers of Zenthar, adjusted his light-refracting cloak with a soft chime. Across from him, puffs of iridescent steam rose from the breathing vents of Threep, a gelatinous aquatic diplomat from the ocean world Maramel, who currently resembled a quivering mound of lavender jelly. Their first meeting had been disastrous. Zyxer's attempt at a friendly greeting, a precise pattern of prism flashes, was misinterpreted by Threep as challenge of territorial dominance. Threep's reciprocal display of color-shifting epidermis triggered Zyxer's defensive photon scatter, temporarily blinding 3 nearby cargo drones. Now they sat marooned together, their escape pods having crashed into this wasteland during the Galactic Summit's unexpected pirate attack. "The hydration reservoir," Threep burbled mournfully through translation pendant, their form flattening into a despondent puddle. "The impact cracked my osmotic sustainment tank. Without liquid replenishment, I'll crystallize by sunrise." Zyxer's core gemstone pulsed amber in concern. He extended a faceted limb, the tip glowing softly. "This Rex emergency beacon is non-functional, but my people store memories in light patterns if we can amplify my bioluminescence through that broken comms array." The Zentharian gestured toward the ship's jagged spire, where durasteel petals hung like metallic leaves. As night deepened, they worked in halting collaboration. Threep extruded translucent tendrils to hold components steady while Zyxer's precision light cutters repaired circuitry. When Zyxer faltered trying to interpret a Terran-made fusion cell, Threep's neural cilia instinctively rearranged the wiring into fractal configurations. You think in fluid dynamics," Zyxer observed, watching equations resolve like eddy currents in Threep's semi-transparent body. "And you see solutions in angular refractions," Threep replied, admiring how Zyxer bent starlight into a makeshift soldering laser. A shared hum of appreciation vibrated between them, the Zentharian's crystalline resonance harmonizing with the Maramalian's watery oscillations. Dawn brought twin disasters. Acidic sandstorms brewed on the horizon, while Threep's form began developing worrying opacities. "The signal needs height," Zyxer clinked urgently, eye stalks drooping as his own energy reserves dimmed. Without warning, Threep engulfed the sputtering beacon in their body, using natural buoyancy to float it upward while filtering sand through specialized membranes. Stabilize the light. Threep gurgled as their form started solidifying. Zyxer poured his remaining luminance into the beacon, memories flashing through the beam, his first fractal ice harvest, the liquid song of Zenthar's auroras, and new memories forming of bioluminescent patterns dancing across a lavender surface. The amplified signal arced skyward just as Threep's outer layers turned brittle. Zyxer did something unprecedented, shattering off a fragment of his own crystalline arm to create makeshift hydration shards. Your osmotic systems can process frozen methane, he chimed anxiously, arranging the glowing ice chips around Threep. The rescue team found them hours later, a partially crystallized mammalian curled protectively around a dimmed Zentharian, their combined chemical reactions creating delicate snowflake patterns in the surrounding sand. During the medbay recovery, while technicians clucked over unauthorized species treatment methods, something remarkable happened. Threep, during regrowth phase, developed light-sensitive chromatophores. Zyxer, healing in saline solution, found his new arm growing flexible aquatic cilia. You've become... Threep pulsed warm gold tones. A bridge, Zyxer completed, his prismatic display now including mammalian emotion colors. When the Galactic Council later tried to honor their heroic coexistence, both refused. The real discovery, Threep rippled during their joint statement, was realizing friendship isn't about understanding another's world, but treasuring the spaces where your worlds overlap. Now when summit delegates see a certain crystalline diplomat practicing fluid dynamics, or a renowned mammalian envoy studying light harmonics, they smile. And somewhere above Krillian, if you know how to look, there's a new constellation, twin beacons pulsing in perfect sync, guiding travelers through the dark. Story 13. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills that whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a shy girl named Leela, with ink-stained fingers from mending books at the library. Her days were measured by the scent of aged paper and the soft creak of wooden shelves, until the afternoon she discovered the Candlewick cabinet, an ornate wooden box hidden behind a tapestry of woven starlight in the library's oldest wing. Within lay 9 candles, each sculpted from a different material, one of frosted moonlight, another of amber resin holding a trapped honeybee, a third that appeared to be carved from a single curling maple leaf. The first candle ignited with a flame the color of peach blossoms when Leela whispered her loneliness to it. Smoke coiled into the shape of a dormouse with silver-rimmed spectacles, who introduced himself as Wickert, keeper of unfinished conversations. Every unlit candle holds a story paused mid-breath, he explained, his whiskers trembling with urgency. The storm flame is dying, we need your listening heart to complete the tales before its light fades. Their journey through the candle realms unfolded like pages in an illuminated manuscript. The maple leaf candle carried them to a forest where trees grew upside down, roots cradling crystal weather vanes that chimed warnings of approaching sorrow. Here they met Madame Zephyrine, a heron-shaped wind who wore scarves made of falling cherry blossoms and taught Leela to decipher the language of creaking branches. The honeybee candle revealed an overgrown garden guarded by stone lions with lichen maned, where a clay golem named Thistlewise rearranged constellations in a koi pond to predict tomorrow's moods. Each realm presented riddles woven from half-remembered dreams. In the realm of the moth-wing candle, Leela soothed a river that had forgotten its course by humming lullabies it once sang to minnows. The obsidian candle's domain, a library built inside a sleeping giant's memories, required her to shelve sorrows alphabetized by the weight of their sighs. Through it all, the storm flame, a candle of swirling aquamarine wax that crackled with miniature lightning, grew dimmer, its wick fraying like a torn symphony. The crisis came when they reached the 9th candle, its form shifting between smoke and marble. Here dwelled the weaver of silences, a being composed of all the words never spoken. The storm flame isn't dying, the weaver revealed, voice like pages turning in an empty room. It's lonely. Long ago it lit every hearth in your village, connecting homes through shared stories, but as people stopped gathering to listen. Layla's solution came not through grand spells, but through the quiet wisdom of a librarian. She placed the storm flame in the village square and lit it with embers from all 9 candles: the maple leaf's resilience, the honeybee's diligence, the moth wing's adaptability. As villagers gathered, drawn by flames that danced like storytelling hands, Leela began weaving tales from the candle realms. With each shared laugh and nodded understanding, the storm flame grew brighter, its light knitting together the frayed edges of forgotten connections. In the end, the Candlewick cabinet remained in the library, now holding 9 new candles formed from the village's mended bonds. Leela still tended books, but often paused to trace the candle-shaped constellation that appeared above the shelves on quiet nights. Children noticed their parents listening more carefully to bedtime stories, and old friends reunited over cups of tea that steamed in patterns resembling a certain dormouse's whiskers. The storm flame's light, now burning steady in the square, occasionally still flickered not from fading, but in quiet laughter whenever someone rediscovered the magic of a story told face to face, heart to heart, under the gentle watch of candles that remembered how to listen. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willow branches trailed like silver hair in the wind and foxglove bells hummed secrets to the bees, there existed a glade known only to the creatures who called the forest home. Here the air shimmered with the breath of ancient magic, a place where autumn leaves pirouetted in midair long after falling, and winter's first snowflake always landed precisely atop the oldest pine cone. It was said that the grove's guardian, a venerable tortoise named Orlin, carried the weight of seasons in the moss-crusted patterns of his shell. But this year the forest's rhythm had begun to falter. One crisp evening, as fireflies wove constellations through the ferns, a young hedgehog named Tansy trundled along a path of moonlit pebbles. Her quills trembled not from cold, but from unease. She'd noticed the sycamore's leaves turning gold and falling too soon, only for new buds to swell and wither unopened. The brook's song had grown hoarse, its waters clouded with silt, and the air carried a metallic tang that made the squirrels sneeze. Worst of all, the starfire comet, whose annual passage once painted the night sky in ripples of amethyst light, had failed to appear. Without its glow, the seasonal guardians couldn't perform their celestial dance to shift the weather. Tansy found Orlin at the edge of the glade, his amber eyes half closed in contemplation. "The balance phrase," he rumbled, voice like roots shifting deep underground. "Long ago, when the comet first graced our skies, the forest elders placed a fragment of its light in the grove of echoing roots. That shard's glow has dimmed, and without it the seasons cannot hear each other's voices." He nudged a maple seed toward her with one weathered claw. "But small paws may tread where ancient shells cannot. Seek the shard, little one, and take care, it is guarded by memories." Thus began Tansy's journey, joined by companions drawn together by the forest's whispered pleas. A lantern-bearing firefly named Pip, whose wings hummed with the warmth of 100 summer dusks. A rabbit called Bramble, whose ears could hear the first sigh of dawn before the sun breached the horizon. And a young stag named Rowan, whose antlers bore velvet as soft as thistledown, yet could part tangled vines as deftly as a blacksmith's blade. Their path wound through valleys where frost blossoms bloomed in defiance of August heat, and over hills where shadows moved independently of their owners. In the hollow of half-light they encountered the first trial, a bridge of spider silk spanning a ravine, its threads glistening with dew. "Trust the weaver's craftsmanship," Pip advised, illuminating strands older than the oldest oak. Bramble trembled but stepped forward, her paws finding rhythm in the bridge's sway. "It sings," she realized. The threads remember the songs of every creature who's crossed. Tansy closed her eyes, letting the vibrations guide her, a symphony of fox kit's laughter, owl-wing beats, and the patient scrape of snails' trails. Deeper in the woods, they faced the Chamber of Whispers, a cave where stalactites dripped liquid moonlight. Rowan's antlers brushed the ceiling, scattering prismatic shards across the walls. "The shard isn't here," Tansy murmured, sniffing the damp air. "But listen," Bramble twitched her ears. The droplets' plinks formed words. To mend the broken, seek the unspoken. Pip's light caught a crevice where a single white feather lay, its veins etched with runes. A swan's quill. Rowan breathed. "They say these can write truths the tongue cannot bear." Tansy tucked it carefully into her quills, sensing its weight held more than ink. At last, in the grove of echoing roots, they found the shard, a jagged crystal pulsating weakly atop a pedestal of intertwined birch and ash. But as Tansy approached, the ground shuddered. From the soil rose specters of the forest's past, the ghostly silhouette of a wolf pack lost to forgotten winters, a grove of trees felled by long-ago storms, their leaves sighing with regret. "The shard holds their memories," Pip realized. "To restore its light, we must honor their stories." One by one, the companions offered gifts. Bramble nibbled a circle of clover, weaving a crown for the wolf spirits. Rowan shed a tuft of antler velvet to blanket the fallen trees. Pip danced a spiral of light, retelling tales of frost and fire, while Tansy used the swan's quill to etch their names into the earth. As the last rune glowed, the crystal flared, not with the cold blaze of a star, but the gentle radiance of dappled sunlight through new leaves. The return journey was a blur of rushing wind and laughter. They placed the rejuvenated shard in the heart of Orland's glade just as the first snow began to fall, a snowfall that smelled of lavender and freshly turned soil. High above, the Starfire comet streaked across the heavens, its light weaving tapestries of cerulean and gold. The seasonal guardians emerged, spring's avatar, a heron with feathers of cherry blossoms, summer, a bear whose fur shimmered like wheat fields, autumn, a fox with a coat of maple flames, and winter, an owl with eyes like glacial pools. Together they danced, a swirling ballet of mist and starlight, until the forest exhaled in relief, its rhythm restored. Years later, when Tansy's own quills had silvered, and Pip's glow warmed a new generation of fireflies, the creatures would gather beneath the comet's glow to retell the tale. They'd speak of bridges that sang, caves that whispered, and the enduring truth that even the smallest heart could mend the fractures of the world, not by force, but by listening to the stories hidden in the roots, the wind, and the spaces between heartbeats. And in the deepest hollows of the whispering woods, if one pressed an ear to the moss, they might still hear the echo of four friends' footsteps, a soft, syncopated rhythm that reminded the trees to grow, the rivers to flow, and the stars to keep their ancient promises. Story 15. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl with autumn in her hair, copper curls that frizzled in the mist, named Leela. Each morning she traced the same path through Moss Grove Hollow, memorizing the freckles of lichen on ancient oaks and the exact spot where sunlight dripped through the canopy like honey. Change curled at the edges of her world like browned parchment, the way the blacksmith's son had outgrown his laughter, how the bakery's cinnamon buns no longer tasted precisely as they had when her mother was alive. But the greatest shift came when the silverwood forest beyond her window began altering. Trees that once stood as steadfast as grandfather clocks now shimmered with unfamiliar blossoms. Streams charted new courses overnight. And Leela's chest tightened each dawn, as if her ribs were vines resisting a trellis. One twilight, as fireflies scribbled golden notes in the air, Leela found the maple outside her cottage weeping sap like amber tears. Its leaves, usually a bold crimson in autumn, hung dull and gray. "You feel it too, don't you?" she whispered, pressing her palm to its trunk. The bark pulsed faintly, like a tired heartbeat. That night she dreamt of roots coiling around her ankles, anchoring her to a land being rewritten. The village elder, a woman with hands mapped by decades of herb growing named Granny Marin, found Leela scowling at a patch of moonflowers that had bloomed 3 weeks early. "They're wrong," Leela muttered, plucking a silken petal. Granny Marin's laugh crinkled like paper. Wrong, or simply unexpected. From her apron pocket, she produced a spool of thread that glimmered like trapped starlight. "The forest mirrors what we carry inside, child. Perhaps it's not the world that needs steadying, but your own wild heart." Leela's journey began where the cobblestones dissolved into earth. The Silverwood's entrance now arched with wisteria that hadn't existed a week prior, petals the violet of twilight's last sigh. Her boots sank into moss as thick as a baker's dough, releasing the scent of damp secrets. Deep in the grove she encountered Thistle, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops even at noon. He nibbled blackberries nearby, watching her with eyes like polished chestnuts. "You're holding your breath," he observed, voice a rustle of dry leaves. "Trees can't grow if someone's always clutching their roots." Days later, halfway up a slope carpeted in bluebells, Lyra met Willow, a great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of storm clouds. Perched on a branch, she blinked slowly. "You mourn changes, yet resist seeing beyond your own shadow." Willow's talons opened, releasing a single acorn. It sprouted before Leela's eyes, roots threading the soil, leaves unfurling like green flags. A seed cannot bargain with the soil. It either grows or remains a prisoner of its shell. The turning point arrived in a clearing where the air hummed with unseen magic. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, bark like molten silver, branches heavy with translucent fruits glowing from within. Leela reached instinctively, then froze. What if it's different? What if it's not for me? Her pulse fluttered, a caged bird. "Breathe, little sapling." Granny Marin emerged, her presence as comforting as a hearth. She placed a weathered hand over Layla's. "Every leaf must release the branch to dance. Every root must split stone to drink." Together they touched the silver bark. The fruit warmed beneath Layla's fingers, its light intensifying until the clearing drowned in radiance. Visions flickered, her mother planting forget-me-nots that still bloomed by the well, the blacksmith's son teaching his own child to skip stones, herself, years hence, weaving crowns of ivy for wide-eyed youngsters. The tree's voice resonated, deep and ancient. "You mourn the setting sun, yet deny the dawn. Let go and see what grows." When the light faded, Layla stood clutching a seed, a tiny, ordinary thing. But the clearing now brimmed with life. Bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed gently, ferns curled like sleeping dragons, and the air tasted of possibility. Returning home, she planted the seed by her window. It sprouted overnight into a sapling with leaves that shifted hues with her moods, sapphire when contemplative, gold when joyous. The Silverwood's transformations continued, but Leela now noticed patterns beneath the chaos. How the restless creek sculpted stone into art, how fallen logs cradled new fungi. She began collecting unexpected treasures, a feather dipped in sunset hues, a stone veined with opal, displaying them on her windowsill. Villagers whispered that the girl who once scowled at dandelion fluff now laughed as it tickled her nose. On the first frost-kissed morning of winter, Leela found Granny Marin weaving a tapestry by the hearth. The loom clicked rhythmically, threads intertwining, deep greens, daring scarlets, patient blues. "It's not finished," the elder said, eyes twinkling. "Nor will it ever be. That's the beauty of it." Leela added her own thread, spun from her sapling's leaves, watching it blend seamlessly into the ever-changing design. That night, as Leela drifted to sleep, the Silverwood sang through her open window, a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. Her copper curls, now streaked with silver from the magic tree's touch, fanned across the pillow. Outside, her sapling had grown into a young tree, its branches cradling a nest where 2 sparrows slept, beaks tucked under wings. The forest continued its gentle dance of transformation, and Leela, no longer an observer but a participant, whispered to the dark, "Grow, change, become." And somewhere in the starlit hollow, a gray leaf finally released its branch, spiraling down to nourish the waiting earth. Story 16. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into stories against the twilight sky, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol, with eyes the color of storm-brewed tea. Her days were spent mending fishing nets with her grandfather and collecting seashells that whispered ocean secrets when held to the ear. But it was in the cobwebbed corner of the old boathouse that she discovered the object that would unravel the ordinary, a compass carved from moon-bleached whalebone, its needle spinning like a dervish even when held completely still. One crisp autumn evening, as maple leaves performed their final waltz before winter, the compass led Marisol beyond the familiar path of firefly-lit docks. Its bone-white arrow quivered toward the whispering woods, where trees grew in spiral patterns and the air hummed with half-remembered melodies. Wrapped in her grandmother's patchwork shawl, which smelled faintly of cinnamon and unfinished knitting projects, Marisol stepped into the grove where shadows danced just out of rhythm with the light. The trees parted to reveal a cottage balanced on chicken legs, its thatched roof blooming with night-blooming jasmine. From within came the clatter of clay pots and a voice like a rusty hinge singing off-key sea shanties. The door creaked open to reveal a badger in a gardener's apron, spectacles perched precariously on his wet black nose. "Late for tea, early for revelations," he harumphed, wiping soil-stained paws on his apron. "But since you've brought the wandering compass, I suppose you'll be wanting answers with your chamomile." Thus began Marisol's tutelage under Thaddeus the Verdant, last keeper of the rooted library, a living archive where books grew as blossoms on underground vines. Each morning she learned to read histories written in the concentric circles of tree stumps. Afternoons were spent brewing memory tea from leaves that changed flavor with one's mood. The batch made after she burned the scones tasted distinctly of apology and blueberries. But as frost patterns began etching their lacework on the windows, the compass grew restless again, its needle quivering toward the cloud-padded mountains where the starless river carved through stone. Their journey upward through the shivering cold introduced them to Oletta, a mountain hare, whose fur shifted colors with the aurora borealis, and who carried a carpet bag containing an entire apothecary's shop. "Trouble brews where water forgets its song," she warned, producing a vial of liquid starlight that glowed in time with Marisol's quickening heartbeat. The river they found was indeed sickly, its silver currents now thick and sluggish, reeking of burnt lichen and abandonment. It was here, kneeling by the ailing waters, that the compass finally stilled. Marisol's chilled fingers brushed something smooth beneath the river's skin, not stone, but a massive hourglass embedded in the riverbed, its upper chamber nearly empty. The sand within wasn't golden grains, but tiny fragments of memories. A child's laughter trapped in amber, the silver shimmer of a first snow, the citrus-scented ghost of a mother's lullaby. The river wasn't water at all, but the collected memories of the valley, and they were draining away into some unseen void. The solution came not from Thaddeus's botanical tomes, nor Oletta's shimmering tinctures, but from Marisol's own mending hands. That night, as the others debated over maps that rearranged their mountains, she sat humming her grandfather's net-mending song while repairing Oletta's torn satchel. The sound blended with the crackling fire until something miraculous occurred. The hourglass shard she'd pocketed began glowing, and through her stitches, the repaired satchel gained an extra pocket that hadn't been there before. "Child," breathed Oletta, her whiskers trembling with realization, "you're not just mending fabric." In Marisol's hands lay the forgotten art of memory-weaving stitching, lost moments back into the world's tapestry. Under the badger's guidance, they harvested remnant memories from objects, the lingering warmth in a well-loved soup pot, the shadow of a kiss preserved in a locket's curve, the echo of harvest dances in frayed festival ribbons. The final challenge came as they stood knee-deep in the fading river, Marisol's needle dancing with threads spun from starlight and spider silk. To reattach memories, she had to feel each one completely, the joy and the sorrow, the love and the loss. A particularly painful strand, the sharp ache of a soldier never returning home, made her falter, until Thaddeus placed a paw on her shoulder. "Strength isn't in ignoring the thorn, but in learning where to plant it," he murmured. She wove the painful memory into the pattern too, watching as the river swirled it into something softer, like rain weathering stone into smoothness. As the hourglass refilled, the valley awoke in a cascade of singing colors. Apple trees remembered how to blush ripe red, the village well regained the echo of childhood wishes, and Marisol's own shawl suddenly smelled distinctly of her grandmother's lavender sachets. The compass now pointed firmly homeward, its magic spent but its purpose fulfilled. Years later, when travelers ask about the woman who mends more than fabric in the seaside cottage, they're shown a teapot that pours endless chamomile tea and a tapestry depicting badgers, hares, and a girl stitching constellations into a river's skin. But Marisol herself simply smiles, her hands ever busy weaving nets that catch lost moments in their knots, ensuring no memory ever stays truly forgotten beneath the turning stars. Story 17. In the heart of the Glimmerwood, where willow branches trailed through mist like bony fingers combing the earth, there existed a hollowed oak older than the first snowfall. Within its gnarled roots lived a prickly-eared hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at noon. Each morning she traced the same path through carpets of clover to visit the silver pools, 7 springs arranged in a starburst pattern, where water changed hue with the seasons and whispered secrets in gurgling tongues. One crisp autumn dawn, Thistle noticed the westernmost pool had grown still. Its waters, usually swirling with molten gold and russet leaves, now lay flat as tarnished pewter. A single maple seed helicoptered down to pierce the surface, sending concentric ripples that froze mid-expansion. The air smelled wrong, burnt sugar and wilted ferns where there should have been wood smoke and apple pulp. "Elder Bramble will know," Thistle murmured, kneading the moss with nervous paws. The ancient horned owl resided in a cedar snag wrapped in bioluminescent vines, his feathers dusted eternally with the pollen of dream flowers. She found him tracing constellations in a patch of velvety moss, talons etching symbols that glowed faintly turquoise. "Ah," he rasped before she spoke, one milky eye reflecting the troubled pool's image. The weave trembles when roots forget their songs. He gestured to a moth sipping moonlight from his talon. "Seek the stargazer blooms beneath the first frost's kiss, but mind the hollow's breath, it hungers for warmth unguarded." Thus began Thistle's pilgrimage northward, guided by the feathery down of milkweed, carried on a reluctant breeze. She passed granite monoliths where lichen throbbed gentle cyan, their pulse quickening as she hummed the root song Elder Bramble taught her, a melody that tasted of hazelnuts and hearthstones. At the moonlit marsh she met Juniper, a flaxen-maned deer whose antlers cradled dormant fireflies. Together they navigated ink-black waters, stepping on lily pads that chimed like crystal goblets. "The blooms grow where sorrow and starlight marry," Juniper said, nodding toward a glade where frost crisped the grass despite the autumn evening. Her breath crystallized into tiny swallows that dissolved against Thistle's snout. But the hollow's shadow watches. True enough, the stargazer blooms stood vigil around a glacial boulder, their indigo petals spiraling open to reveal centers like molten silver. As Thistle reached to harvest one, the earth exhaled, a sigh that extinguished Juniper's antler lights and leached color from the ferns. The hollow's breath coalesced into a being of knotted shadows and creaking branches, its form echoing with the whimpers of uprooted saplings. Little keeper, it hissed, voice scraping like bark against stone. What right have you to mend what your kind neglects? Ice crackled across Thistle's quills as memories flooded her, images of scarred tree trunks, streams choked with silt, the metallic tang of greed seeping into soil. She nearly dropped the bloom. Then she remembered the badger cubs teaching earthworms to dance after rainstorms. The procession of ants bearing chamomile petals to line their queen's chamber. The generations of hedgehogs before her hooed pressed acorns into mud with tender snouts. We're trying, she whispered, and the bloom's light intensified, revealing threads of gold connecting every root and stone in the glade. The shadow recoiled. You carry the old songs, it rumbled, less harsh now. Sing them louder, little keeper, lest we all forget. By the time Thistle returned to the silver pools, a council had gathered, turtles with shells like stormy skies, moles wearing helmets of glowing mushrooms, a family of voles weaving worried whispers into a reed basket. Elder Bramble dipped his beak into the stagnant pool, withdrawing a single pearl of blackened sap. The weave remembers, he intoned, but it requires renewal. Together they worked through the moon's zenith. Juniper's fireflies kindled a canopy of light above the pools. Thistle placed the stargazer bloom upon the water, its petals dissolving into constellations that danced with the reflection of stars. The voles poured their basket, a collection of morning chirps and cricket sonatas, into the eastern pool. Moles massaged the mud until it chuckled like a brook reunited with its spring. When the first droplet rose, a perfect sphere containing autumn's essence, it hung suspended before splitting into 7. Each pool awoke in succession, one singing the crisp crunch of frost-kissed apples, another exhaling the perfume of pine needles surrendering to loam. The western pool swirled anew, its waters now the rich purple of twilight meeting dawn. Elder Bramble preened a feather back into place. Balance is not a state, but a conversation, he said as the forest exhaled in relief. To listen is to sustain. That winter, when the snows came early, Thistle found new patterns in the drifts, a mosaic of paw prints and icicle melodies that told of otters sliding down frozen waterfalls, of hibernating bats dreaming in unison. She often visited the rejuvenated pool, now rippling with hues of plum and topaz, and scattered sunflower seeds for the chickadees who sang counterpoint to the wind's lament. The Glimmerwood never spoke of the incident outright. But sometimes, when the northern lights rippled above the canopy, foxes would pause their hunting to nudge acorns into tidy rows. Spiders spun webs with deliberate gaps, allowing passageways for weary moths. And in the heart of the oldest oak, a hedgehog's contented snores harmonized with the creak of growing roots, a lullaby for the earth itself. Story 18. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, when fireflies scribble golden secrets across the purple sky, there existed a village where the 4 seasons lived as neighbors. The cobblestone streets wound like a contented cat through spring's blossom-dappled cottages, summer's sun-warmed orchards, autumn's maple-crowned libraries, and winter's evergreen-draped workshops. It was here, beneath a crescent moon perched like a silver rowboat in the heavens, that a curious girl named Mira first noticed the world holding its breath. The signs were soft as cobwebs at first, sun-warmed apricots ripening overnight into frost-kissed globes in summer's orchards, spring's brook singing lullabies in winter's ancient tongue, autumn's paper lanterns blooming with living fireflies meant for spring meadows. Mira, whose freckles held constellations and whose apron pockets always carried cinnamon biscuits, confided her observations to her only companion during midnight explorations, a prickly hedgehog named Thistle who could read the damp earth like a storybook. "It's as if the seasons are sleepwalking," Mira whispered one evening, crouching by the border where spring's cherry petals dusted winter's first snowfall. Thistle sneezed a tiny spark of stardust, his kind's way of agreeing, his quills quivering towards the frost-stitched ferns. There, gleaming like a fallen star, lay a single scale, iridescent as oil on water, colder than midwinter's breath. Their quest began at the clock tower of rooted hours, where an ancient badger named Horologum kept time in teacups. Steam curled from his chamomile brew as he studied the scale through bifocals made of frozen dew. "This belongs to no ordinary creature," he rumbled, paws tracing the growth rings of his oakwood table. "But even mysteries leave footprints, follow the misplaced seasons." The trail led them dancing, a waltz of clues written in nature's stray notes. They found summer fireflies hibernating in winter's woolen tapestries, guided by a marmalade cat who moonlighted as a librarian. They discovered autumn's lost poetry, verses about pumpkin tides and cinnamon constellations, sprouting from spring's vegetable patches, with a mole historian translating the leafy glyphs. Each anomaly shimmered with the same otherworldly chill as the scale, like moonlight made tangible. One crisp dawn, as Mira tied rosemary ribbons around trembling tomato vines, winter's frost had crept into summer's preserved jars. Thistle dug up a half-frozen teardrop. It hummed with the same ethereal light as the scale. Someone's heart is crying seasons, Mira realized, pocketing the crystalline droplet. That afternoon they consulted the village's quietest sage, a willow tree who spoke through the language of falling leaves. "Seek the bridge that isn't there," rustled the amber leaves, "where the moon washes her silver hair." The answer arrived as all great truths do, by tripping over it. While delivering gingerbread to winter's greenhouse, Mira slipped on an invisible slope, tumbling into a hollow veiled by glamour. There, curled around a heart of ice, lay a creature from forgotten tales, a young frost dragon, her wings as delicate as stained glass, weeping diamonds that melted into rogue seasons. Her tail bore a missing scale. "SHHH, it's all right," Mira cooed, offering a cinnamon biscuit. The dragon's snout hovered, icy breath frosting Mira's braids, before taking the treat with surprising delicacy. Thistle, demonstrating rare courage, presented the lost scale with a courtly bow. As the dragon nuzzled it into place, her tears transformed, crystals blooming into snowdrops, then dandelions, then maple keys, each season finding its rightful path home. The mystery unraveled like a well-knitted scarf. The dragon, separated from her migrating flock, had hidden herself in shame over a missing scale, her distress bleeding into the seasons. Now reunited with her kind, their arrival announced by auroras dancing above the village, the young dragon gifted Mira a pendant, a single teardrop that changed hues with the seasons, before soaring northward. That evening, as the village celebrated with a feast that blended all 4 seasons' bounty, peppermint cocoa with blossom marshmallows, sunberry pies topped with caramelized chestnuts, Horologum chuckled into his 4-season stew. "Well done, little wonder-catcher. You've reminded us that even broken things can be whole again, given enough kindness." As Mira drifted to sleep that night, Thistle snoring softly in his nest of woolen mittens, she watched her pendant glow, winter's silver shifting to spring's green at the edges. Outside, the seasons hummed in harmony once more, their borders gently blurred where fireflies danced with snowflakes, and the air smelled of possibility and freshly baked bread. And somewhere beyond the northern stars, a young dragon flew with her kin, her scales gleaming like a constellation remembering its name. Story 19. In a village nestled between rolling lavender fields and a river that sang as it flowed, there lived a girl named Layla with a cloak the color of twilight and a heart full of unanswered questions. One evening, as she traced the smoke spirals rising from her chimney, she noticed something peculiar, a maple leaf drifting against the wind, glowing faintly as if dusted with starlight. When she caught it, the leaf trembled in her palm and whispered, "Follow the moths to where the moon grows roots." That night Leela packed a satchel with spiced biscuits, a jar of fireflies, and her grandmother's compass, its needle now spinning wildly as though north had lost its way. She slipped into the forest, where the trees stood like old librarians, their branches cradling secrets instead of leaves. The air hummed with the scent of amber resin and something sweeter, like unspoken wishes. Soon she spotted them, silvery moths with wings shaped like crescent moons, fluttering in a ribbon of light toward a thicket veiled in mist. The thicket parted into a meadow unlike any she'd seen. Flowers bloomed in slow-motion bursts, petals unfurling with audible sighs. Stones hovered an inch above the ground, their shadows pooling into tiny, shimmering ponds. And there, at the meadow's heart, stood a tree with bark like braided moonlight and apples that chimed like bells in a breeze. Beneath it sat a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog in a waistcoat stitched from autumn leaves, sipping tea from an acorn cup. "Late but not too late," the hedgehog said, adjusting spectacles made of dew. "I'm Thistle, keeper of lost quiet things. You've come for the moon's roots, I presume." Leela blinked. "I don't know what that means." "Splendid. Mystery is the best traveling companion." Thistle tapped his cup, and a tendril of steam curled into the shape of a key. "The roots are fraying, you see. The moon's been dreaming too hard, shook loose a few stars, tangled up the tides. Needs mending, but only someone who's properly lost can find the thread needle at the center of the looming hollow." He gestured to a willow tree across the meadow, its curtain of vines shimmering like liquid glass. "Fancy a bit of unraveling." The looming hollow wasn't a place but a state, a labyrinth of floating islands connected by bridges spun from spider silk, each step sending ripples through the air. Gravity here felt optional. Leela's braids lifted like feathers, and Thistle's teacup orbited his head like a tiny planet. They passed islands made of stacked teacups, islands where rain fell upward into waiting clouds, and one where a family of fox kits played mandolins beside a backwards flowing waterfall. "Mind the gaps," Thistle warned as they crossed a bridge that changed colors with their thoughts. "The hollow listens, it feeds on fretful minds." Sure enough, when Leela hesitated, her stomach fluttering at the sight of the endless below, the bridge narrowed, its silken threads quivering. "Courage is just curiosity with sturdier boots," she murmured, her grandmother's words rising unbidden. She took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth, and stepped forward, humming a lullaby to steady her heart. The bridge widened, blooming tiny violets under her feet. At the labyrinth's core they found the thread needle, a spire of ice and iron, its surface etched with constellations. But guarding it was a creature all shifting shadows and flickering edges, a wispwolf, its voice a chorus of wind through winter branches. "Turn back," it intoned. "What is broken cannot be remade." Thistle gulped. It usually isn't this cross." Leila knelt, ignoring the cold radiating from the beast. "You're lonely," she realized, noticing the way its shadows frayed at the edges, like threads begging to be woven back together. From her satchel, she pulled the jar of fireflies. "Here, they'll keep you company while we work." The wispwolf tilted its head, the fireflies' glow softening its jagged outline. "They hum," it said wonderingly, "like faraway stars." With the creature placated, Leela grasped the thread needle. Instantly visions flooded her, the moon's roots gnarled and glowing beneath the earth, a crack where its light leaked into nothingness, and deeper still, a nest of trembling star shards, desperate to return home. She pulled the needle free, and the world twisted. She stood in a cavern where the walls were woven from comet trails and memories. The moon's roots hung above, frayed and flickering. Remembering her grandmother darning socks by the fire, Leela began to stitch, each loop of the thread needle drawing the roots back together. The star shards gathered, guiding her hands, their whispers warm against her cheeks. "You found us," they sang. "You listened." As the final thread snapped into place, the cavern dissolved. Leila awoke beneath the moonroot tree, Thistle snoring in a pile of fallen leaves. The apples above chimed merrily, and the wispwolf lay curled nearby, its shadow now soft and whole, the fireflies dancing around it like a crown. "Fine work," said a voice like roots drinking rain. The tree itself had spoken, its branches lowering an apple into Lila's hands. "Plant this where your heart feels lightest." Back home, Lila buried the apple beside her window. By morning, a sapling had sprung up, its leaves whispering, its branches bearing papery flowers that glowed at dusk. The village marveled, but only Lila knew the truth. On quiet nights, if she pressed her ear to the trunk, she could hear the wispwolf's rumbling purr, Thistle's tea kettle whistling, and the distant, joyful ringing of mended stars. Years later, when new children asked about the tree, Lila would smile and say, "The world's full of unraveled places, but a little curiosity, a little kindness, well, they're the best needles for stitching up the dark." And in the hearth light, with the tree's blossoms winking like captured stardust, no one doubted her at all. Story 20. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sun clung to pine needles like droplets of honey, there existed a forest older than whispered secrets. Here the air hummed with the breath of ancient stones, and the earth itself seemed to pulse in time with root and rivulet. It was in this realm of moss-crowned oaks and silver-barked birches that a young fox kit, with fur the color of cinnamon at dawn, first noticed the trembling in the world. The trouble began as a whisper only the forest's smallest caretakers could hear, a faint dissonance in the wind's song, a hesitation in the dance of sunlight through the canopy. Ferns curled their fronds tighter than usual, brook minnows schooled in anxious spirals beneath ice-threaded waters. Yet it was the maple trees who sounded the first true alarm, their leaves blushing crimson 2 moons early, and falling in silent showers that carpeted the forest floor like a bleeding sky. "Grandmother Willow will know what's wrong," murmured Thistle, the fox kit, as she pawed at a curiously warm patch of snow beneath the maple's boughs. Her breath bloomed in milky clouds as she trekked westward, where the oldest tree in the forest stretched her gnarled branches over a moonlit pond. The water reflected not stars, but tiny spirals of bioluminescent algae that drifted like submerged constellations. "Ah, little flame paw," creaked the willow when Thistle nosed through her curtain of trailing branches. The tree's voice held the crackle of falling autumn leaves and the deep, wet richness of soil after rain. "You feel it too, the seasons have slipped their harness, spring's pulse weakens beneath winter's lingering chill." A single amber leaf detached from her branches, landing between Thistle's forepaws. Embedded in its veins glimmered a thread of gold, thrumming like a trapped heartbeat. Thus began Thistle's journey to the 4 corners of the forest, guided by the willow's wisdom. In the eastern marshes, where cattails stood sentinel over still black waters, she met an elderly heron named Sorrel, whose plumage had long ago faded from slate blue to the silver of midnight mist. Between the clicks of his beak, he gifted her a vial of morning dew collected from the first thaw, a liquid so clear it held the memory of light itself. "Balance is not stillness," he intoned, fastening the vial to her neck with a strand of spider silk. "It is the art of bending without breaking." Northward, beneath a granite overhang furred with emerald lichen, Thistle found the hibernating bear Orion, but his sleep was fitful, his massive frame shivering as hoarfrost crept too eagerly across his cave walls. From between his claws, each as long as Thistle's tail, she carefully extracted a shard of glacial ice that refused to melt, its core swirling with the pale blues of winter's deepest dreams. The bear's rumbling voice followed her as she left. "Cold is not cruelty, it is the world holding its breath, waiting." The western orchards greeted her with the heady perfume of apples rotting unnaturally on their branches, their skins translucent with unspilled juice. Here a family of hedgehogs wove nests from thistledown and dandelion clocks, their spines threaded with living vines. The eldest, a dame named Pippin, whose left eye, clouded with moonstone cataracts, pressed a withered apple seed into Thistle's paw. "This contains a summer not yet born," she wheezed, the scent of cinnamon rising from her quills. "But it must be planted where shadow and light hold hands." Last, in the southern meadows where fireflies trace stories on the dusk, Thistle discovered the source of the imbalance. A great stone monolith split cleanly down its center, its fissure leaking wisps of iridescent smoke that tasted of burnt honey. Around it knelt a circle of stooped hares in robes woven from dried petals, their ears twitching in unison as they chanted to the shuddering earth. "The keystone cracked when the comet passed," explained the lead hare, her whiskers trembling like compass needles. She gestured to the monolith, where carvings of intertwined seasons swirled beneath a film of ash. "The ley lines bleed their magic away. Without the stone's heart, the seasons cannot turn." Thistle's gifts grew warm against her chest, the dew vial, the ice shard, the seed, the golden leaf. Understanding bloomed in her like the first crocus through snow. At the monolith's base, she dug a hollow with her paws, the soil there strangely warm and singing. Into it she placed the seed, wrapped in the leaf, cradled by ice, anointed with dew. What happened next could only be seen from the corner of one's eye, a shimmering, a folding of reality like sunlight through a prism. The seed split, not upward but downward, its roots plunging deep into the stone's fissure. Vines erupted, not green but liquid gold and silver, threading through the monolith's crack like celestial sutures. The hare's chanting rose to a hum that vibrated in molars and marrow as the vines pulsed, drawing nourishment from winter's ice, summer's seed, autumn's leaf, and spring's dew. Dawn broke as the stone sealed with a sound like a mountain sighing. The forest inhaled, deep, trembling, vital, and Thistle felt the shift in her whiskers. Snow melted into rivulets that laughed their way toward thirsty roots. Buds swelled on apple branches, holding their bloom in check. Orion's cave exhaled a curtain of frost that retreated politely northward. By the time Thistle returned to Grandmother Willow, the world smelled of rain-warmed soil and possibility. Fireflies wove coronas around the willow's branches as she dipped her roots into the pond, sending ripples through the glowing algae. "You've mended more than seasons today, little flame paw," the tree murmured, a fresh canopy of leaves unfurling above her. "The forest remembers now, we are not separate threads but a single tapestry." That night, as the first true spring stars emerged, creatures gathered beneath the willow's boughs. Sorrel stood sentinel on one leg, Orion's shadow darkened the pond's edge, Pippin's hedgehog snuffled contentedly in a nest of new ferns. Even the hares came, their petal robes rustling stories with every movement. Together they watched as the bioluminescent algae brightened, not just blue now, but every hue of the aurora, casting their shared light on the faces of the old, the young, the winged, the rooted. And when Thistle finally curled into her den beneath a hillock carpeted in clover, she dreamed not in images but in sensations. The crisp kiss of frost on oak bark, the drowsy murmur of bees in July, the cinnamon-sweet rot of fallen leaves, the electric green scent of buds unfurling. Outside, the seasons turned as they ought, gentle, inevitable, each yielding gracefully to the next, and the stones hummed their ancient lullaby to the stars. Story 21. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol, whose hands could find treasures in the most unlikely places. While other children chased fireflies through the meadows, she spent her evenings combing through the attic of her grandmother's cottage, where dust motes danced in slanted amber light. It was there, beneath a moth-eaten quilt patterned with forget-me-nots, that she discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Crafted from porcelain so thin it glowed like a captured moonbeam, its surface bore paintings of constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Marisol tilted it toward the lamplight, tiny stars shimmered within its depths. But the true magic revealed itself at midnight, when she absent-mindedly hummed her grandmother's lullaby near its rim. The teapot trembled, filled itself with water drawn from the air, and began to brew a liquid that sparkled like liquid starlight. The first sip tasted of frost-kissed raspberries and the crispness of autumn apples, followed by the warmth of gingerbread fresh from the oven. As the stars swirled down her throat, Marisol's vision blurred, and suddenly she could see them. Faint silvery threads stretching from the teapot's spout into the night, winding like ribbons toward the distant obsidian mountains. The threads pulsed gently, as if breathing. "It's a map," breathed a voice from the windowsill. A plump barn owl with spectacles perched on his beak peered at the teapot. "My dear child, that's no kitchenware, it's a star loom. They're said to weave paths to forgotten magic, but the last one shattered centuries ago when—" He trailed off, rustling his feathers nervously. "When what?" Marisol asked, cradling the teapot close. "When the world grew too busy to listen," said the owl, whose name was Professor Thistledown. "The starlooms were guardians of stories, but humans stopped believing, and the stories, well, they faded." His amber eyes softened. "That thread you see, it's a cry for help." Thus began Marisol's journey, guided by the teapot's starry threads. She packed a satchel with lavender shortbread baked by her grandmother, a jar of crystallized moonlight, a gift from the owl, and a compass that pointed not north, but toward what needs mending. At the forest's edge she acquired unexpected companions, a pine marten named Pippin who could mend broken things with his tail, and a willowy girl named Sylvie whose hair blossomed with live butterflies. Together they followed the glimmering trail into the heart of the whispering woods. The forest tested them gently. Rivers asked riddles before parting their waters, what grows when shared but shrinks when kept. Kindness, answered Marisol. Stones rearranged themselves into staircases when offered songs. But as days passed, the starlight in the teapot dimmed. The threads frayed, their glow sickly. "We're losing the path," Sylvie fretted, catching a dying thread in her palm. It was Pippin who noticed the silence. "No birdsong," he murmured, ears twitching. "No rustling leaves, it's like the forest is holding its breath." The crisis revealed itself at Moonflower Gully. There, suspended in a cobweb of fading starlight, floated a great celestial orb, pale, cracked, and leaking shimmering mist. Around it knelt creatures of bark and moss, their hands outstretched as if praying. "The story well," gasped Professor Thistledown, who'd flown ahead. "It's the source of all tales, but it's drying up." A badger in a waistcoat approached, whiskers drooping. "Without stories, the world forgets how to wonder," he said. "Seasons blur, dreams lose their color. We've tried everything, starlight nectar, memory root tea, but the well won't heal." Marisol studied the cracks. They weren't random but formed symbols, a closed eye, a locked book, a silenced lute. It's not about feeding the well, she realized. It's about releasing what's trapped. Remembering how the teapot had responded to her grandmother's lullaby, she knelt and sang, not perfectly but earnestly, a ballad about dappled sunlight through maple leaves. A single crack glowed gold and sealed. "Stories aren't meant to be hoarded," she breathed. "They need to be given." Her companions exchanged glances. Pippin began recounting tales of mischievous river sprites, his words weaving into silver mist that swirled into the well. Sylvie danced a story without words, butterflies sketching legends in the air. Professor Thistledown recited forgotten histories, each syllable a flickering ember. Still, the deepest cracks remained. Marisol closed her eyes, clutching the teapot. What story does the world need most? The answer came not in words, but in memory, her grandmother's hands, wrinkled and sure, teaching her to knead dough. "Every loaf holds a secret," she'd say. A wish folded into the crust. She thought of villagers sharing fireside tales, of children trading secrets like maple seeds. Connection. That was the thread. "The well isn't empty," she said suddenly. "It's lonely." Placing the teapot at the well's base, Marisol poured the last of the starlight brew into its roots. "We'll build a bridge," she declared. "A bridge of stories from every heart to yours." The teapot began to glow, its constellations spiraling upward. Across the land, sleepy children sat up in bed, compelled to whisper their favorite tales. Farmers paused in fields, recounting family legends to their cows. Bakers' ovens hummed with recipes passed through generations. 1,000 threads of light converged on the well. The cracks healed in a symphony of chimes. When dawn broke, the well pulsed like a newborn star. New stories bubbled forth, ones of a girl who listened, friends who mended with kindness, and a teapot that became a bridge between hearts. The forest exhaled. Birdsong erupted, sweeter for having been missed. Returning home, Marisol found her grandmother waiting with chamomile tea and a knowing smile. The teapot now resides on their hearth, its constellations still. Yet on quiet nights, if you press your ear to its side, you'll hear echoes of laughter across mountains, secrets confided to the moon, and the gentle, endless hum of stories breathing. And in the village square, a new tradition took root. Every full moon, people gather to share tales under the stars. They speak a little softer, listen a little closer, and always, always leave a cup of starlight brew by their windowsills, just in case a lonely story needs a home. Story 22. The Velveteen Compass. In a valley where the clouds clung to pine tops like cotton batting, there lived a girl named Mira who could hear colors sing. This peculiar gift had shown itself one misty morning when she'd reached for a jar of apricot jam and heard a honeyed hum ripple through the kitchen. By sundown, she'd learned that vermilion chimed like temple bells, sage-green whispered lullabies, and the deep indigo of twilight held chords so profound they made her bones ache. But it was the colorless things that troubled her, the washed-out grays of loneliness, the silence of empty spaces, and so she took to carrying pockets full of wildflower petals just to keep the world's song bright. Her grandmother's cottage stood at the valley's edge, its stone walls bearded with moss, and its garden a riot of hollyhocks. It was there, while brushing dust from an ancient hope chest, that Mira found the compass. Not an ordinary brass thing, but a palm-sized sphere of blown glass filled with liquid starlight, its surface etched with runes that changed when touched. "Ah," Gran murmured, tracing a finger over symbols that shimmered like fish scales. "The Velveteen Compass. It doesn't point north, my sparrow, it finds what's missing." Mira soon discovered its true magic. When held to her ear, the compass played a melody of hollow yearning, as if the glass itself mourned some lost companion. That night, as fireflies scribbled light above the meadow, the compass warmed in her hands. The liquid starlight swirled into a map showing a place where 3 rivers braided together under a moon with 2 faces. "The Valley of Echoes," Gran said, breath fogging the window pane. "Where anything lost, dreams, memories, even moments, waits to be found. But the path's been forgotten since the shadowless prince vanished." The journey began at the Thistle Gate, a crumbling archway where foxes left milk teeth as offerings. Mira packed a satchel with gingerbread stars, a thimble of laughter collected during harvest festivals, and the last ember from Gran's hearth. She'd nearly reached the cedar grove when a voice piped up, "You're stepping on my cloud." Beneath her boot trembled a creature no larger than a teapot, its body the blue-white of glacier ice, with ears like unfurled ferns. "I'm Nuri," it huffed, "and you're rudely solid." Nuri, a cloud sylph, became her unlikely guide. Together they navigated forests where trees grew roots upward to drink moonlight, crossed bridges spun from spiders' regret, and traded the gingerbread stars to a lantern-eyed badger for a jar of preserved dusk. All the while, the compass's song grew urgent. When Mira confessed her fear of the silent gray spaces inside herself, the hollow where parents should have been, the quiet left by childhood's end, Nuri placed a chilly hand on hers. Maybe we find missing pieces, they said, by leaving bits of ourselves along the way. The Valley of Echoes revealed itself at dawn. Waterfalls floated upward, their droplets holding frozen moments, a baby's first giggle, a maple key's spiral dance, the last sigh of a dying star. But the compass led them to a derelict pavilion where shadows pooled thick as ink. There in the center stood a figure without silhouette, the shadowless prince, his edges blurred like wet charcoal. I traded my shadow to stop time, he confessed, voice fraying. To keep my kingdom perfect, now I'm fading, for nothing grows without shadows. Mira understood then what the compass had truly sought. From her satchel she drew the hearth ember, a tiny, pulsing sun. As she set it on the prince's palm, her own shadow stretched long and brave across the stones. The ember flared, knitting darkness to the prince's heels, and as his form solidified, the valley shuddered. Time unspooled, wilting flowers plumped back into bud, tumble-down walls reassembled, and the prince's shadow became a bridge between past and present. Returning home, Mira found the cottage unchanged, but her eyes had deepened into ones that could see the velvet darkness between stars as something rich, not empty. Nuri chose to stay, becoming the guardian of thimble-sized storms in the attic. Gran simply smiled, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of forgiveness. That evening, as Mira placed the dormant compass on her windowsill, she noticed new colors in the sunset, ones that sang of endings being gentle, and of loneliness having edges soft enough to hold. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman who carried rainbows in her pockets, and of the valley where lost things curled up to sleep in the hollows of trees. But in the village below, mothers whispered to fretful children, "Hush now, even the quiet places have music. Mira will teach you to hear it." And in the cottage above, a sylph and an old woman chuckled over tea, listening to the compass hum contentedly, its song no longer one of absence, but of a world forever being found. The velveteen compass continued. As autumn gilded the valley, Mira began noticing peculiar changes. Walnuts split to reveal tiny maps, her shadow sometimes waved without her bidding, and the compass, now displayed beside grand spice jars, would occasionally glow like a captured aurora. But the true strangeness began on the first frost morning, when she found Nuri attempting to bake snowflakes into cookies. "They keep melting into sonnets," the sylph complained, showing a tray of buttery crescents imprinted with verses about longing. Before Mira could respond, the compass rattled violently, its glass surface rippling like a pond. The liquid starlight formed an image of the valley's ancient sundial, now cracked, its bronze patina weeping metallic tears. Gran traced the sundial's image with a work-roughened finger. "Time stitchings come undone," she murmured. The prince's shadow, it wasn't the only thing restored that day. She explained that by reigniting the shadowless prince's connection to time, Mira had inadvertently woken other dormant magics, including the weeping hours, ghostly echoes of moments too painful to fade. The journey to the sundial led them through fields where scarecrows danced jigs and crows lectured on philosophy. Nuri, now sporting a miniature apron filled with time-preserved snowflakes, kept up a steady chatter. "What if the hours want hugs, or maybe they're hungry? I've got metaphor muffins." But the sundial's clearing held no laughter. The air smelled of burnt hair and unspoken apologies. Around the fractured monument drifted the weeping hours, translucent figures shaped like crumpled letters, their whispers forming frost on leaves. Their memories, Mira realized, hearing their colors, the slate gray of abandonment, the puce of betrayal, the ashen white of final breaths. One hour detached from the others, a woman's form with hands over her face. Through gaps between fingers seeped a song so piercing Mira nearly dropped the compass. "That's the prince's mother," Gran breathed. "She vanished when he was 8. The hour, it's her last moment before being erased." As the hour's melody swelled, a discordant mix of lullaby and scream, Mira did something instinctive. She reached into her satchel and pulled out a moth-eaten blanket she'd brought for the cold. Its pattern of faded rocket ships and dandelions began glowing, threads vibrating with a familiar resonance. "Of course," Gran whispered. "Comforts carry their own time." Mira wrapped the blanket around the shivering hour. The fabric absorbed the toxic colors, transforming them into a gentle periwinkle hum. The hour's form solidified into a queenly figure who kissed Mira's forehead, imprinting a warmth that lingered like sun-warmed stone. One by one, Mira and Nuri swaddled the weeping hours, transforming their anguish into firefly-like wisps that rose to join the stars. When the last hour dissolved, the sundial mended itself with a sound like 1,000 clocks sighing in unison. But the compass now showed a new destination, a spiraling tower made of books, its windows flickering with untold stories. Nuri plucked a frozen tear from the grass. "Next adventure?" they asked, eyes gleaming. Mira tucked the tear into her satchel, already feeling its song shift from salt-sharp grief to something wiser. "Next adventure," she agreed. Gran's laughter followed them down the path, woven through with the cottage smoke and the quiet pride of those who stay behind to keep the hearth burning. Epilogue: The Library of Unfinished Tales. The tower stood in a lake of ink, its stones bound with titles Mira half-remembered from childhood: The Girl Who Married the Moon, Recipes for Thunder, The Calculus of Feathers. Inside, books fluttered like restless birds, their pages filled with sentences that unwrote themselves. The librarian, a man made entirely of bookmarks, explained in a voice like turning pages, stories abandoned by their writers. They're eating their own endings to survive. He gestured to a tragedy dissolving into punctuation marks. Without readers, they'll fade. Mira's solution came in a burst of cinnamon-scented inspiration. Using the compass to amplify her gift, she read colors from Nuri's snowflakes, Gran's soup, even the librarian's silken markers. As she painted these hues onto the trembling pages, the stories absorbed new emotions. A war epic gained the lavender of forgiveness, a faltering romance took on the amber glow of self-discovery. When the final book settled, a memoir now tasting of apricots and resilience, the tower transformed. Books became bridges, shelves rearranged into playgrounds, and the lake's ink now rippled with illustrations. The librarian, shedding bookmarks like autumn leaves, revealed a boy's face beneath. "I forgot," he whispered, "how sweet it is to be read." That night, as Mira mended Gran's favorite quilt, now embroidered with compasses and clouds, Nuri asked if they'd ever stop wandering. Outside, first snow blanketed the valley in a hush as deep as stories end. Mira listened to the compass's new melody, a lullaby of found things, and smiled. Some journeys end so others can begin. And high above, in a tower no longer lonely, a boy who was once a librarian began writing a new tale. It started, as all good stories do, with the scent of gingerbread and a girl who heard the music in silence. Story 23. The air in Willowvale always carried whispers of cinnamon and wood smoke when autumn arrived, as if the village itself were exhaling warmth into the crisp twilight. Chimneys puffed contented breaths over thatched roofs, and the last sunbeams clung to copper weather vanes like honey dripping from a spoon. It was here, between the murmuring brook and the ancient walnut grove, that a flaxen-haired girl named Tessa found herself standing very still as the world moved insistently around her. Her fingers worried the embroidery along her shawl, tiny stitched fireflies she'd added during summer's languid days, while villagers bustled past carrying armfuls of dried lavender and oak barrels brimming with apple cider. The Harvest Heart Festival began at moonrise, and with it came the changing dance, where every child of 12 summers must waltz with the guardian tree to receive their bloom blessing. Tessa's stomach tightened like a coiled fern. She'd watched for years as others approached the great oak with its ever-shifting canopy, marveled as bioluminescent flowers unfurled beneath each dancer's touch. But the thought of her own hands sparking such magic made her breath hitch. What if her bloom emerged shriveled? What if the tree remained as indifferent as stone? "You're standing in the beetroot patch," came a voice like wind chimes made of river glass. Aaron, her dearest friend, leaned against a post box shaped like a snoozing hedgehog. His hair held the perpetual tousle of someone who'd just discovered something fascinating up a tree. "Though I must say you make a rather poetic scarecrow. All you need's a crown of thistles." Tessa managed a wisp of laughter. "Perhaps I'll take up gardening instead, save everyone from my too left-footed dancing." Aaron plucked a crimson leaf from her shoulder, his smile softening. "The tree doesn't care about fancy footwork, Tess. It's about—" He twirled the leaf stem between finger and thumb, searching the violet-streaked sky. "The way maple keys spin when they fall, not perfect, but exactly as they should be." A gust carried the scent of Grandmother Me's hearth, cakes from the cottage on Gooseberry Lane. Tessa's knees remembered countless evenings there, listening to tales by crackling firelight while sipping elderflower cordial. The old woman's voice would wrap around them like a well-worn quilt, as she spoke of seasons past, how the guardian tree's blossoms shifted from pearlescent white to deep amethyst, depending on the dancer's heart song. "Trouble tastes bitterer when swallowed alone," Grandmother Me always said, her knitting needles clicking like crickets keeping time. Tonight her words tugged at Tessa's ribs as festival lanterns blinked awake throughout the village, their mica-paned faces glowing amber and sage. The problem was the quiet thing growing beneath Tessa's breastbone, not fear, exactly, but a longing so sharp it could cut moonlight. She yearned to see what color her bloom might be, what secret self the tree would reveal. Yet each time she neared the village square, her feet rooted like saplings in frost. Change had always been Tessa's silent adversary, the way spring's first thaw made the brook unrecognizable with its boisterous singing, or how the blacksmith's new bellows altered the familiar heartbeat of the forge. She collected Constance the pattern of freckles on Aaron's nose, the 7 stones in her mother's engagement bracelet like talismans against life's ceaseless shifting. When the first stars pricked through twilight's veil, Tessa found herself not at the festival square, but in the overgrown chapel yard where crumbling statues of forgotten saints kept watch. Moonflower vines cascaded over mossy stones, their ivory blossoms beginning to unfurl. It was here, knees drawn to chest on a lichen-cushioned bench, that the world rippled. At first she thought it a trick of tears. The air above the chapel's rain barrel shimmered like heat over summer asphalt. Then the water's surface bulged upward, quivering into the shape of a fox crafted from liquid moonlight. Translucent paws touched down soundlessly, leaving no imprint in the dewy grass. "You're supposed to gasp," the fox said, its voice containing the pleasant rasp of pages turning in an old book. "Or perhaps flee theatrically. Mortals generally do one or the other." Tessa's fingers dug into the bench's cool stone. "I've inhaled Grandmother Me's hallucinatory tea fumes before. This isn't my first spectral rodeo." The creature's laugh sparked like flint on tinder. Delightful, a skeptic. It flowed around her in a silvery loop, mist coalescing into something more solid, still vulpine, but with fur like spun starlight and eyes holding the blue-green glow of deep forest bioluminescence. "Tell me, little constant keeper, why does a soul ripe with untapped magic cower among relics?" "I don't cower, I contemplate." "Ah, a philosopher." The fox sat, wrapping its tail around paws that left faintly glowing prints in the moss. "Shall we contemplate together? Let's see. You dread the tree's judgment because you equate transformation with erasure. Believe that to become something new, you must cease being what you are. Its muzzle tilted, moonlight running liquid down its pelt. How's that for starters?" Tessa's throat tightened. "It's not judgment, it's the tree shows truth. What if mine's lacking?" What if it's breathtaking? The fox stood, mist swirling from its pelt in hypnotic patterns. Come, there's a better place for this conversation. Against every sensible instinct, Tessa followed. They slipped through hedgerows humming with night-blooming jasmine, down a path where fireflies sketched glowing sigils in the air. The fox's trail led to a clearing, where willows wept crystalline droplets that chimed like distant bells when touched. At its center stood a tree unlike any in Willowvale, its trunk shimmering with the iridescence of a balloon shell, branches heavy with flowers that pulsed gently in hues of opal and tourmaline. The Mirror Grove, the fox said, watching Tessa's widening eyes. Where what is and what could be dance together, touch a blossom. Her fingertips brushed a petal the color of storm clouds at dawn. Instantly, the clearing filled with phantom echoes, a younger Tessa laughing as she tied ribbons in Aaron's hair, grandmother me guiding her hands through her first knitting stitches, her father's voice singing the cider-pressing song as golden afternoon light gilded the kitchen. Each memory glimmered with connections made, lessons learned, joys collected. Your roots, the fox murmured. Strong, deep, nourishing. Another blossom, this one cerulean edged in silver. The air shimmered with possibilities, Tessa standing taller, her hands glowing as she placed them on the guardian tree, Aaron whooping as bioluminescent blooms erupted in indigo spirals, villagers gasping as the entire canopy ignited in colors unseen for generations. And you're becoming, the fox said softly. Not an ending, but a continuation. Tessa's vision blurred. What if I'm not ready? The creature nuzzled her hand, its touch cool and electric. Growth happens in the trying little sapling, not the perfect execution. It stepped back, mist beginning to claim its form. The guardian tree doesn't demand answers, only the courage to ask new questions. Dawn's first blush tinted the horizon when Tessa crept into Grandmother Me's cottage. She expected silence, found instead the old woman wide awake, kneading dough dusted with cinnamon and nutmeg. There's my girl, Me said, flour drifting like snow from her hands. Kettles just singing. They sat at the hearthside table, steam from their teacups curling with the wood smoke. Tessa haltingly poured out her fears of losing herself, of disappointing the village, of being inadequate to the magic thrumming in her veins. Me listened while braiding challah dough into intricate spirals, her hands never pausing their dance. Did I ever tell you, she said finally, about the year the guardian tree refused to bloom? Tessa shook her head, cradling her teacup's warmth. 90 winters back, a girl named Leora stood where you'll stand tonight. She too feared her bloom's color not from doubt, but anger. Her parents had passed the previous winter, you see. Me's bread dough took shape a blooming flower with petals overlapping like scales. When Leora danced, the tree remained bare. Folk whispered of curses, of lost magic, but that night, her eyes crinkled. Leora marched back, pounded her fist on the trunk, and shouted, "If you won't show my heart, I'll wear it outside." Next morning, every doorstep bore a single black rose, not dead velvety and fierce, throbbing with crimson at the center. What happened to her? Became our finest blacksmith. Me nodded to the fireplace iron, its handle shaped like intertwined brambles. Taught the tree a thing or two about truth-telling. Magic's not a performance, child, it's a conversation. The festival square thrummed with anticipation as sunset gilded the guardian tree's ancient bark. Villagers clustered around trestle tables, groaning with spiced cakes and mulled wine, children weaving through legs with garlands of marigolds and wheat. Aaron materialized at Tessa's side, resplendent in a waistcoat stitched with glowworm silk. "Ready for our grand humiliation," he whispered, offering his arm with exaggerated gallantry. "I've decided embarrassment is passé." Tessa smoothed her skirt midnight blue, with constellations embroidered in silver thread. "We're aiming for transcendent awkwardness." Their laughter died as the elder's drum began its low, resonant pulse. One by one, 12-year-olds stepped forward. Clara, the miller's daughter, drew forth cascades of peony-pink blooms. Jorn's serious touch ignited flowers in geometric patterns of ochre and slate. Each transformation brought cheers, but Tessa noted the tree's subtle shifts, how its branches curved protectively around shy linea, how its trunk glowed brighter when Aaron's palms met bark, his bloom exploding in joyous tangerine spirals. Then her name echoed. The crowd parted. Tessa's slippers whispered through fallen leaves as the tree loomed before her, not judging, but waiting. Her pulse roared in her ears. She glanced back, Aaron grinning with both thumbs up, grandmother me nodding over her knitting, the villagers' faces soft with encouragement. The first touch was cool bark. Then warmth bloomed beneath her palms, traveling up her arms like ivy seeking sunlight. Tessa closed her eyes, thinking not of perfection, but of quiet moments, her mother's lullabies, the smell of Aaron's herb garden after rain, the way firelight painted stories on grandmother me's walls. She thought of the fox's words, of roots and becoming. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Tessa opened her eyes to find the tree's entire canopy shimmering, with bioluminescent fractals patterns mirroring her embroidery stitches, her favorite constellations, the unique whorls of her fingertips. Where her hands rested, 2 flowers unfurled, one deep sapphire with veins of silver, the other vibrant emerald. As she watched, they began to spiral around each other, creating a dancing helix of light. The village erupted in applause, but Tessa heard only the tree's resonant hum in her bones, a song of duality, of holding both constancy and change in tender balance. Aaron reached her first, crushing her in a hug that smelled of cedar and mischief. "Show off," he whispered, voice thick. "Couldn't just have a normal flower like the rest of us." Later, when the last dance had been twirled and the moon hung fat and content above Willowvale, Tessa returned to the chapel yard. The rain barrel shimmered obligingly. "You knew," she accused the coalescing mist, "what my bloom would be." The fox's form solidified, now with dual-colored eyes to match her flowers. Knew, no, hoped. It inclined its head. All living things contain multitudes, little sapling, even ancient tricksters. With a flick of its misty tail, the creature gestured to the willow clearing. "Care for another lesson?" Tessa smiled, her heart a kaleidoscope settling into beautiful, imperfect alignment. "Lead on." Story 24. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the world smelled of cinnamon and wood smoke, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old maple tree at the edge of her village, its cobblestones shimmering like beetle wings under a blanket of fallen leaves. Her grandmother had once whispered tales of the Whispering Woods, a place where trees hummed lullabies and rivers carried starlight, but no one in living memory had ever found it. Yet here the path lay, glowing faintly, as if sprinkled with powdered moonbeam. Leela hesitated, her breath curling in the air like a question mark. Then, clutching her patchwork satchel, which held, among other things, a walnut-shaped compass and 3 ginger snaps wrapped in wax paper, she stepped onto the stones. They warmed beneath her boots, humming a gentle thrum-thrum-thrum that traveled up her bones. The forest closed around her, not with the clawing gloom of ordinary woods, but with a velvety embrace. Sunlight filtered through canopies of amber and plum, painting the air itself gold. Ferns unfurled like scrolls inscribed with secrets, and mushrooms pulsed soft blue halos around their caps. She hadn't walked long when a voice like wind chimes called, "Lost, little wanderer." Perched on a branch was a creature no taller than her elbow, a fox with fur the color of October sunsets, eyes twin pools of liquid twilight. Its tail flicked, scattering sparks that smelled of burnt sugar. "I'm not lost," Leela said, though her voice wavered. "I'm exploring." The fox grinned, revealing teeth like tiny pearls. Explorers need guides, do they not? Call me Corwin. He leapt down, landing soundlessly. Stay close, the woods adore curiosity, but they do enjoy a good game of hide-and-seek. They ventured deeper, Corwin leading her around trees that leaned together to form archways, past brooks where fish with translucent fins nibbled at floating dandelion clocks. Soon they reached a clearing carpeted in moss, so thick it swallowed Layla's footsteps. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk twisted like braided silver, branches heavy with glass orbs that chimed in the breeze. Inside each orb floated a different scene. A snowstorm captured mid-swirl, a flock of birds frozen in flight, a teacup steaming perpetually. The memory tree, Corwin explained. It hoards moments too precious to fade. He nudged an orb with his nose. It showed a girl. Leela recognized her own woolen scarf, sharing an apple with a stray kitten. Yours, I believe. Leela's cheeks warmed. Why is it here? The woods collect courage in all its forms, said Corwin. Even small kindnesses. As twilight deepened, the path grew trickier. A fog rolled in, thick and murmuring, and Corwin vanished. Leela's compass spun wildly. Just as panic prickled her throat, she noticed faint glimmers underfoot, tiny star-shaped fungi glowing peacock blue. She knelt and one hopped onto her palm, chiming like a bell. Lost, it trilled. A bit, Leela admitted. The star fungus whistled, and hundreds more lit up, forming a glowing trail. Follow the brave hearts, they chorused. The stars led her to a bridge woven from vines, spanning a ravine where a river of liquid sapphire roared below. On the bridge's far side crouched a hedgehog, quills bristling with bioluminescent dewdrops. It trembled as the bridge swayed. I'm Thistle, it squeaked. I need to deliver these stars to the moonlit market before dawn, but the wind. A dewdrop slipped from its quill, dissolving into mist. Leela's ginger snaps crinkled in her satchel. An idea struck. Unwrapping them, she broke the cookies into crumbs and sprinkled them along the bridge. At once the wind changed, carrying the crumbs sent away from Thistle. The bridge still sways, Leela said, offering her hand, but we can cross together. Arm in arm or paw in hand, they inched across, Thistle's dewdrops brightening with every step. On the other side, the hedgehog gifted her a dewdrop that hardened into a crystal star. For your courage, Thistle said before scurrying off. Dawn tinged the sky peach when Leela reached a meadow where flowers bloomed in hues unseen anywhere else, petals like melted rainbows, stems humming harmonies. At its heart stood a stone archway veiled in ivy. Beyond it, she glimpsed her village. But between her and the arch rippled a wall of light, shimmering like heat haze. Corwin reappeared, sitting primly beside a rock. One last test, he said. The wall brightened, reflecting not Leela's face, but scenes, her hands planting seeds in barren soil, her voice calming a friend's tears, her feet pausing to let a line of ants cross her path. The light pulsed, and suddenly she stood in a vast, star-strewn void. Before her floated a being of shifting light, its voice the sum of every comforting sound, crackling fires, mothers' lullabies, rain on rooftops. Why do you wander, child? It asked. Leela thought of the memory tree, Thistle's gratitude, Corwin's sly smile. To understand, she said, and to help if I can. The being bent closer, its light warm as a hug. Remember, exploration is not just seeking new places, but new ways to be kind. It touched her forehead, and knowledge bloomed in her mind, not words but a feeling, the interconnectedness of roots beneath soil, of stars guiding travelers, of small acts rippling outward. The void dissolved. Leela stood before the arch, Corwin grinning up at her. Fine work, he said, though you've crumbs in your hair. As she stepped through the arch, dawn broke properly, painting her village in rosy gold. The path behind her vanished, but in her palm the crystal star glimmered. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she heard distant chimes, and knew the woods were winking at her, keeping her courage safe among their memories. Years later, when village children begged for stories, Leela would describe the whispering woods in vivid detail, always ending with, "The greatest adventures aren't about how far you go, but how much you bring back in here." And she'd tap her chest, where the crystal star still shone, warm and bright, against her heart. Story 25. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where frost-painted lace patterns on window panes and chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the sky, there stood a village cradled by snow-dusted pines. In this village lived a soft-spoken girl named Layla, whose laughter chimed like wind-kissed bells, and whose hands always smelled of cinnamon from her grandmother's kitchen. She spent her days collecting curious things, feathers striped with moonlight, pebbles worn smooth by secret rivers, and poems whispered by the wind. But her most treasured possession was a small wooden music box, its surface carved with vines that seemed to shift when no one was looking. It had arrived mysteriously one winter morning, left on her windowsill beside a single icicle that refused to melt. When Leela opened it, the box didn't play a tune but instead released a soft hum, like the sound of distant bees in a summer meadow. That night, as she lay in bed, the hum grew louder, weaving into words, "Find the key where roots drink starlight." The next morning, Leela bundled herself in a scarf knitted from wool as blue as a jay's wing and set out into the woods. Her boots crunched through crusts of snow, and her breath hung in silvery clouds. She followed the music box's faint pulse, which thrummed warmer against her palm as she neared an ancient oak. Its gnarled roots cradled a hollow where a tiny key lay nestled, glowing faintly like captured moonlight. When Leela slipped the key into the music box, the forest held its breath. The vines on the box writhed, unfurling into three-dimensional tendrils that spiraled upward, forming a doorway shimmering with opalescent light. Through it, Leela glimpsed a world where trees bore fruits like liquid amber, rivers sang in harmonies too beautiful to be mortal, and the air hummed with the warmth of 1,000 hearths. Glimmerwood breathed a voice. A creature no taller than her knee emerged, a hedgehog with quills that shimmered like oil on water and eyes as deep and knowing as ancient wells. "You've come just in time," it said, bowing. "I'm Bramble, keeper of the threshold. The music box chose you, Leela. Glimmerwood is fading, and only a song of true harmony can restore it." Bramble explained that Glimmerwood existed in the space between heartbeats, a refuge for creatures and wonders too delicate for the harshness of the ordinary world. But its magic was sustained by music, and the great crystal lyre at its heart had fallen silent, its strings frozen by a creeping shadow no one understood. Leela's music box, Bramble said, was the last echo of the lyre's original song, a map to rekindle its light. Together, they journeyed deeper into Glimmerwood. Leela marveled at willows that trailed constellations in their leaves and fireflies that danced in perfect geometric patterns. Yet signs of decay lurked at the edges, flowers petrified into glass, streams flowing backward with a weary sigh, and patches of sky where stars blinked out like snuffed candles. "The shadow feeds on discord," Bramble murmured, avoiding a patch of ground that cracked like thin ice. "It began when the guardian of the lyre withdrew from the world. No one knows why." As they traveled, Leela's quiet nature drew unexpected allies. A fox with fur like molten copper joined them, its paws leaving trails of glowing moss. Next came an owl whose feathers changed color with every shift of the light, and finally, a tiny, mouse-like being made entirely of dandelion fluff, who communicated through the scent of rain on dry soil. Each had been wounded by the spreading shadow, yet each carried a fragment of a forgotten melody. The crystal lyre stood in a clearing, where the ground was woven from musical staff lines, and the trees arched into a cathedral of living wood. But the instrument's once vibrant strings hung limp, encased in jagged ice. Above it loomed a figure cloaked in swirling mist, their face hidden. "The guardian," Bramble whispered. "They've trapped themselves in sorrow." Leela approached, the music box humming in her hands. "Why did you leave?" she asked softly. The guardian's voice was a hollow echo. "I failed. The liar's song required unity, but I tried to protect it alone. The shadow grew from my loneliness." Understanding dawned on Lila. She opened the music box not for its magic, but to show the guardian what she'd learned. "Harmony isn't one voice," she said, as her odd companions gathered close. "It's many, different but together." The dandelion being exhaled a chord that smelled of spring thaw. The owl hooted a countermelody in a voice like cello strings. Leela hummed the tune her grandmother had taught her, the one that made bread rise and lost mittens reappear. And the music box wove them all into a tapestry of sound. The ice shattered. As the lyre blazed back to life, the guardian's cloak fell away, revealing a being of shifting light and shadow, neither human nor animal, but something wonderfully more. "You reminded me," they said, their voice now warm as a crackling fire, "that light needs others to reflect it." Glimmerwood bloomed anew. Petrified flowers softened into velvet, rivers giggled over rocks, and the sky swirled with auroras that told stories in color. Leela's companions celebrated, the fox leaping over beams of sunlight, the owl composing Hakis with its wing beats, and Bramble rolling happily in a pile of newly fallen leaves that chimed like bells. But as the music box's hum quieted, Layla felt a pang. "Will I forget this?" she asked Bramble. The hedgehog pressed a paw to her wrist. "Some truths don't stay as memories, they stay as this." He tapped her chest gently. "You'll feel it when you share stories or when you listen, really listen, to the world." Back in her village, Leela found the music box now played a tangible tune, one that villagers would pause to hear when passing her window, though none could name why it eased their aches. She never spoke of Glimmerwood, but she began leaving small gifts in the woods, honey cakes for invisible friends, ribbons tied where the wind laughed loudest, and handwritten notes tucked into tree knots that simply read, "Thank you." Years later, as a grown woman with silver threading her hair, Leela would smile when children spoke of the glade where flowers hum, or the owl that teaches songs. She'd kneel to their eye level and say, "Tell me more," her heart glowing like the lyre itself. And in the quiet between breaths, if she listened closely, she could still hear Bramble's chuckle riding the breeze, a sound like acorns tumbling across a wooden floor, warm and alive with secrets. The end. Story 26. One crisp autumn evening, when the moon hung low like a pearl button on a velvet coat, a curious girl named Marisol noticed something peculiar in the overgrown corner of her grandmother's garden. Behind the gnarled apple tree where fireflies often danced, a cluster of luminous mushrooms had sprouted in a perfect circle, their caps glowing with soft blue light that pulsed in time with the rustling leaves. As she knelt to examine them, the air hummed like a plucked harp string, and the ground beneath her feet began to shimmer like spilled stardust. Without warning, but also without fear, Marisol found herself standing in a twilight forest where trees wore bark like braided silver and leaves that chimed like crystal windcatchers. The path before her was paved with stones that shifted colors with each step, mossy green where she'd been, warm amber where she was about to tread. A sweet, unfamiliar scent drifted through the air, like caramelized maple syrup mixed with the crispness of first frost. "Well, this isn't Nana's rose bushes," Marisol murmured, her breath visible as silver mist. She tugged her woolen scarf tighter and followed the path, her boots crunching rhythmically on fallen leaves that glittered with frost. Soon the trees parted to reveal a valley blanketed in bioluminescent ferns, their fronds curling upward to cradle droplets of dew that shone like tiny lanterns. It was there she met her first companion, a hare with fur the color of storm clouds, sitting atop a toadstool and sipping tea from an acorn cup. "You're late," the hare announced, though his voice was friendly. He adjusted his tiny spectacles, which fogged with each sip of his steaming drink. "The luminous council meets only when the moon bridges two worlds, and we've nearly run out of starlight biscuits." Marisol blinked. "I didn't know I was invited." "All wanderers are invited," said the hare, hopping down to offer her a biscuit that glimmered with edible glitter. "But few find the glimmer path when it calls. You must have a question weighing on your heart, something even you haven't quite named yet." As Marisol nibbled the biscuit, which tasted like toasted cinnamon and childhood memories, she realized he was right. Lately, she'd felt a quiet longing to understand the world beyond her books and bedtime stories, to see if real adventures could be as wondrous as the tales her grandmother spun. Before she could say so, the hare gestured westward with his teacup. "Follow the river of liquid moonlight. It flows toward the echoing caves, where answers often linger if you listen carefully." The river was not water, but a ribbon of quicksilver, flowing soundlessly between banks of crushed opal. Marisol walked beside it until she reached a bridge woven from willow branches, where a creature resembling a cross between an owl and an otter perched on the railing. Its feathers shimmered teal and copper, and it held a conch shell in one taloned paw. "To cross," it intoned in a voice like wind through reeds, "you must give the river a gift it cannot keep." Marisol frowned. She rummaged through her pockets, a hair ribbon, a smooth pebble from her garden, half a stick of mint gum. Then she remembered the stories Nana told of rivers loving songs. Clearing her throat, she sang the lullaby her grandmother always hummed while knitting, a tune about sleepy sparrows and whispering pines. The silvery river rippled in delight, catching the melody and carrying it downstream like a ribbon of sound. The bridge-keeper nodded, and the willow planks bloomed with moonflowers to cushion her steps. Beyond the bridge lay the echoing caves, their entrance curtained by hanging vines that tinkled like wind chimes. Inside, the walls were studded with geodes that pulsed in rainbow hues, casting prismatic light on pools of still water. When Marisol peered into one pool, her reflection rippled and changed. She saw herself reading maps under a blanket fort, helping a neighbor rescue a kitten from a tree, braiding flowers into her little brother's hair. Each scene glowed brighter than the last. "Courage wears many faces," echoed a voice from the cave's heart. A figure emerged, a woman made of swirling autumn leaves, her eyes twin constellations. "You sought proof of your bravery, little wanderer. Look again." The pool showed new images, Marisol stepping onto the glimmer path, sharing laughter with the hare, singing to the river. "But that's just me being curious," she said. "And what is curiosity?" the leaf woman replied, "if not courage wearing its most adventurous cloak?" She pressed a hand to Marisol's chest, and a warm light bloomed beneath her fingertips. "Carry this spark, it will glow brightest when you forget it's there." The journey back was swifter, the path now dotted with friendly fireflies who lit her way. The hare waved from his toadstool, packing a satchel with starlight biscuits for the road. When Marisol stepped through the mushroom circle again, she found herself back in her grandmother's garden, dawn painting the sky in peach and lavender. "There you are, little sparrow," Nana called from the porch, her knitting needles clicking. "I thought you'd gone chasing moonbeams." Marisol hugged her, breathing in the scent of lavender sachets and Earl Grey tea. "Nana, do adventures ever find you twice?" Her grandmother's eyes twinkled like she knew a secret. "Oh, my dear, once you've danced with wonder, it tends to follow you home." Under her sweater, Marisol found a pendant, a tiny geode glowing with soft inner light. And though she grew older and taller, the pendant remained, warm against her skin on lonely nights, reminding her that courage lived not in grand feats but in quiet steps forward, and that the world brimmed with magic for those willing to listen, even in the rustle of falling leaves or the glow of a grandmother's smile by firelight. Story 27. The Whispering Glen. Beneath a sky brushed with twilight lavender, where fireflies danced like stray stars, there existed a village hugged by ancient oaks. In this village lived a girl named Mira with hair the color of cinnamon and eyes that held the curiosity of spring rains. Her hands were always stained with earth from tending the garden where sunflowers stood as tall as whispers, and her heart thrummed with a quiet longing for mysteries waiting just beyond the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn evening, as Mira wandered the woods collecting acorn caps for her mother's tea candles, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a maple tree with bark that shimmered like liquid copper. Nestled among its roots lay a stone bowl, moss clinging to its edges, filled with water so clear it seemed to hold fragments of the moon itself. When Mira dipped her fingers into the water, the forest sighed, a sound like wind through chimes, and the bowl began to glow. Suddenly the air hummed with a voice that wasn't a voice at all, but a feeling that pressed gently against her mind. "Seeker of quiet wonders," it murmured, "you found the moon well, drink and see." Mira hesitated, her breath curling into the chilly air. But the water's glow warmed her palms, and so she drank, a single sip that tasted of starlight and pine resin. The world blurred, then sharpened. The trees leaned closer, their leaves rustling words she could suddenly understand. "She's done it," chirped a sapling, its voice high and bright. "Hush, little one," rumbled an ancient cedar. "This one's heart is kind, she may help." Mira spun, her boots crunching leaves, and gasped. A fox with fur like smoldering embers sat watching her, its tail curled neatly around paws the size of teacups. "Greetings, Mira," it said, and though its mouth didn't move, the words bloomed in her mind like ink in water. "I am Fern. You've awakened the gift of the glen." Thus began Mira's lessons in the Whispering Glen, a hidden world where trees spoke in sonorous creaks, rivers sang lullabies, and every creature carried a light inside them, soft as dandelion fluff. Fern taught her to listen, to the complaints of overworked bees, the dreams of drowsy hedgehogs, and the sorrowful ballads of a brook whose stones had been misplaced by careless hikers. But the glen was fading. "The heartstone dims," explained Thistle, an owl whose feathers held the patina of old silver. He led Mira to the center of the forest, where a crystalline rock pulsed rhythmically, its light weaker than a dying firefly. Long ago, humans and glenfolk shared its magic, but memories fray, and without balance the stone sickens. Mira placed her palm on the stone. Images flashed, villagers chopping down oaks for firewood, a child rescuing a trapped sparrow, her own hands planting marigold seeds in cracked soil. The stone's warmth faltered. "How do we save it?" she asked. Thistle's amber eyes softened. "The stone needs stories, acts of kinship between your world and ours. Find 3 willing hearts to bridge the divide, but hurry, little sapling. When the stone's light fades, the glen will vanish, and your world will forget magic ever lived." Mira's quest began at dawn. Her first ally came unexpectedly, a boy named Rowan, whose limp had kept him from joining other children in games. He sat by the mill pond, sketching birds in the mud with a stick. When Mira approached, a kingfisher swooped low, dropping a scale blue feather at his feet. "You notice things others don't," Mira said, kneeling beside him. "The glen needs noticers." Rowan's eyes widened as she poured moonwell water into his cupped hands. The sip sparked his gift. He could now see hurts hidden beneath skin, the miller's aching joints, a sparrow's broken wing, even the loneliness coiled in his father's stern silence. "I can't help," he breathed, wonder melting into resolve. Their second ally was Granny Yara, the village basket weaver, whose hands were gnarled as oak roots. She'd been ostracized for leaving bowls of cream out for invisible pests, but Mira knew the truth. Granny had been feeding moon-addled hedgehogs who'd strayed from the glen. Speak up, child." Granny squinted, though her fingers never paused their weaving. Mira placed a hedgehog no larger than an apple into her lap. "They've been trying to thank you." The creature nuzzled Granny's palm, purring. When Moonwell water touched Granny's lips, her milky eyes cleared. "Oh," she whispered, watching the hedgehog's spines shimmer gold. "You've been here all along." The third ally found them. As Mira and Rowan repaired a thrush's nest dislodged by storms, a shadow fell over them. Vesper, the blacksmith's daughter, tall and broad-shouldered, with calloused hands and a scowl that hid a secret. She scattered seeds along the forest edge each morning, though she pretended not to care when finches flocked to her windowsill. "You're wasting time," Vesper muttered, eyeing the nest. "Wind'll knock it down again." "Not," said Rowan, "if we anchor it with willow strands. Here, hold this branch steady." Vesper hesitated, then gripped the oak limb. When the thrush returned, trilling a melody that made the willow leaves shiver, Vesper's scowl slipped. Mira offered the moonwell. "The glen remembers every seed you've planted." Vesper drank. Her hands, once clumsy with doubt, now moved with the precision of roots seeking water. Together, the four worked as autumn deepened. Rowan mended creatures' pains, his stick-sketch maps guiding lost fawns home. Granny Yara wove nests from enchanted reeds, singing lullabies that made even crows gentle. Vesper forged tiny bells to warn snails of flooding streams, her laughter, a sound she'd nearly forgotten, startling sparrows into flight. And Mira. She tended the hearthstone, feeding it stories of their triumphs. The baker who spared honey for bees, the child who replanted trampled ferns, the reconciliation between Vesper and her father, sparked when she gifted him a bell to scare frost from seedlings. Yet the stone's light continued to dim. "We're not enough," Mira fretted, as the first snowflakes dusted the glen. Fern nuzzled her hand. "You've kindled many sparks, but a flame needs tinder and air. The glen's fate lies with those who have yet to see." That night Mira dreamt of the village square, not as it was, but as it could be. Stalls overflowing with squash and wool, children chasing leaf sprites only they could see, elders swapping tales with chatty magpies. But over it all loomed a shadow, jagged and cold, whispering, "Magic is myth, work harder, grow taller, take more." She awoke with a plan. The harvest festival dawned icy and bright. Villagers gathered around bonfires, oblivious to the glen's creatures huddled in the shadows, their lights guttering. Mira climbed onto the cider barrel, heart pounding. "I have a story," she called. Few listened until Rowan joined her, holding a crow with a mended wing. Granny Yara wove frost into lace as the crowd murmured. Vesper rang her bells, and for a breath the wind stilled. Mira spoke of the glen, of rivers that remembered every kindness, foxes who collected lost mittens, and stones that hummed when polished by grateful hands. "The magic isn't gone," she said, as Thistle landed on her shoulder. "It's been waiting for us to remember." A farmer snorted. "Fairy tales won't fill winter stores." But then a girl, tiny, freckled Esme, who'd followed Mira for weeks, stepped forward. "I believe," she whispered. "Last week I fell in the ravine. Something soft caught me." She opened her palm, revealing a tuft of silvery moss. The crowd stirred. A woodsman recalled a wolf that herded him from a blizzard. The baker's wife blushed, admitting her prize roses grew where hedgehogs nested. Mira poured Moonwell water into the festival's cider. "To those who still wonder," she toasted. One by one, villagers drank. Some scoffed, yet many gasped, seeing for the first time the glen folk bowing in gratitude. Children giggled at mice in embroidered waistcoats, elders wiped tears as trees bent to brush their cheeks. And the hearthstone. Its light surged, not with the harsh glare of conquest, but the tender glow of a rekindled hearth. Years later, when Mira had grandchildren of her own, and a certain fox still nipped at her heels when she lingered too long in the cold, the whispering glen thrived. Farmers left the first harvest apple for owls, storms were met with soup shared between species, and no one marveled at talking rocks, though they still chuckled at Vesper's ridiculous friendship with a mole who adored her bell collection. The stone never dimmed again, for its magic lived in the space between a question and a listening ear, between an offered hand and a received gift. And if you wander those woods at twilight, you might hear the glen's true secret, not in the trees' whispers, but in the silence that follows, when human hearts beat in time with the earth's own steady rhythm. As the fire crackles low and the stars turn their watchful gaze to your window, remember this. The world hums with hidden glens, waiting for those brave enough to drink deeply from wells of wonder. Sleep now, dear dreamer, and may your heart always hear the stories beneath the silence. Story 28. The Whispering Music Box. In a valley cupped between mountains like giants' hands, where autumn lingered in cinnamon-scented breezes and winter arrived in quilts of hush-soft snow, there stood a village carved from stories. Its cobblestone paths wound like lazy cats around cottages with roofs of mossy thatch, their windows glowing amber through bottle-glass panes. Here lived a girl named Sylvie, whose quiet footsteps left patterns in the frost and whose laughter chimed like wind through icicles. She carried secrets in her pockets, smooth stones from the creek, pressed violets still smelling of dew, and a loneliness she couldn't name. On the eve of her 12th birthday, Sylvie's grandmother placed in her hands an object wrapped in moth-wing velvet. "This chose you," the old woman murmured, her voice crackling like parchment. Inside lay a music box no larger than a thrush's nest, its rosewood surface inlaid with mother-of-pearl constellations. When Sylvie lifted the lid, no tinkling melody emerged, only a breath of sound like distant wind chimes, and a faint glow that pooled in her cupped palms like liquid moonlight. That night the music box whispered. Sylvie awoke to find her bedroom walls dissolved into a forest of silver birches, their trunks glowing with bioluminescent lichen. The air hummed with the vibration of unseen wings, and the ground beneath her quilted slippers felt both earthy and insubstantial, as if she walked on solidified mist. A path of glowing pebbles wound ahead, each stone pulsing gently like a heartbeat. "First steps are always the bravest," said a voice like rustling pages. From the shadows emerged a fox with fur the color of burnt caramel, one ear tipped with white. But this was no ordinary fox. Its tail shimmered with filaments of light, and where its paws touched the ground, tiny flowers bloomed frost blue despite the warm air. "I'm Tindro," it said, dipping its head. "You've opened the between lullaby. Best follow the song before it fades." Thus began Sylvie's descent into the gloaming, a realm where time curled like smoke from a chimney, and memories grew visible as vines heavy with luminescent fruit. They passed trees bearing lantern blossoms that dimmed as Sylvie approached, revealing frozen scenes within their petals. A child's first successful whistle, a grandmother braiding her granddaughter's hair, a lost kitten finding its way home. "The gloaming keeps what your world forgets," Tindra explained, pausing where the path forked. To the left lay a bridge woven from shadows and spider silk. To the right, stairs carved into a mountainside glittering with embedded crystals. But it's also a place of echoes. The music box isn't just a key, it's a compass for what needs mending. As if summoned by these words, the air rippled. A discordant note shivered through the forest, turning the lantern blossoms sickly green. From the gloom emerged a figure, a boy no older than Sylvie, but translucent as frosted glass, his edges blurring like ink in water. His hands clutched a broken hourglass, sand spilling upward in defiance of gravity. "They're fading," he said, voice fraying at the edges. "The bridges are breaking, you have to." The vision dissolved, leaving Sylvie clutching the music box, which now glowed urgent gold. Tindra's ears flattened. The lullaby's out of tune if we don't restore the harmony. The fox didn't need to finish. Around them the forest floor began to crack, revealing voids where stars winked cold and endless. Their journey became a race threaded with wonders and peril. They bartered with a badger who traded in scents, exchanging the smell of rain on dry soil for a map written in firefly trails. They drank from a spring that turned their breath to visible stories, Sylvie's shimmering tales of lonely afternoons spent watching other children play, Tindra's flickering memories of guiding previous music box bearers. They outwitted willow trees whose trailing leaves tried to stitch their eyelids shut, and climbed a tower made entirely of interlocking keys, each turning in its lock with a sound like unanswered questions. At the heart of the gloaming they found the source of the decay, a great tree split down the middle, one half bursting with impossible blossoms, the other petrified and oozing black sap. Beneath it sat the glass-pale boy, now barely more than an outline. "I'm the last guardian," he whispered. "The balance bearers are gone. The lullaby can't sustain both realms anymore." Sylvie knelt, the music box warm against her chest. In its glow she saw the truth. The boy wasn't a spirit, but a story. The story of the first child who'd tried to mend the tree, his courage crystallized into legend. Around them the gloaming shuddered. Without the balance bearers, the bridge between worlds would collapse, leaving both realms half alive. "But there are two of us," Sylvie realized aloud. Tindra tilted her head, light-tailed flickering. "The music box didn't just bring me, it brought us, a human and a gloaming guide. Maybe that's how the balance works now, together." The mending required sacrifices. Sylvie placed her collection of loneliness into the tree's cracked heart, not dismissing it, but transforming it into empathy that flowed through the roots. Tindra wove strands of her tail light into the rotten branches, dimming her own glow to reignite the trees. The guardian boy smiled as his edges solidified, the hourglass in his hands righting itself as he dissolved into the rejuvenated bark. When Sylvie returned home, dawn pearled the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. The music box now played a lullaby audible to all, a melody that villagers would later say reminded them of their most cherished memories. But only Sylvie could see the new markings etched into the wood, fox tracks circling a tree embraced by two figures, their hands clasped around a star. Years later, when a shy boy with sand-colored hair arrived in the village clutching a music box that hummed with ocean tides, Sylvie was ready. She greeted him with a thermos of spiced cider and a knowing smile, the scar on her palm, shaped like a keyhole, glinting in the firelight. Behind her, barely visible in the twilight, a luminous fox wagged her starlit tail. The gloaming endured. The lullaby played on. And in the space between heartbeats, if you listened very closely, you could hear the world breathing in perfect, quiet harmony. Story 29. The Whispering Glen and the Clockwork Songbird. Beneath the velvet cloak of twilight, where fireflies danced like fallen stars, there existed a village cradled between the arms of ancient oaks. The cobblestone streets smelled of warm cinnamon and wood smoke, and every chimney sang with the crackle of hearth fires. In this village lived a boy named Milo, whose hands were always stained with ink from mending books, and whose heart beat in time with the rustle of pages. He carried a secret in his patched woolen satchel, a small brass key etched with constellations, left to him by a grandmother he'd never met. "For when the world feels too quiet," her note had said. One frost-kissed morning, while shelving a tome about cloud formations in the village library, Milo discovered a map pressed between chapters on Cumulus and Cirrus. Drawn in faded sepia ink, it showed a path leading to the Whispering Glen, beneath a waterfall marked with a crescent moon. The paper hummed faintly against his fingertips, as though the lines themselves were alive. That evening, as owls began their twilight chorus, Milo packed a lantern, a jar of honey cakes, and the mysterious key, and followed the map's winding trail into the forest. The trees grew taller and closer the deeper he wandered, their branches knitting together like clasped hands. Moss softened his footsteps, and the air thickened with the scent of petrichor and wild rosemary. Just as the first stars pricked through the canopy, Milo heard it, a cascade's roar, thunderous yet musical, like 1,000 glass bells ringing in unison. Pushing through a curtain of ivy, he found the waterfall, its mist painting rainbows in the moonlight. Behind the rushing water glimmered a cave mouth, where roots formed a staircase spiraling downward into the earth. Here, the key grew warm in Milo's palm. As he fitted into an invisible lock midway down the stairs, the cavern bloomed with light. Bioluminescent fungi pulsed cobalt and gold along the walls, revealing a hidden glen where time itself seemed to breathe. Willows trailed their fingers in a silver brook, and fireflies arranged themselves into fleeting constellations overhead. At the glen's heart stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a clockwork songbird no larger than a thimble. Its feathers were mother of pearl, its eyes twin sapphires, and when Milo wound it with the key, it sang a melody that made the stream slow its flow to listen. "Ah," sighed a voice like wind through reeds. "You've come to fix the seasons, then." Milo turned to find a badger in a waistcoat sipping chamomile tea beside a toadstool table. His spectacles perched precariously on his snout, and a scar ran through the fur above his left eye, a mark, he later explained, from a tussle with a particularly rude hedgehog. "I'm Thistle," he said, offering Milo a buttered scone. "Keeper of the glen, or I was before the songbird's spring broke." He gestured to the delicate mechanism inside the bird's chest, where a hairline crack split a gear shaped like an oak leaf. "Without it, winter won't release its grip. The glen's magic is fraying." As if to prove his point, frost crept across the brook's surface despite the balmy air. Milo's breath clouded before him. "But I don't know how to fix clockwork," he protested, though his ink-stained fingers itched to try. Thistle patted his paw. "The songbird chooses who can mend it. It sang when you touched the key, didn't it? That means you're meant to gather what's been lost." He produced a scroll from his waistcoat, unfurling it to reveal 3 impossible tasks: a tear from the moon's reflection, a note from the silent symphony, a thread from the cloak of memories. Their journey began at dawn, the songbird tucked safely in Milo's satchel beside a thermos of spiced cider. Thistle proved an invaluable guide, sniffing out enchanted shortcuts through the forest's ever-shifting paths. By midday they reached the Lake of Echoes, where the water was so still it seemed to hold the sky prisoner. "The moon's reflection dwells here," Thistle said, "but it won't give up a tear easily. Reflections are proud creatures." Milo knelt at the water's edge. The mirrored moon stared back, cold and aloof. "Please," he said, "we need your help to mend spring." "Why should I weep for your troubles?" The reflection rippled. "Seasons come and go. All things end." Thistle bristled. "We'll see how high and mighty you are when summer never comes and your precious lake freezes solid." Milo placed a hand on the badger's shoulder. "Wait." Reaching into his satchel, he wound the songbird. Its melody floated over the water, a lullaby Milo's grandmother used to sing. The reflection quivered. A silvery droplet rose from the surface, crystallizing into a diamond as it landed in Milo's palm. "You carry her kindness," the reflection murmured. "She once mended my cracks, too." The silent symphony dwelled in an abandoned concert hall deep within a cedar forest. Cobwebs draped the velvet seats like ghostly lace, and dust motes drifted through shafts of amber light. At the conductor's podium stood a figure made of shadow and moth wings, baton raised eternally over an orchestra of frozen instruments. They haven't played since the audience stopped listening, Thistle whispered. The music's still there, you can feel it in the air, but the players forgot how to hear it. Milo approached the shadowy conductor. Up close, he saw their form flicker like a guttering candle. The songbird's melody merged with the hall's latent music, teasing out a single clear note, a cello's deep hum that vibrated in Milo's teeth. He held out the brass key. May I? The conductor inclined their head. As Milo turned the key in a dusty cello's scroll, the note gained texture and warmth, weaving into a phrase that made the chandeliers shiver. One by one, Milo wound every instrument, until the air thrummed with unplayed sonatas. The conductor's baton swept down in a triumphant arc, and the symphony burst forth, not through sound but through color. Violins painted the air cobalt, trumpets gilded the walls, and the timpani sent waves of crimson rippling across the floor. When the final chord faded, the conductor handed Milo a sheet of music that glowed faintly. The first note ever composed, they said. Guard it well. Nightfall found them at the edge of a meadow where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like drunken stars. An old sheep stood sentry by a crumbling stone wall, her fleece shimmering platinum under the moon. You seek the weaver, she said, chewing thoughtfully on a patch of clover. Through the gate down the memory lane, but mind your step, the past has teeth when provoked. The gate led to a twilight corridor lined with doors of every shape, arched oak portals, circular hatches of beaten copper, even a curtain of beads that shimmered like rain. Behind each door floated fragments of memories, a child's laughter caught in a jar, the scent of burnt toast suspended in amber, a soldier's last letter folded into a paper crane. At the corridor's end sat the weaver, her loom strung with threads of starlight and sorrow. A thread from my cloak. She laughed, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. And what will you give in return, little mender? Memories are costly. Milo's hand went to the songbird. I'll trade a memory of my own. The weaver's needle paused. Which one? The day I found the key, the map, the glen, all of it. His throat tightened. If I fail, those memories would only hurt, but if I succeed, maybe someone else will need them someday. The loom shuddered. A thread of silver green, vibrant as new leaves, snapped free. Wisdom beyond your years, the weaver said, tucking the thread into his hand. But keep your memories. This glen has waited centuries for you. I'll not be the one to steal its story. Back in the whispering glen, frost had claimed half the brook. Thistle stoked a fire of juniper logs as Milo worked. The moon's tear became a new gear, the symphony's note fused the cracked oak leaf, the weaver's thread spun into a mainspring. When the last piece clicked into place, the songbird stirred. Its melody began softly, then swelled, a crescendo that shook snow from the willows and coaxed buds from frozen soil. Winter's grip shattered. The glen erupted in celebration. Foxes brought blackberry tarts, otters juggled acorns, and an entire choir of crickets performed the symphony's music. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Thistle pressed a small compass into Milo's hand. For your next adventure, the needle points to where you're needed most. Milo walked home through a forest transformed. Cherry blossoms unfurled pink banners, and the air buzzed with the business of bees. In the village, children marveled at the sudden spring, their pockets full of flower petals. That night, as Milo lit his lantern in the library, he noticed new words glowing faintly on the songbird's pedestal map. Thank you. Years later, when a girl with seaweed in her hair arrived asking about maps that hum, Milo simply smiled, took down a certain sepia-drawn chart, and began, beneath the velvet cloak of twilight. The songbird, now perched on his windowsill, trilled its approval as another adventure took flight. Story 30. One crisp autumn evening, when the moon hung low like a silver button on Twilight's velvet coat, a young girl named Mira discovered something peculiar in the hollow of her favorite maple tree. A door no taller than her knee, carved with symbols of twisting vines and crescent moons, glimmered faintly beneath the tree's gnarled bark. The air smelled of wood smoke and distant frost, and as Mira knelt to brush her fingertips across the door's surface, it swung inward with a sigh, releasing a warm gust of air that carried the scent of sun-warmed pine needles and something sweet she couldn't name. Well, she whispered to herself, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air, when a door appears in a tree, you really ought to see where it leads. The passage beyond was lined with roots that glowed like amber lanterns, their soft light revealing walls of rich, dark earth studded with quartz crystals. As Mira crawled forward, the tunnel widened, and the temperature shifted from autumn's bite to the gentle warmth of a spring morning. She emerged into a valley so lush and strange, it seemed plucked from a dream. The whispering vale stretched before her, a patchwork of meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells when the wind stirred them, and rivers of liquid starlight curled around hills shaped like sleeping dragons. Trees with bark like braided silver bore fruits that pulsed with inner light, and the sky above shimmered with ribbons of color, as though the northern lights had decided to dip closer to earth. But the most remarkable thing was the sound, a low, musical hum that vibrated in Mira's bones, as if the valley itself was singing her a welcome. She hadn't taken 3 steps before a rustle in the nearby lavender bushes revealed a creature unlike any she'd seen. It had the slender body of a fox, but its fur was a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple wings, golden oak flakes, and russet elm curls that shivered as it moved. Its eyes were twin acorns, polished to a warm gleam. "You're lost," it said matter-of-factly, though its voice was kindly, like the crackle of a hearth fire. "Not lost," Mira replied, surprising herself with her boldness. "Just exploring." The leaf fox tilted its head, and a single sycamore seed helicoptered down from its ear. "Explorers need guides," it declared. "The vale's paths are tricksy, they twist when you're not looking." It pawed at a pebble which promptly sprouted legs and scuttled under a mushroom cap. "But you've kind eyes. I'll trade you a direction for a story, preferably one with a moral. Morals are excellent for digestion." Mira sat cross-legged in the clover, which released tiny bubbles of honey scent with every crush of her knees. She told the fox about the time she'd helped a wounded crow learn to fly again, even when her neighbors said it was hopeless. When she finished, the fox purred, a sound like wind through a cornfield, and gestured north with its tail. "Follow the river of starlight until you meet the bridge of questions. Mind the 3rd plank, it's shy." The river glimmered ahead, its banks lined with pebbles that blinked like drowsy fireflies. As Mira walked, she noticed shapes flitting beneath the water's surface, fish with scales like stained glass, their tails swirling the starlight into spirals. One leapt up, showering her with droplets that tasted of lemon and moonlight, and she laughed aloud, the sound echoing into the valley's golden haze. The bridge of questions appeared suddenly, arching over the river on pillars of woven mist. Each wooden plank bore a carved riddle, and as Mira stepped onto the first, the bridge spoke in a voice like creaking timbers. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept, feeds the soul where it's wept." Mira paused, watching a family of luminescent moths dance above the water. "Kindness," she said. The plank glowed green, and she moved forward. The second question came as she reached the midpoint. "No throat to sing, but it hums all day. Holds worlds within, though it fades away." She glanced at the valley around her, the singing flowers, the murmuring trees. "A story," she answered. The bridge hummed approval. The 3rd plank, as the fox had warned, quivered under her feet. Its riddle emerged in a whisper. "I'm never seen, but always felt. A spark that melts the coldest welt. Look not up, but deep inside. What carries you when fears collide? Mira hesitated. The plank trembled, and for a heart-stopping moment, she imagined falling into the starry current below. Then she closed her eyes, thinking of the crow she'd nursed, of her hands shaking but steady as she'd set its wing. Courage, she breathed. The plank solidified, blooming with tiny blue flowers that curled around her ankles like grateful cats. Across the bridge stood a grove of trees with translucent, sap-filled trunks that pulsed rhythmically. Beneath the largest tree sat a rabbit made entirely of starlight, knitting a scarf from strands of twilight. It looked up, needle clicking. "You're here for the heartstone," it said, though its mouth didn't move. The words simply appeared in Mira's mind, cool and crisp as winter apples. The what? The starlight hare gestured with its knitting needle. Between the trees, atop a small hill, rested a stone the size of a bread loaf. It was ordinary at first glance, rough and gray, but as Mira approached, she saw galaxies swirling within it, tiny stars being born and dying in its depths. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "And heavy," said the hare, suddenly beside her. "Carrying wonders always is, but lift it and you'll see." Mira wrapped her arms around the stone. It was warm, vibrating with a low, pleasant frequency that made her teeth hum. As she strained to lift it, the ground beneath her feet began to glow, revealing a mosaic of tiles depicting countless hands passing the heartstone from one to another, some furry, some scaled, some human. "Ah," said the hare. "You've noticed the stone isn't meant to be kept, it's meant to be shared, those who try to possess its magic alone." It pointed to a nearby tree, where the outline of a figure was etched into the bark, arms forever reaching. Mira's arms ached, but she held fast. "How do I share it?" The hare's starry ears twitched. "You already are." Looking down, Mira realized the stone was dissolving into motes of light that spiraled around her, then drifted across the valley like dandelion seeds. Where they landed, flowers burst into bloom, sickly trees straightened, and a group of quarreling mushroom folk paused mid-shout to share an awkward hug. "Oh," she said, understanding. "It's not about carrying the magic, it's about letting it go." The hare resumed knitting. "Clever child, now watch." The last of the light particles gathered into a floating lantern above Mira's palm. "A gift," said the hare, "for when you need reminding that light grows when released." The journey home was simpler. The vale's path seemed to straighten in gratitude, the river parting to reveal stepping stones shaped like turtle shells. The leaf fox met her at the tunnel entrance, now accompanied by a badger whose fur was a living map of the night sky. "You'll come back," the fox said, not as a question. Mira glanced at the lantern in her hand, its light casting soft patterns on the tunnel walls. "I will, but I think I'll find doors in other trees too, and maybe in places that aren't trees at all." The fox's leaf tail swished in approval. "That's the spirit. Oh, and take this." It sneezed delicately, and a maple key landed at Mira's feet. For when you meet someone else who needs a story. Back in her own world, Dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. The maple tree's door had vanished, but Mira's lantern glowed steadily, and the maple key nestled in her pocket like a promise. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she realized the valley's hum still lingered in her chest, a quiet, enduring reminder that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward anyway, and that the greatest magic often looked like ordinary kindness given freely. And somewhere beyond the Vale of Dreams, the Whispering Vale sighed contentedly, its paths already shifting to welcome her next visit. Story 31. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of eternal snow, there lived a young potter named Kale, whose hands could shape clay into wonders, but whose heart clung stubbornly to familiar rhythms. His cottage perched at the edge of Willowmere, a village where chimney smoke curled like question marks above rooftops, and the cobblestone paths remembered every footstep. Cale's days followed the gentle cadence of sunrise and sunset, kneading earthenware, glazing bowls the color of summer plums, and listening to the drowsy hum of his kiln. Yet that autumn, as maple leaves blushed crimson and the air sharpened with the scent of frost, an unease stirred in him. The world was preparing to shed its skin, and Cale found himself digging his heels into the soil, resisting the turn of the seasons. The trouble began when the guardian tree at the village square, a great oak that bloomed silver flowers in spring and bore crystal acorns in fall, started losing its luster. Its branches, usually trembling with leaves that chimed like wind chimes, grew silent. Cale noticed it first while delivering a set of honey jars to the town elder. A single crystal acorn dropped at his feet, its light flickering like a guttering candle. When he knelt to pick it up, the acorn dissolved into mist, leaving only a faint warmth in his palm. "It senses uncertainty," murmured Elder Maris, her voice as weathered and kind as the pages of a well-loved book. She stood framed by her cottage doorway, a shawl knitted from twilight blue wool draped over her shoulders. The guardian tree mirrors the heart of Willowmere. When one of us fears change, its roots grow restless. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, held Cale's. "You've always been fond of autumn, child. What troubles your spirit now?" Cale hesitated, fingers brushing the clay-dusted apron tied around his waist. "Winter feels heavier this year. The kiln takes longer to warm. My hands forget the shape of things." He glanced at the tree, its branches now trembling faintly, as if caught in a breeze only it could feel. "Everything's shifting. I can't make it still." Maris nodded, stirring a spoon through a pot of lavender-infused cider that perfumed the air. "Perhaps stillness isn't what you need. Come, let an old woman share a secret." She led him to her hearth, where a fire crackled stories of its own. "Long ago, when I feared the first snowfall of my widowhood, the guardian tree showed me a glen hidden north of here, a place where the seasons gather to rest. If you listen well, it said you can hear the whispers of what's yet to grow." That night Cale lay awake, the elder's words threading through his mind like embroidery. By dawn, he'd resolved to find the glen. He packed a satchel with a woolen blanket, a wedge of rye bread, and a small clay owl he'd made years ago, its surface smoothed by countless anxious thumbstrokes. As he slipped through the village, the guardian tree shivered, and a single silver leaf drifted down to land in his hair. The journey north was a tapestry of quiet revelations. Cale crossed streams embroidered with lace-thin ice, their whispers blending with the crunch of frosted ferns underfoot. A red fox with eyes like polished amber trotted beside him for a time, pausing once to nose gently at his hand. When twilight painted the sky in watercolor hues of plum and gold, he reached the glen. It was a hollow embraced by ancient pines, their trunks wide as cottages. At its center stood a pool so still it seemed a slab of obsidian, reflecting the first stars. Cale knelt, breath catching as the water stirred. Images flickered across its surface, his own hands shaping a vase that cracked in the kiln, the villagers' disappointed faces, the guardian tree shedding its leaves in a silent storm. His throat tightened. "I don't know how to fix it," he whispered. The pool rippled. From its depths rose a figure woven from starlight and shadow, her form shifting like smoke. "Nothing is broken," she murmured, her voice the sigh of wind through bare branches. "But clay cannot become pottery without fire. Tell me, little potter, what do you fear most in the kiln's heat?" "That I'll lose what I love," he admitted, the words raw as unfired glaze. "That winter will strip away everything familiar, and I won't recognize myself in what remains." The figure tilted her head, and suddenly the glen was full of sound, the creak of trees bending in a storm, the pop of pine cones releasing seeds, the muffled hush of snow blanketing the earth. "Listen," she urged. Change is not a thief, it is the kiln that reveals the strength hidden in clay. Let the fire shape you. As she spoke, the vision in the pool shifted. Cale saw himself months hence, cheeks flushed from cold, laughing as he taught village children to shape clay snow hares. The guardian tree stood tall again, its branches heavy with ice-bright blossoms he'd never seen before. His kiln glowed, not with the angry red of struggle, but the steady gold of mastery. When the figure faded, Cale found a single crystal acorn resting in his palm, the one that had vanished days before. It pulsed warmly, and as he held it aloft, the guardian tree's distant chime echoed through the glen. The return to Willowmere was a slow unfurling of courage. Cale mended the kiln's drafty flue with help from Tamsin, the blacksmith's apprentice, whose booming laughter shook icicles from the eaves. He traded stories with Juniper, the weaver whose loom sang colors into shawls, learning how she'd once feared the monotony of endless spring until autumn taught her the beauty of impermanence. Each evening he placed the crystal acorn by his bedside, its light swelling brighter as the first snow dusted the village. On the winter solstice, as the villagers gathered to light the Yule fire, the guardian tree shuddered. A sound like 1,000 silver bells rang out as its branches exploded into bloom, not with leaves, but with delicate ice flowers that refracted firelight into rainbows. Cale stood breathless, clutching the now blazing acorn, until Maris touched his shoulder. "It seems we've all been transformed," she said, eyes crinkling. That night, as the kiln's warmth seeped into his bones, Cale shaped a new vessel, a pitcher etched with pine boughs and constellations. He didn't fret over the grooves, didn't curse when the clay buckled slightly under his fingers. When he placed it in the kiln, he whispered to the fire, "Do your work, I'll do mine." By morning the pitcher emerged, its imperfections glazed with the deep blue of winter twilight. It held water sweeter than any before, as if the stars themselves had melted into it. Word spread and soon villagers arrived with requests, jugs to honor lost loved ones, cups to celebrate new births, bowls to cradle quiet hopes. Each piece Cale made hummed faintly, a harmony to the guardian tree's song. When spring came, timid and green, the tree's ice blossoms melted into a shower of petals that smelled of rain and renewal. Cale saved one in a lidded jar, a reminder that beauty often wears two faces. He still loved autumn best, but now he understood the secret language of frost, how it paints windows with stories, how it whispers to seeds sleeping underground. Years later, when a young apprentice fretted over a lopsided cup, Cale would tell them of the glen, the pool, and the wisdom of fires that temper rather than destroy. And in the evenings, as the kiln's glow painted the workshop amber, he'd smile at the crystal acorn on the windowsill, its light steady as a heartbeat, a small, enduring testament to the courage of becoming. Story 32. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there stood a village woven into the slopes of a tea-colored mountain. Its cobblestone paths glimmered with embedded moonstones that glowed softly after dusk, and chimney smoke curled upward in spirals that danced with fireflies. It was here, between the bakery that always smelled of cinnamon dreams and the clock tower whose hands moved backward every third Wednesday, that the first strange occurrence bloomed like ink in milk. Young Tamsin noticed it while sweeping the porch of her aunt's bookshop. The scarlet leaves of the autumnal oak across the street had begun fading to translucent silver at their edges, as if someone were carefully erasing their color with a meticulous brush. By noon, the entire tree shimmered like a ghostly chandelier, its former brilliance reduced to whispers. "Like frost caught in a spider web," murmured old Mr. Bramble, the beekeeper, as villagers gathered to poke at the anomaly with curious murmurs. But when Tamsin reached out to touch a leaf, it dissolved into stardust that settled in her palm, warm as a sunbeam and twice as ticklish. That night, as Tamsin stirred honey into her chamomile tea by the hearth, a soft tap-tap-tap came at the window. There perched a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss-green velvet, spectacles balanced precariously on his snout. "Pardon the intrusion," he squeaked, doffing an acorn cap, "but I couldn't help noticing you've got a touch of the glimmer mist about you." He pointed at the silvery dust still clinging to her sweater sleeve. "Means you're meant to solve this color business, I'd wager." Thus began their moonlit investigation. The hedgehog, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick of the Underground Botanical Society, revealed that 3 more color disappearances had occurred since dawn. Madame Opal's prize roses had lost their gold centers, the bakery's gingerbread roof now resembled dull clay, and worst of all, the village's famous rainbow brook ran clear as glass, its pebbles bleached pale. "Colors don't just vanish," Thistlewick explained as they traversed a path lined with luminescent mushrooms. "They're either stolen, misplaced, or," he adjusted his spectacles nervously, "forgotten." Their first clue came from the brook's caretaker, a melancholy otter named Layla, who wove water lilies into her tail fur. "The colors didn't drain away," she sniffled, demonstrating how the brook still sparkled where it cascaded over rocks. "They've been unspun like thread pulled from a tapestry. See." She dipped a paw into the water, and for a fleeting moment, Tamsin glimpsed fragmented hues swirling beneath the surface, crimson threads, azure spirals, emerald droplets, all refusing to blend properly. As the church bell tolled midnight, Thistlewick led Tamsin to the Observatory of Lost Things, a circular stone tower where the village's retired astronomer, a woman with hair like storm clouds and eyes full of constellations, studied anomalies through a telescope that saw into the heart of shadows. "Ah," she breathed when shown the glimmer mist, her breath smelling of peppermint and parchment. "This isn't theft, it's a cry for help." She adjusted the telescope's dials until it focused not on the stars, but on the faded oak's roots. There, pulsing faintly in the soil, were tangled threads of light, the color of forgotten memories. The revelation came at dawn's first blush. While the village slept, Tamsin and Thistlewick followed the fading colors trail into the Whispering Grotto, a cavern behind the waterfall, where time dripped slower than honey. There, amidst crystals humming in harmonic frequencies, they found the source, a chameleon the size of a teapot, its scales shifting erratically between visibility and transparency. "It's the color keeper," Thistlewick gasped. "They weave dawn's palette into the world each morning. But look, their tails caught in a crack between the stones." Sure enough, the chameleon's magnificent tail, usually a living prism, was pinched beneath a fallen stalactite, its light fracturing into disjointed hues that seeped uselessly into the ground. Every time the creature struggled, another burst of unspun color escaped, draining vibrancy from the valley. "We must realign the stones," Tamsin realized, noticing ancient runes carved around the cavern. "The chameleon's tail is a loom, it needs tension to weave properly." Working by the soft bioluminescence of cave snails, they devised a solution using spider silk, courtesy of a very polite arachnid named Arabella, starlight collected in Thistlewick's spectacles case, and the precise application of lemon drops, which, everyone knows, make excellent temporary glue for geological emergencies. As the last stone clicked into place with a satisfying thrum, the chameleon's tail flared like a kaleidoscope coming into focus. Colors rushed back through the cavern in a silent explosion, the oak tree regaining its ruby leaves mid-fall, the brook's pebbles blushing pink and butterscotch, even the villagers washing lines suddenly sporting socks of improbable violet and cerulean. By the time the church bells rang for noon, the only remaining evidence was a faint shimmer on Tamsin's windowsill, and a certain moss-clad hedgehog napping in a teacup, snoring contentedly. The color keeper, now restored, visited each full moon to paint special patterns on children's bedroom ceilings, swirling nebulae of color that smelled faintly of rainbows and possibility. And though the villagers never fully understood what had occurred, they developed a lovely tradition of leaving pots of mint tea and shortbread by the Whispering Grotto, just in case any other magical weavers needed a snack. As for Tamsin, she took to carrying a handkerchief full of glimmer mist, not because she expected more colors to go missing, but because it reminded her that even the most bewildering problems often hid simple, kind-hearted solutions. And on quiet evenings when the fire crackled its amber song, she'd sometimes hear a familiar tap-tap-tap at the window, followed by squeaky debates about whether raspberry tarts or walnut scones made better compasses for tomorrow's gentle adventures. Story 33. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honeyed rays of sunlight clung to the treetops like melted caramel, a flaxen-haired girl named Leela fastened her moss-green cloak and stepped beyond the stone wall marking the edge of her village. The air hummed with the secretive chirp of evening crickets as she followed the path her grandmother had described not with maps, but through stories spun over crackling hearths, tales of a place where ferns unfurled like celestial maps and trees hummed forgotten lullabies. The whisperwood welcomed her with arching branches that knitted together into a cathedral of leaves. Silver birch bark gleamed like polished moonlight, and beneath her boots the earth released the scent of ancient parchment and rain-soaked mysteries. It was here, between one breath and the next, that the forest shifted. Golden pollen motes swirled into the shape of an arrow, pointing toward a path lined with flowers whose petals chimed like glass wind chimes when the breeze stirred them. "Well now," came a voice like rustling autumn leaves, "you're smaller than the last seeker." A hedgehog emerged from a thicket, his quills dusted with iridescent spores that shimmered peacock blue in the dim light. He adjusted tiny spectacles perched on his snout with a paw. "Bramble Thornbottom, keeper of crossroads, at your service, though I suppose you'll be wanting the Starlight Glen." Layla crouched, her cloak pooling around her like forest lichen. "You know where I'm going." "All true seekers find their way to the glen eventually," Bramble sniffed, though his eyes twinkled. "But mind the Wispwater Bridge, the fog there has a habit of nibbling on daydreams." With a flick of his glittering quills, he scurried ahead, leaving a trail of bioluminescent footprints that pulsed softly in the gathering dark. The woods deepened as they traveled. Trees bore fruits resembling captured fireflies in glass orbs, their glow waxing and waning in time with Leela's footsteps. Once she paused to touch a trunk where amber sap oozed in spiral patterns, only to jerk her hand back when the sap giggled musically. Bramble tusked. "Best not wake the tree sprites before moonrise, terrible grumps when their naps are interrupted." True to the hedgehog's warning, the Wispwater Bridge materialized from tendrils of mist that coiled like sleeping serpents. The structure arched over a ravine where shadows moved with liquid grace, its wooden planks worn smooth by countless phantom footsteps. Leela's breath caught as the fog thickened into corporeal shapes: a fox composed of cloud with eyes like twin harvest moons, an owl whose feathers dripped stardust. "They're guardians," Bramble whispered as the mist creatures circled. "Show them your reason for crossing." Layla's fingers trembled as she reached into her cloak pocket. From it she withdrew not a treasure, but the crumpled sketch her grandmother had drawn during her final illness, shaky lines depicting a tree crowned with constellations. The Miss Fox sniffed the paper, then nuzzled her hand gently. As the creatures dissolved into vapor, the bridge's lanterns flared to life, each flame burning the cerulean of twilight's first star. "Clever child," Bramble approved as they crossed. "The bridge cares not for courage, but for compassion. It knows you seek not treasure, but connection." Dawn was a blush on the horizon when they reached the glen. Moonflowers larger than wagon wheels carpeted the clearing, their petals translucent as dragonfly wings. At the center stood the tree from Layla's sketch, its branches heavy with fruits resembling crystallized auroras. But it was the pool at its roots that stole her breathwater so still it became a mirror of the heavens, stars swimming in its depths like silver minnows. A splash. From the pool emerged a creature of living water, its form shifting between otter, heron, and child. "Little thief of quiet hours," it sang in a voice of ripples and reed flutes. "Why stir the starwell's slumber?" Leela knelt, the sketch trembling in her hands. My grandmother told me this place heals hearts. I thought, if I could bring her here. The water being stilled. When it spoke again, its tone softened. The well mends not broken bodies, but fractured stories. Show me. As Leela described her grandmother's tales of dancing with will-o'-wisps, of trading riddles with river dragons, the tree's branches dipped. A fruit fell, splitting open to release not seeds, but shimmering memories that settled around them like snowflakes. There was her grandmother as a girl, laughing as moon rabbits nibbled clover from her palm. There she stood years later, weeping into the pool as she whispered of a daughter lost too young. Ah, sighed the water creature. You wish to collect her joy, discard her sorrow. No. Layla's tears fell into the pool, sending ripples through the starry reflection. I just want to understand her whole story. The clearing exhaled. The tree's roots shifted, revealing a hollow where a single flower bloomed its petals, the exact cobalt of her grandmother's favorite shawl. Stories are tapestries, the creature said, offering the blossom. To remove a single thread unravels the entire weave. Carry this star flower to her resting place. It will grow roots where memories are planted. The journey home unfolded in reverse, the bridge now sun-dappled, the whisperwood's secrets softening into ordinary, if no less magical, moss and sunlight. Bramble accompanied her to the village wall, where he presented her with a quill from his back. For next time, he said gruffly, though his spectacles had grown misty. That evening, Leela placed the star flower on her windowsill. As the first stars kindled above, the blossom unfurled, releasing not scent, but warmth, the particular comfort of her grandmother's arms, the safe drowsy feeling of stories heard by firelight. Outside, the village children began gathering, drawn by some unspoken call. And there, with moonflowers glowing faintly in her hair and a hedgehog's quill tucked behind her ear, Leela began to speak. Long ago, in a wood where shadows danced with light, the story grew roots that night. Years later, travelers would swear they saw a girl leading children through the woods, her laughter mingling with that of a sprightly hedgehog and the liquid song of something ancient and kind. But in the village, they simply smiled when asked, tending their starflowers that bloomed perpetually, blue petals open to the sky, silver roots tasting the dark, whole and holy in their dual embrace. Story 34. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Mira's favorite time to explore. It was the hour when the world seemed to hold its breath, when maple leaves glowed like stained glass and the air carried the crisp scent of apples mingled with wood smoke. On such an afternoon, while following a silver-threaded brook beyond her grandmother's orchard, Mira discovered the thing that would change everything, a door in the roots of an ancient oak. It wasn't truly a door at first glance. The gnarled bark formed an archway veiled by cascading ivy, but when the breeze shifted, Mira caught the glimmer of something metallic beneath the foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, her fingers found a handle wrought of iron shaped like twisting vines. The door opened with a sigh that smelled of damp earth and cinnamon, revealing a tunnel sloping gently downward. From its depths drifted the sound of distant chimes and the warm, buttery scent of baking bread, a smell that made her think of safety, though she couldn't say why. Hello. Mira called, her voice echoing strangely as if the tunnel were both vast and intimately close. When no answer came, she lit the small tin lantern she always carried in her satchel and stepped inside. The walls of the passage were lined with thousands of embedded stones that glittered like captive stars. As Mira walked, they brightened in sequence, casting prismatic light across her path. She counted 37 steps when the tunnel opened into a cavern so enormous her lantern light couldn't touch the ceiling. Before her stretched a village of cobblestone cottages with roofs of living moss, their windows glowing golden. Bridges woven from willow branches arched over canals, where luminous fish darted like living coins. and everywhere there were teapots. They hung from eaves perched on fence posts, floated in the canals with tiny sails billowing. Some were no larger than acorns, others big enough to bathe in, all exquisitely painted with constellations and blooming vines. Mira reached for a nearby teapot the color of a robin's egg, its surface etched with tiny stars. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," said a voice like rustling parchment. Mira turned to find a creature 3 feet tall standing on the path, arms crossed. His skin resembled birch bark, smooth and pale, with dark seams running along his limbs. Eyes the deep green of forest pools peered at her from beneath a hat fashioned from a dried magnolia bloom. A moth with wings like frosted glass perched on his shoulder, antennae twitching. "The starlight teapots aren't for outsiders," he said, though his tone carried more curiosity than malice. "You're from the upworld." "I'm Mira," she said, kneeling to meet his gaze. "I didn't mean to intrude. The door in the oak only opens for those with gentle hands and quieter feet than most." The creature studied her lantern, its flame reflected in his eyes. "I'm Thistle, keeper of the lost things." He gestured to the satchels slung across his body, each bulging with peculiar objects. A thimble full of seawater, a compass pointing 6 directions at once, a spoon that hummed when stirred. "Why are there so many teapots?" Mira asked. Thistle's bark-like fingers brushed the robin's egg pot she'd nearly touched. "Each holds a story. The ones that go unheard in your world find their way here, when the steam rises." He waved a hand, and the teapot's spout emitted a wisp that formed into the shape of a girl chasing fireflies. The image dissolved with the soft ping of a wind chime. "But they're fading," Thistle added quietly. The moth on his shoulder drooped. "Fewer stories come now. The between this place is shrinking." He nodded to the cavern's edges where the starry stones dimmed, the darkness creeping inward like spilled ink. Mira's chest tightened. "Why?" "Your world forgets how to listen." Thistle plucked a withered leaf from his hat. "No stories, no starlight, no starlight." He gestured to the crumbling path beneath their feet. Before Mira could respond, the ground trembled. From the encroaching shadows came a sound like ice cracking over a fast river. Thistle grabbed her hand, his palm surprisingly warm, and pulled her toward the village. "The hollowing comes, run." The cottage Thistle brought her to smelled of rosemary and fresh ink. Shelves lined every wall, crowded with bottles of shimmering liquids and books bound in mushroom leather. A fire crackled in a hearth shaped like an owl's face, its stone eyes following Mira as she sat at a table carved from a single tree stump. "Drink," Thistle said, pushing a clay mug toward her. The steam coiled into the shape of a tiny owl that hooted once before vanishing. The tea tasted like sunlight on snow, cold and bright. "The hollowing is what happens when stories vanish," Thistle explained, stirring his own tea with a twig that sprouted blue leaves as it moved. "It eats the memories between worlds. Soon the between will collapse and your world." He shook his head, the magnolia hat trembling. "Stories are what bind everything. No stories, no connections, no connections." "Everything unravels," Mira finished, understanding dawning like the first star at twilight. She thought of her grandmother's tales gone half-remembered, of the old songs no one sang anymore. How do we stop it? Thistle's moth fluttered to the table, leaving trails of glittering dust. We need new stories, true ones, but the hollowing blocks the way to the story spring where they're born. He opened a map etched on birch bark, revealing a landscape of inked forests and mountains. 3 X's marked a path through regions labeled the Whispering Glen, the Valley of Echoes, and the Ridge of First Light. It's too far for one, Thistle said. The hollowing's influence is too strong, but too. He looked at Mira, hope kindling in his eyes. She touched the map. The ink shifted under her fingers, forming tiny running deer. What happens at the story Spring? We collect the essence of unwritten tales, said Thistle. Bring them back to fuel the starlight here, but it's dangerous. The hollowing creates illusions, makes you see things that aren't there, forget things that are. Mira thought of her grandmother's hands, speckled with age, weaving tales by the fireside. Stories are soul food, Mira girl. She squared her shoulders. I'll help. They set out at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the between. The ceiling stones brightened from indigo to periwinkle as Thistle led them to the edge of the village, where the cobblestones gave way to an overgrown path. He carried a walking stick topped with a crystal that glowed faintly blue. Mira's lantern hung from her belt, its tin sides dented but steady. The Whispering Glen lived up to its name. Willows draped their trailing leaves over a brook that chuckled as it passed. But the voices started as they crossed a bridge of petrified wood. You'll fail, hissed the wind through the reeds. He doesn't trust you, murmured the water over stones. Mira gripped her lantern tighter. Do you hear? Don't answer, Thistle warned. They're not real, just echoes. But his ears, leaf-shaped and delicate, flattened against his head. The voices grew sharper. Remember the vase you broke, never told Grandma. Think he'd choose you over his people. Mira's steps faltered. The glen seemed to tighten around them, the willow's shadows stretching like grasping hands. Here. Thistle pressed a sprig of lavender into her palm. Crush it when the lies bite. The fragrance burst sharp and clean. The voices recoiled, their whispers fading to annoyed grumbles. But as the glen thinned into rocky foothills, a new sound stopped them both, a high, desperate wail. That's real, Thistle said, already scrambling toward the sound. Behind a boulder veined with quartz, they found a creature out of nightmare, a wolf made of smoke and shadows, its paws caught in a crack between stones. It whimpered, eyes glowing like dying embers. Hollowing spawn, Thistle breathed, hand on his crystal staff. Tear it apart before. Wait. Mira approached slowly, lantern raised. The wolf cowered, smoke curling from its flanks. In its translucent body she glimpsed shapes, a child's laughter, a forgotten birthday, a name left unsaid. It's made of lost memories. Thistle froze. How do you? Look. She pointed to the wolf's chest where a faint light pulsed. There's something trapped inside. The wolf ceased struggling as Mira knelt nearby. From her satchel she pulled a honey cake wrapped in waxed paper, leftover from lunch. The creature sniffed, then whined. You're lonely, Mira realized. The hollowing didn't make you, it trapped you. Thistle joined her, staff lowered. By the roots, he murmured. It's a story beast, they carry fragments of tales between worlds, but the hollowing corrupted it. Mira broke off a piece of honey cake. The wolf lapped it from her palm, its tongue cool as mist. As it ate, the smoky darkness faded, revealing fur white as birch bark. The trapped light in its chest floated free, a tiny star that bobbed toward Thistle's staff crystal and merged with it. You. Thistle stared at Mira. You saw what it truly was. She scratched behind the story beast's ears. It nuzzled her hand, then dissolved into dappled sunlight. Where it had stood grew a cluster of white mushrooms shaped like tiny stars. The first good story in a long while, Thistle said softly. His staff glowed brighter. The Valley of Echoes tested them differently. Here, every footstep reverberated a dozen times. Walk too fast, and the echoes became a stampede. Too slow, and the silence pressed like a weight. They'd nearly reached the valley's heart when Thistle froze. Do you smell smoke? Mira inhaled. Like burnt sugar. A figure emerged from the haze, a woman with Mira's grandmother's face, but younger. Her apron was smudged with soot, hands outstretched. There you are. Come help me tend the oven, Mira girl. Mira took a step forward. No. Thistle yanked her back. It's a phantom. The figure's smile sharpened. Don't you want to stay safe and warm? No dangers here. Behind her appeared a cottage exactly like Grandma's, smoke curling invitingly from the chimney. Mira's throat tightened. She did want to stay. Wanted it so badly her bones ached. But Grandma would never ask me to abandon a friend, she said, voice quivering. The illusion wavered. Thistle squeezed her hand. Together, they stepped forward in unison. The phantom shrieked, dissolving into cinders that stung like sleet. Mira shielded her face, and when she lowered her arm, the valley was behind them. Before them rose the ridge of first light, its peak glowing like a beacon. You knew, Thistle said as they began to climb. About the story beast, how? Mira watched her breath fog in the chill air. My grandma, she taught me to listen past the noise, to see the hurt underneath. Thistle nodded slowly. Wisdom isn't in knowing answers, it's in asking the right questions. The climb grew steeper, the air thinner. By midnight, marked by the ceiling stones darkening to navy, they reached a ledge to rest. Thistle produced a velvet pouch of mushroom powder that exploded into a campfire when tossed. As they warmed their hands, Mira noticed him studying her. Why did you really come? He asked. The fire popped, sending up sparks like orange fireflies. At first, curiosity, Mira admitted. But now I feel like I've always known this place, like part of me belongs here. Thistle stirred the flames with his staff. Maybe you do. The between touches those who. A rumble cut him off. The ground shuddered violently, sending stones clattering down the mountainside. From the abyss below rose a creature of pure shadow, formless except for glowing white eyes. Its voice shook the rocks. SSSSSDAY. The hollowing had found them. Mira's lantern slipped from her belt, rolling toward the ledge. Thistle grabbed it an instant before it toppled over. Run, he shouted, thrusting the lantern back at her. They scrambled upward as the hollowing surged after them, dissolving the path where it passed. The staff crystal blazed blue, Thistle chanting under his breath. Where light touched the creature, it recoiled, but the darkness regrouped, relentless. Mira's lungs burned. The peak seemed no closer. Below, the hollowing condensed into a massive clawed hand reaching for them. When a howl pierced the air. From the slope above bounded the story beast, now twice as large and glowing like moonlight. It leapt over them, slamming into the hollowing with a shower of sparks. More shapes appeared, a badger made of autumn leaves, an owl with paper wings, a stag formed from intertwined roots. The story beasts. They came. Mira gasped. Thistle grinned fiercely. You gave them a story worth fighting for. As the creatures harried the hollowing, Mira and Thistle reached the summit. Before them lay a pool no larger than a rain barrel, its water so clear it reflected the star-strewn ceiling above. The story spring. Quickly, Thistle urged, producing an empty teapot from his satchel. Fill this. Mira dipped the pot into the spring. The water flowed in like liquid starlight. But as she lifted it, the hollowing broke through the story beast's defense with a roar that shattered stones. Mine. Thistle threw himself between Mira and the advancing darkness. Go, I'll hold it. No. Mira clung to his arm. We finished together. The hollowing loomed over them, its more a vortex of forgotten things. Mira's mind raced, then she remembered. Stories are connections. She unstoppered the teapot. "What are you doing?" Thistle cried. "That's our only." Mira poured the story spring water onto the ground. Light exploded. Not the cold blue of Thistle's staff, but gold and rose and dawn-bright green. Where the droplets fell, flowers bloomed, narcissus that chimed like bells, roses that sang in chorus. The hollowing shrieked as the light spread, its darkness retreating. But the teapot... Thistle stared. "We don't need to capture stories," Mira said, the truth blooming inside her like the radiant flowers. "We need to plant them." Hand in hand, they poured the last of the spring water into the wind. It scattered like seeds, each glimmer taking root in the air. Vines of light curled around the hollowing, dissolving it into harmless mist. Below, the between's cavern brightened as the creeping darkness reversed. The story beasts howled in triumph, their forms glowing brighter. Thistle's staff crystal blazed like a captured star. "You," he said wonderingly, "are full of surprises." Mira grinned, exhausted but exhilarated. "Let's go home." The return journey felt lighter. Though the path remained treacherous, starlight now guided their way. Story beasts flanked them, dissolving occasionally into dandelion puffs or showers of amber leaves. By the time they reached the Betweens village, news of their success had spread. Hundreds of creatures gathered, treefolk with hair of moss, water sprites trailing minnows, a badger in a waistcoat, all cheering as Mira and Thistle crossed the final bridge. The teapots chimed in harmony, their steam-weaving images of the journey, the wolf's rescue, the phantom's defeat, the blossoming light. At the story spring's edge, Mira planted the last drops of water. A sapling sprouted instantly, its silver leaves chiming softly. "It'll grow into a new story tree," Thistle said. "Our worlds are safe." When Mira finally returned through the oak door, now carved with her name and thistles intertwined with vines, dawn was breaking in her world. She found her grandmother waiting in the orchard, a shawl around her shoulders. "I dreamed of starlight and brave hearts," Grandma said, eyeing the leaf caught in Mira's hair. As they walked inside, Mira hesitated at the door. "Grandma, do stories ever change things, real things?" The old woman smiled, kettle whistling. "Child, stories are real things." Years later, when Mira inherited the cottage, she placed a teapot on the hearth, robin's egg blue with etched stars. Visitors often remarked how its steam formed shapes, a birch-skinned friend, a glowing wolf, a tree reaching between earth and sky. And if sometimes, on autumn evenings, a small door appeared in the old oak well, that was a story for another time. Story 35. In the velvet-hued valley between the slumbering mountains, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and window panes glowed like captive fireflies, there existed a village called Wickerlight. Its cobblestone paths, worn smooth by generations of slippered feet, led to cottages with roofs of cinnamon-scented thatch and gardens where sunflowers hummed lullabies after dark. Here, where the river sang in harmonies only teapots could echo, lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of storm clouds, and a pocket perpetually full of lemon-drop stars given by the friendlier sort of passing comets. The mystery began on an autumn evening when Mrs. Plinkle's prize marigold clock, which bloomed precisely at dawn and chimed honey-scented hours, failed to open its golden petals. By morning, 3 more oddities bloomed. The baker's ever-warm loaf turned cold as a toad's toes, the bridge's singing planks fell silent, and every left slipper in the village vanished like dew under noon sun. Fiddlesticks and fallen soufflés, huffed Mayor Thistlewick at the town square's mossy podium, his spectacles fogging like perturbed jellyfish. "We've a riddle wrapped in a conundrum, my dears, who shall unravel it?" Leela's hand rose like a shy moonflower. "If it pleases, sir," she said, her voice soft as dandelion fluff, "my friend Bramble and I should like to try." At her feet, a marmalade cat with eyes like twin harvest moons purred agreement, his tail sketching question marks in the crisp air. Their first clue came from old Master Thaddeus, a tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten constellations. He resided in the crook of the Weeping Willow Library, where books rearranged themselves each night to tell better stories. "Observe the absence," he rumbled, nibbling a clover from Leela's palm. "What remains where the magic withdrew? Seek the spaces between." Following his advice, Leela knelt where the marigold clock had stood. There, glimmering faintly as a spider's sigh, lay strands of luminous moss. Bramble sneezed a tiny spark that made the threads shimmer blue. "A trail," Leela whispered. The glowing path led them past the silent bridge, where river stones now showed peculiar dents, small, star-shaped, and smelling faintly of candied moonlight. As twilight painted the sky lavender, they reached the edge of whispering woods. The trees here stood shoulder to shoulder, leaves murmuring secrets in a language only roots understood. Bramble's fur fluffed like a startled thistle, but Leela hummed the bravest verse of the Teapot Sonata, and the branches parted with a sigh. In a clearing veiled by moth-wing curtains, they found the source. A dozen creatures no taller than tulip stems, their bodies woven from willow switches and twilight. Luminescent moss clung to their twiggy limbs, and star-shaped feet left dents in soft earth. They bustled about a crumbling tree stump, using the stolen marigold petals as lanterns, the warm loaf's heat to mend cracked acorn cups, and singing bridgewood to build tiny cradles that rocked themselves. Mosslings breathed Lila, recalling a story from Thaddeus's library. Guardians of forgotten magic. The tallest mossling turned, eyes wide as dewdrops. "Forgive our thievery," it chimed, voice like wind through a flute of hollow reed. "Our nursery crumbled when the great stump cracked. We borrowed what was needed to save our sapling kin." It gestured to infant mosslings sleeping in repaired cradles, their breath making the air smell of rain-kissed parchment. Leela knelt, brambles per a hearth-warm counterpoint to the mossling's anxious shimmering. "Why not ask for help?" The mossling twisted its leafy fingers. "Our voices fade in daylight places. We feared being mistaken for pests or pixie tricks." So it was that Leela devised a solution woven from moonlight and maple syrup. By dawn, every villager carried tiny baskets of bark and spider silk to the wood's edge. Inside lay offerings, thimblefuls of starlight, scraps of quilted cloud, and jars of laughter, collected from children's giggles at tickle time. The mosslings, in return, gifted back the borrowed magic now improved. Mrs. Plinkle's marigold clock bloomed moonflowers at night, the bridge sang in four-part harmony, left slippers returned bearing embroidered maps of dreamlands. On the next blue moon, when the village threw a gratitude gala, fireflies spelled out, "Thank you," above the stump now repaired with love and lichen. The mosslings danced upon checkered tablecloths, nibbling crumb-cakes smaller than baby teeth, while Bramble demonstrated the art of chasing, but never catching, starlight tails. As the constellations wheeled overhead like a great clockwork menagerie, Leela whispered to Bramble, "Isn't it queer? We went to solve a mystery and found friends instead." The cat blinked slowly, his eyes capturing the night's gentlest lights, as the wind carried home the scent of cinnamon-roasted walnuts and the soft, contented sighs of a world where every creature belonged. Story 36. In the quiet hamlet of Mossglen, where chimney smoke curled into skies the color of peach preserves, there lived a girl named Tessa who feared the rustle of turning pages in the story of her life. Each morning she arranged her world with meticulous care. Lavender sachets precisely 3 inches apart on her windowsill, honey stirred 7 times clockwise in her tea, and the same worn path taken through the birch grove to tend her mother's rose garden. Change to Tessa was a door left ajar in a drafty house, something to be firmly shut. But seasons have their own quiet stubbornness. That autumn, the roses began whispering. At first, it was mere shivers of dewdrop laughter when Tessa pruned their stems. Then one frost-kissed dawn, a crimson bloom leaned toward her ear and sighed, too tight, its petals drifted to the ground like crumpled love letters, leaving bare thorns that gleamed like silver thread. The garden mirrors the gardener, clucked Nana Bryn the next morning, her gnarled hands kneading dough dusted with cinnamon as Tessa fretted by the hearth. The cottage breathed with the scent of nutmeg and memories, firelight tracing the grooves of countless stories in its wooden beams. What's clenched too fiercely often slips away faster. Tessa frowned at her mittens, knit in the same forest green she'd worn since childhood. But I tend them just as Mother taught, same water, same soil, same everything. A chuckle rumbled from Nana's chest, warm as the embers. Even roots must stretch, little wren. Ask the boy who talks to stones. He's been waiting. The boy was Milo, who appeared that afternoon as Tessa glared at a rose bush, now shedding petals like autumn maples. He perched on the garden wall, boots caked with clay from unknown valleys, hair a nest of chestnut curls hosting 3 sparrows. "Your roses sound sad," he said, as though conversing with flowers were as ordinary as swapping jam recipes. "They're dying," Tessa corrected, snipping a wilted bud with military precision. "And I don't need help from someone who collects pebbles like they're precious." Milo plucked a smooth gray stone from his pocket. "This one hums the tune the willows sing at midnight. Listen." When he pressed it to her palm, Tessa felt a vibration like a cat's purr, faint but undeniable. "Things change their song when you hold them gently," he murmured. That night Tessa dreamt of her mother's hands, not as she last saw them, frail and still against hospital sheets, but digging in rich black earth, dirt smudged joyfully across her cheeks. "Roses need room to surprise you," the dream mother whispered, planting a seed that sprouted into a bush blooming with starlight. The next morning, Tessa found Milo leading a procession of village children through the birch grove, their pockets brimming with acorns and curiosity. "We're planting a forest where the old mill burned," he explained. "Want to see how ashes turn into magic?" Something uncurled in Tessa's chest, a fern frond reaching for slit of sunlight. She followed. Weeks unfurled. Tessa learned to kneel in mud without counting stains on her dress, to scatter wildflower seeds in drunken spirals rather than ruler-straight rows. Her one-sorterly rose garden now hosted rebellious daisies that sprouted from cracks she'd once zealously sealed. And the stones, oh the stones, whispered secrets when she stopped pressing them between her palms and simply let them rest there. One twilight, as Tessa watered a new moonflower vine, planted where a regiment of tulips once stood, the roses began to shiver. Not their dying tremor, but a dance. Buds swelled like orchestra tuning up, then burst open in hues unseen in mossglen, petals the blue of stormy twilight, centers glowing like captured fireflies. They sang, a harmony weaving through the breeze, and the garden walls crumbled gently, making way for milkweed and monarchs. Nana Bryn arrived with a basket of apple turnovers, their sweetness mingling with the rose's perfume. "Seems they needed to remember how to play," she said, eyeing a rose that had twined itself into a swing for wood nymphs. Milo appeared with a crown of dandelions and starlight, placing it lopsided on Tessa's head. "Told you stones know things." By the following spring, the garden had become a living mosaic, part memory, part mystery. Tessa's mittens now bore rainbow patches where thorns had snagged them open. Her path through the birch grove meandered, often pausing to admire spiderwebs jeweled with rain or pockets of moss softer than a kitten's ear. Visitors came from distant towns to breathe air thick with jasmine and possibility. "How did you create such wonders?" they'd ask. Tessa would hand them a stone still warm from the sun. "By learning to listen," she'd say. And if sometimes in the corner of her eye she glimpsed a woman with dirt-smudged cheeks smiling beneath a starlit rose, well, that was a secret softer than petals, sweeter than honey stirred 7 times clockwise, and truer than any locked door. In Mosklen they still tell of the garden that grew a girl's courage. But on quiet nights, when fireflies scribbled dreams above the birches, you might hear Nana Bryn's whisper threading through the dark, "Never fear the door that creaks open, child. That's just life inviting you to dance." Story 37. The Whispering Seed. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled like cats' tails and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a quiet girl with watchful eyes. Clara's hands were always speckled with soil, for she tended her grandmother's garden, a patchwork of herbs and wildflowers humming with bees. But her favorite treasures were the stories whispered by the wind through the willows, tales of a forest that breathed just beyond the horizon, where trees held memories and rivers sang lullabies. One twilight, as Clara brushed her fingertips over a bed of velvety moss, she found a seed unlike any other. It glowed faintly, like moonlight trapped in amber, and pulsed with a warmth that seeped into her palms. A wishing seed, her grandmother had once described such things in stories, for those patient enough to listen. That night Clara tucked it beneath her pillow, where it hummed softly, tugging at her dreams like a kite string. By dawn the seed had sprouted, a slender vine coiling around her bedpost, leaves shimmering like crushed starlight. It led her out the window, across dewy fields, and into the throat of the woods. Clara followed, her breath frosting in the crisp air, until the trees thickened into a cathedral of oak and elder. Here the light bent strangely, painting the ground in liquid gold, and the air smelled of elderflower and secrets. The vine stopped at a tree older than time, its bark etched with symbols that shifted when blinked at. Beneath its roots lay a door no taller than Clara's knee, carved with the image of a fox holding a star. Heart drumming, she pressed her palm to the wood. It swung open with a sigh, revealing a tunnel lined with glowing mushrooms that bobbed like curious faces. "You've come to mend it, then," piped a voice like rustling parchment. Clara froze. On a toadstool sat a fox, not an ordinary fox, but one woven from autumn leaves and twilight. His eyes were twin pools of molten copper, and his tail flickered like a candle flame. "Mend what?" she asked, kneeling. The fox tilted his head. "The moon, of course. It's been cracking for weeks. Can't you hear it weeping?" Clara listened. Beyond the birdsong there it was, a high, fragile sound like a teapot's whistle. "Why is it cracking?" "The loomers who spin the night sky have grown weary," he said, leaping onto her shoulder. His weight was no more than a scarf. "I'm Ember, by the way, and you're late." Thus began their journey into the veiled grove, where time dripped like honey, and every shadow had a name. They followed a path of moonlit pebbles, past trees that leaned close to murmur advice. "Beware the thistle maze," warned a birch with silver bark. "Its tricks are sharper than its thorns," added a pine, dropping a cone that sprouted into a lantern when Clara touched it. The maze rose before them at dusk, a wall of brambles twisted into archways, each leading into deeper tangles. Ember's flame tail dimmed. "It feeds on confusion. Hold tight to your purpose." Clara gripped her lantern, its light pooling at her feet. But with every turn the thorns mirrored their path, and the air grew thick with the scent of burnt sugar. Soon they stood at a dead end, the walls closing in. "Think of something unchanging," Ember urged. "A memory true as bedrock." Clara closed her eyes. She thought of her grandmother's hands, pruning roses in the rain. "Roots first, blossoms second," she'd say. When Clara opened her eyes, a single archway glimmered, its thorns blooming with white roses. Clever child, the maze rumbled and unraveled like yarn. Beyond lay the shore of whispers, where the river met the sky. The water flowed upward, liquid constellations swirling in its current. A boat awaited them, shaped from a hollowed pumpkin and manned by a heron with feathers like brushed steel. Payment, the heron intoned, beak clacking. Ember frowned. We've no coins. A story then, one ripe with heartbeats. Clara hesitated, then spun the tale of the wishing seed, its glow, its warmth, the way it had chosen her. When she finished, the heron bowed. Stories are the true currency, it said, and ferried them across. The river carried them through clouds that tasted of lemonade, past islands where winged hedgehogs napped in cotton candy trees. But as they neared the peak of the sky, the cracks became visible, jagged lines splitting the moon's silver cheek, leaking droplets of light that sizzled into sparks. Ember's ears drooped. The loomer's cottage is there on the moon's edge, but the last stretch is treacherous. The cottage perched on a cliff of moon rock, its garden overgrown with tangled threads of starlight. Inside, 3 figures hunched over a spinning wheel, their forms blurred as if seen through frosted glass. Their song, once a harmony that knit the heavens together, now rasped like broken reeds. We've forgotten the words, the tallest mourned, holding up a frayed thread. Without them, the sky unravels. Clara stepped forward, the wishing seed hot in her pocket. What if I help you remember? The loomers turned. Child, said the second, voice creaking, the words are written in the language of roots and rainfall. Can you hear them? She closed her eyes. The seed's pulse merged with her heartbeat, and suddenly the world breathed. She heard the oak's lullaby to the acorn, the river's gossip with the stones, the drowsy hum of worms beneath soil. When she opened her mouth, the words poured out, not hers but the earth's. The loomers gasped. Their spinning wheel whirred, threads weaving into a tapestry of midnight blue and pearl. Outside, the moon's cracks sealed like healing scars. Dawn approached as Clara and Ember descended a ladder of dandelion fluff. The fox nuzzled her cheek. You've a gardener's soul. It makes sense the seed chose you. But it was your world, she said. Why couldn't you fix it? Ember's flame flickered. Some locks only open with human hands and hearts. At the forest's edge, the vine lay wilted, its light fading. Clara knelt to replant it, and where it touched soil, an oak erupted, branches hung with tiny, glowing fruits. For the next traveler, Ember said, smiling. Clara returned home as the village stirred awake. Her grandmother stood at the garden gate, eyes twinkling. You've grown, little weed. And she had. Not taller but deeper, as if her roots now drank from ancient wells. That night, as fireflies blinked outside her window, Clara pressed a hand to the new oak. Somewhere beyond, a fox laughed, and the moon shone whole again, a promise glowing and gentle that even broken things can mend when tended by kind hands. And in the soil beneath her feet, 1,000 seeds dreamed, waiting. Story 38. In a quiet valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands could coax life from the coldest soil. Her cottage sat at the edge of Willowmere, a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like pencil sketches, and the river sang lullabies over polished stones. Yet for all her skill in nurturing the vibrant gardens that bloomed around her, Leela harbored a secret unease. The turning of seasons filled her with a quiet dread. Autumn's arrival, with its cinnamon winds and trees shedding gold like old memories, made her fingers tremble as she tucked blankets over her flower beds. Change, to Leela, felt like a door creaking open into a room full of shadows. One crisp morning, as spiderwebs glistened with diamond dew, Leela discovered a sapling growing at the heart of her garden, a tree unlike any in Willowmere. Its bark shimmered like moonlight on water, and its leaves, though still tender and small, flickered between hues of emerald, amber, and plum. "A mirror-thorn tree," murmured old Marigold when Layla showed her, the village herbalist's voice hushed with wonder. "They're born from crossroads, places where joy and sorrow, courage and fear tangle together. It'll grow as you grow, child, but mind its thorns, they don't pierce skin but souls." Leela's reflection in the sapling's silvery trunk wavered like a half-remembered dream. She resolved to ignore the tree, focusing instead on preserving her garden's summer glory. She wove charms of twisted ivy to keep frost at bay, and sang to her roses in a voice that made sparrows pause mid-flight. Yet the mirror-thorn grew stubbornly, its roots threading deep into the soil she'd tried to keep unchanged. When the first autumn chill nipped the air, the tree's thorns began to glow, softly at first, then pulsing like fireflies trapped in glass. "It's mirroring your stubbornness," chuckled Finn, the village woodcarver's apprentice, as he delivered a basket of honey apples to Leela's porch. His hair held the scent of cedar shavings, and his boots were perpetually dusted with sawdust. "Trees know when we're lying to ourselves. Maybe it wants you to stop fighting the wind and learn to sway." Leela frowned, trimming dead hydrangea blooms with more vigor than necessary. "Some things shouldn't sway. What's wrong with wanting beauty to last?" Finn plucked a glowing thorn from the mirror thorn, wincing as it dissolved into silver mist against his palm. "Ask the tree." That night a frost crept over Willowmere, earlier and sharper than any in memory. Leela woke to find her garden stiff and glittering, summer flowers preserved like insects in amber. But the cold had teeth, her pumpkins slumped into wrinkled heaps, and the last azure morning glories hung brittle as cracked china. Only the mirror-thorn thrived, its branches now shoulder-high and heavy, with buds that hummed like drowsy bees. Marigold arrived at dawn, her woolen shawl patched with herbs stitched in thread that changed color with the weather. "The tree's offering you a choice," she said, pressing a steaming mug of spiced chai into Leela's cold hands. "You can mourn what's frozen or tend to what's waking." The herbalist led her to the mirror-thorn, where Cora, the village's youngest shepherd, whose laughter could make lambs prance mid-air, sat weaving crowns from fallen leaves. "Watch," Cora whispered, placing a crown on Leela's head. The leaves, dry and crisp moments before, softened into living velvet against her brow. As Leela exhaled, the mirror-thorn's buds unfurled. The blossoms were portals. Peering into a petal the color of twilight, Leela saw her younger self planting sunflowers, with hands still dimpled from childhood. A thorn's glow intensified as the memory shifted, a storm tearing petals away, her tears watering the trampled stems. Yet from the mud new shoots had emerged, sturdy and bright. Another bloom showed Finn teaching her to whittle owls from Riverwood, their first awkward creations now perched in the village hall, loved for their imperfections. In a pearl-white flower, she witnessed Cora patiently guiding a lost lamb through brambles, the path they took becoming a new trail used by rabbits and children. "Change isn't a thief," Marigold said softly. "It's a sculptor. The trick is not to fear the chisel." For days, Leela wandered the garden as the mirror-thorn's blossoms multiplied. She let the first frost-kissed dahlias fade, scattering their seeds where the mirror-thorn's roots stirred the soil. Finn brought her carvings of the tree, each capturing its metamorphosis from spindly sapling to something majestic and strange. Cora taught her songs that celebrated falling leaves as nature's lullabies to the earth. And slowly Leela's hands learned new rhythms, pruning not to preserve but to invite renewal. The tree's thorns stopped glowing. On the eve of the Frost Moon Festival, when Willowmere's children floated lanterns shaped like phoenixes down the river, the mirror-thorn bore fruit, translucent orbs containing swirling galaxies of color. Leela hesitated, then plucked one. It burst like a soap bubble, releasing warmth that seeped into her bones. Where the liquid touched the ground, snowdrops and winterberries erupted in a spiral, their scent a hymn of crisp air and wood smoke. "You've been watering it with courage," Marigold smiled, hanging a lantern shaped like the tree from its branches. "Tenderness for what grows isn't just about sunlight, it's making peace with shadows, too." When spring returned, Leela's garden had become a tapestry of seasons woven together, crocuses peeking through melting snow, summer lilacs embracing bare cherry branches, pumpkins ripening beside beds of fledgling asters. The mirror-thorn stood at its center, now a towering symphony of ever-changing hues, its thorns sheathed in moss. Villagers came to sit beneath it, finding in its shifting leaves glimpses of their own crossroads, their own half-formed hopes. Leela still tucked blankets around her favorite roses, but now she smiled when edges browned, knowing their fall would feed the soil. She taught children to plant mirror-thorn seeds in cracked teacups and broken bowls. "They grow best," she'd say, "where there's space for surprises." One autumn evening, as the village feasted on spiced pear tarts beneath a sky streaked with gooseflight, Finn placed a new carving in Leila's hands, a girl dancing with a tree, their forms fluid, neither leading nor following. "To the next season," he toasted, eyes crinkling. And Leela, her hair crowned with frost flowers and her boots caked in mud from rescuing a fledgling oak, laughed, a sound that made the lanterns burn brighter. Above them the mirror-thorn shimmered, its leaves now the exact green of her eyes when she first understood that endings are just seeds in disguise. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Story 68. Story 69. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 70, Story 71, Story 72, Story 73, Story 74, Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82, Story 83, Story 84. In the heart of a lush emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet, a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued. A tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the whispering woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. and Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. In a tranquil grove nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are a kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the Whispering Stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue. a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of whistling woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling "thank you." Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said, Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Tellara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skins sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Tellara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Tellara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Tellara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. The amber light of autumn afternoons always made the old clock shop smell like cinnamon, though nobody could quite explain why. 12-year-old Clara noticed it most when dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight between shelves of patiently ticking faces, their brass hands moving in silent agreement. She was polishing Mr. Higgins' favorite anniversary clock when the silver sparrow flew in through the letter flap. It wasn't the bird's metallic feathers that startled her, nor the way its tiny gears whirred where its heart should be. It was the key protruding from its back, a miniature thing with teeth shaped like crescent moons, that made Clara's breath catch. The sparrow hopped onto her wrist, its weight surprisingly warm, and deposited a single maple leaf into her palm. Where the veins should have been, glowing letters spelled, "Follow when the seventh chime falters." That night, as the village clock tower groaned through its hourly song, Clara counted. 6 bronze notes rang clear, but the 7th came out as a watery gurgle, like a brook trying to remember it was once a waterfall. Beneath her feet, the shop's oak floorboards rippled. A trapdoor she'd never noticed before yawned open, revealing stairs lined with bioluminescent moss that clung to the stones like stardust. The underground chamber smelled of forgotten birthdays and well-loved books. At its center floated a teapot, not porcelain nor silver, but something translucent and shifting as twilight. Its surface swirled with constellations that rearranged themselves when Clara blinked. "Ah," sighed a voice from the spout. "The keeper of lost time arrives right on schedule." A tendril of steam curled into the shape of a badger wearing a waistcoat patched from pocket watch faces. Mr. Bramble, as he introduced himself, adjusted his spectacles, lenses made from frozen honey, and explained the rules of the chrono teas. Every century the temporal teapot chose someone to mend the frayed moments drifting through reality, a child's unfinished goodbye, a promise whispered too late, memories sinking like stones in time's river. "But I'm just a clockmaker's apprentice," Clara protested, fingers brushing the teapot's warmth. It hummed a melody her mother used to sing while winding the cuckoo clocks. Precisely. Mr. Bramble produced a thimble-sized hourglass from his waistcoat. "You notice when things are almost right, that chair leg that rocks just slightly, the clock that gains 3 seconds every lunar cycle. Now you'll fix what's almost remembered." Their first journey required catching the 11:34 train to yesterday. The platform materialized from cigar smoke and old theater tickets, the locomotive itself a panting creature of pistons and longing. In the dining car they met their second companion, a firefly named Twinkle who carried her light in a tiny hurricane lantern. "Stole it from a lighthouse's dream," she confessed, wings buzzing with mischief. "Now I guide wanderers through foggy memories." The challenge emerged as they crossed a bridge made of sundial shadows. A sorrow storm brewed ahead, dark clouds crackling with unshed tears. "Common hazard when mending old griefs," Mr. Bramble muttered, watching the teapot's steam turn the color of wilted violets. "Storms feed on rushed solutions. We must outpatient them." Clara pressed her nose to the train's fogged window. Through the tempest she glimpsed the flicker of a lone candle in a farmhouse window, the memory they'd come to repair. "Twinkle," she asked slowly, "does your lantern work on reflections?" The plan unfolded like origami. Twinkle dive-bombed the storm, casting dizzying light patterns that fractured the cloud's attention. Mr. Bramble conducted the teapot's steam into musical notes that smelled of fresh-baked bread and new mittens. And Clara, heart-pounding, opened every window to let the storm's essence swirl inside. "Angry tears taste bitterest when swallowed," she called over the gale, repeating something her father once said while gluing a shattered anniversary clock. But shared, they water gardens. The carriage became a kaleidoscope of half-healed moments, a soldier's last letter home, a widow's unsung lullaby, 1,000 might-have beans rustling like fallen leaves. Clara poured tea into chipped mugs that appeared on the seats, watching the liquid absorb the storm's sting. By the time they reached the farmhouse memory, the tempest had diminished to a spring shower, washing the windows in liquid moonlight. What transpired in that flickering memory involved a missed farewell between a girl and her grandmother, the clock hands frozen at 2:17 p.m. Clara didn't alter the past, that was strictly forbidden, but when the teapot poured its steaming brew over the scene, something shifted. The grandmother's unfinished knitting needles, left mid-stitch on the armchair, began clicking of their own accord, completing the scarf that still kept the now-grown girl warm every winter. Over subsequent weeks, the trio mended more fractures in time's tapestry. They taught a forgotten birthday cake to rise again in dreams, persuaded a retired bridge to remember the weight of lovers' footsteps, and once, memorably, convinced an entire orchard of apple trees to stop ripening their fruit backward. Through it all, Clara learned to listen to the silences between ticks, the spaces where lost things whispered clues. The true test came during the frost of fragile hours, when even the teapot's steam froze midair like crystallized ghosts. A colossal clockwork owl named Horologius had wound itself too tight, its icy talons trapping villages in perpetual hesitation. "It thinks it's protecting them from time's cruelties," Twinkle reported after a reconnaissance flight, her lantern dimmed by the cold. Mr. Bramble's gears groaned. "Force would shatter the fragile moments it holds. We need a paradox." Clara remembered the shop's repair rules. Sometimes, to fix a spring, you must let it unwind completely. Wrapping herself in layers of stolen sunset, harvested from a particularly good summer day, she approached the trembling owl. Its eyes were stopped clocks, its feathers shards of broken hourglasses. "You must be exhausted," she said softly, placing the teapot at the owl's feet. Steam thawed the air in gentle spirals. Carrying everyone's pauses, what if you shared the weight? When the owl remained frozen, Clara did something unthinkable. She wound her own pocket watch backward. The village square rewound like a film reel. Children unlaughed, bread unbaked, but in reverse, the owl's story became clear. They saw it being carved from a grandfather clock by a lonely inventor, programmed to guard time, but never taught to rest. "Let us help you rebuild," Clara urged, showing the owl how Mr. Bramble had once been a sundial arrow stuck pointing west. How Twinkle's stolen light now healed more than it ever took. The ice began to melt into dewdrops. By the time the first proper sunrise thawed the frost, the owl had transformed. Its new form, a grandfather clock with wings, stood in the village square, its pendulum swinging a steady rhythm that blended with children's laughter. People left it offerings of interesting clouds and particularly good jokes, which it stored in its moon-phase dial. The night Clara's apprenticeship ended, the temporal teapot gave her a final gift, a steam projection of her mother teaching a younger Clara to listen to clocks. "Hear that hiccup in the third tick," the memory mother whispered. "That's where the clock keeps its dreams." As the image faded, Clara felt the teapot's warmth settle into her bones, a perpetual reminder that some breaks aren't meant to be fixed, only understood. Now, when villagers bring their ailing timepieces to the shop, they find more than repairs. Clara serves them tea that tastes like answers they forgot to seek, while a silver sparrow watches from the rafters. Children whisper that if you arrive just as the seventh chime stumbles, you might glimpse a badger in a honey spectacles or a firefly practicing shadow puppets. But most importantly, the shop thrums with the quiet certainty of all cherished things, that every ending nourishes a beginning, and no moment is ever truly lost while someone still remembers its song. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Leela and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. Greetings, carbon-based life form, it trilled through a translator disk, hovering near its quill-like antennae. This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed. 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. We request assistance. The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. I'm Layla, let's see what we can do. The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. Stop, you're agitating the photon broth. Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. I thought you said it was a nutrient processor. Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light. Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. We chew things. A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. how delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells. They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix, Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. Figured it might make them sturdier, and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrench turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you glimpsed a tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of 2 very different hearts learning the same song. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded. A story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace.